Again.
All right. How's my audio?
That shit be on
Say what?
that shit going through my damn phone. Y'all, how I stop that? Huh?
Just, just don't answer it. I mean, just decline.
Huh?
Just decline it.
I only see I decline it. All right. Trying to get Kufu in here. Should be
Hey,
starting right now. We should be live, right?
add it to the Majai group too.
Huh?
Add it to the Majai group too.
Okay. All right, got you. I'm on it. I'm on it. Majai up.
You know, I still
Close
got
some of
things.
these windows.
I still got the few things to do, so I'm gonna be
Huh?
hopping. I still got a few things to do, so I'm gonna be hopping around on and off screen. But once we get rolling, I'm sure that won't matter. Also,
Okay.
you can share the you can
All
also
right, I got
share you can also share the YouTube link so your
oh,
YouTube people who ain't trying to get in on the hangout can still watch it live on YouTube. You got to go to your
okay.
YouTube.
All right. Yeah, I got it. Hmm. Damn.
Peace,
Add the
one
link.
drop. What up? Cool food. What up?
Hey, how you brothers doing?
All right.
Hey, I should have seen your song, yo. I don't know. I don't know about her. Cool food. That's hot.
No, I can't. No, I
Sing your
got work.
song, yo. Start up the music in
All
this
right, check
joint.
this out. Hey, look. When I mute, I'm glad you came in, Uwaja, because this specifically is going to be about the transliteration of Netu Netter and reading certain inscriptions and just showing a little lesson on how we do the knowledge on the Medu Netter. But right now, so I'm glad you came in. Right now, I'm about to have to mute myself. Brother Ankh, if you could pay me the courtesy of when I mute my mic, leave it muted because it might be something going on in my household that I don't want broadcasted live. You feel me?
I got you. I ain't gonna touch it. You
All right, just,
understand?
yeah, I'll be
Hey,
back.
hey, I want to welcome everybody to the Tuesday night hangout. Y'all know what it is, man. We hanging out. We're gonna
All
put
right, hold
together
up.
some good information. What's up, brothers? Is in the room already.
All right, hold up. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Black African Power. Yo, what's telling your name, brother?
All right, Wajau.
Well, Joe, Black African Power, brother.
All right,
Yeah,
all right.
that's Asar Ujahu. As a matter of fact, brother Ankh, that's the brother who wrote the document you used to debunk the spaceships and the hieroglyphs.
Oh yeah, that was my best friend right there.
Yeah, so he's very prolific. You feel me?
Yeah, sure is. Hey, brother, that was a good article, man. Kind of helped me beat up Phil Valentine and them. They was on that bull crap. That was a good.
Oh,
Yeah,
man, I appreciate it. You know, we spoke before. You in Atlanta, and
yeah, that's right.
yeah, and you were dealing with the Nuwabians, and I told you I used to be a Nuwabian and all that
Okay,
stuff.
yeah, that's right. Hey, you
Yeah,
want to kind of talk about that document a little bit?
the spaceships.
Yeah, that's a good one right there, man. Can't nobody get around that.
I'm,
Nah, they can't. I mean, people try to, and it's only because it's a lot of it's a whole bunch of websites that deal with a whole bunch of misinformation about it.
Mhm.
But and really what it comes down to is what I call a look-alike situation where people think something looks like something else, and anything can look like something. But when you dig into the culture and the language of the people and know what's going on in the temple, those particular glyphs are in the temple of Seti the First in Abydos, and anybody who does any even surface research will know that between Ramesses II and Seti the First there was a lot of overwriting of the previous inscriptions from his father Seti the First. So a lot of the carvings was done on top of older carvings, and when the plaster or the method that they used, when that came off or broke away, then you both sets of inscriptions are exposed. So that's really what's going on, and they call it a palimpsest,
Mm.
palimpsest, when two things are overwritten. So that's what I discussed in the article and showing what it was, because what it is, it's the titles of both of the kings, Seti the first and Ramses the
Okay.
second.
Okay.
So once people know what their titles were, you know, each king, each pharaoh had 5 names or 5 titles. And once people research the 5 names of Seti the first and the 5 names of Ramses the second, they'll realize that what they're looking at are the titles of both kings overlapping. So that's what's discussed in the article. So, you know, there's no way around it, because it's not like the ancient Egyptians just arbitrarily drew anything. Everything they drew, everything in the hieroglyphs, everything in the Medu Neter are symbols of real objects that's in their environment, that's in nature, or tools that they developed, or what have you. And there's no aliens, no spaceships, none of that was being depicted. So, I mean, that's just basic common sense, but the article speaks for itself. So, you know.
Okay. You use like a title, man. You use the word for that. What is that process that would lead or lend people to believe, though? You know what I'm saying, that they were spaceships, because they do look like spaceships.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It looks like, I mean, you know, if you go to a psychiatrist, they one of the things that they exercise they do, they show you a bunch of ink blotches on paper and ask you what it looked like. As children, we look up in the sky at the clouds, and we talk about, you know, how the clouds look like animals and stuff. So that people argue from that standpoint, that's, you know, that falls on his face. It does look like ships, but it only looks like ships to people who are familiar with Star Wars, because one looks like the land hovercraft in Star Wars. One looks like an Apache helicopter, and the other one looks like a tank or something.
Mm.
But I mean, it does look like that. But the question is it that? So that's what I answered in the article. It's not those crafts, it's not spaceship, because they spell words. The glyphs spell out sentences, you know, and it's all right there in the article. But for both kings, it spell out their titles. So they will have to answer
Mm.
that. Matter of fact, let me I'm gonna pull it up.
Yeah, put your website in there too, dude.
All right, you gotta bear
'Cause
with me.
that's a, you know
This
what
is
I
my
mean? That's
first. This is my first
okay.
time on Google Plus, so I gotta work. I gotta find my way around.
Okay.
So you gotta give me a second here.
Okay.
What's going on, Unc?
What's good, brother? What's up with you, man?
What's going on? Shit. Out here enjoying this nice ATL weather. You see that sky out there? You see that
I was
skyline?
great. I was going to call you, Kenya.
You see that skyline out there, nigga? It's pretty out here.
Oh, you outside. You outside, yo. Okay. 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 All right. Yeah,
What
we in
y'all
there,
talking
man. We
about?
Who's
talking.
that? Who's that in Atlanta?
Oh, that's my man, Kenya.
Okay. All right. So we got another person in Atlanta. Uncle, you in Atlanta?
Yeah, I'm in Atlanta, man. You know I got the real black atheist group out here, yo.
All
Damn all
right.
right.
I'm about to come. I'm about to come see you. You know, I'm out here in near Lithonia Conyers.
Hey, you know what I'd like you to do, man? We're giving an event, right, on the 31st, yo. And I might want you to talk about that topic, yo, because that's kind of deep right there, yo.
All right.
That's a
Well,
serious topic. You know what I mean? Because it kills that pseudo shit. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, it's part of it. I did that one and the one about the alien. People say there's a picture of an alien in another
Right.
temple, and
Absolutely.
all it is, it's an offering table with 2 lotus buds. They say the lotus buds themselves, they're closed lotus buds, and look like the
Okay.
black eyes of an alien gray, and that's
Right.
false. So, and then the Dendora light bulbs, they say that they had light bulbs in there. I did one on that.
All right. Look, I want you to go over that. I want you to lead it off. Go over that. You know, kind of go on that a little bit, because that's, you know what I mean, that's kind of prolific, and that kind of it really kills a lot of people money. You know what I'm saying? Because they were
Yeah.
promoting that in our community, specifically with the Bobby Hemmings, the Phil Valentines, the Inkies. You know that the basic pseudo, all right? And that's some good quality scholarship right there. that no one else had put forth before that. So that's some original scholarship, man. So I kind of want you to walk us through, because we got people kind of filling up in the room now, yo. So that's kind of, you figure out the technology yet?
Yeah. Hold on, I'm trying to see where do you post, where you put a link at?
You can actually show your screen.
All right, hold on. Yeah. Y'all can talk. Let me find my way around here for a second. Then I'm gonna jump right in.
All right, we right now, we got Raju, right, and he's talking about. I'm pretty sure y'all all familiar with the glyphs that people always talk about as being spaceships and aliens. I know me being a former Nuwapian, I used to say, yeah, that was the crafts and all that, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, like the brother was saying, that's for children. And as we grow up, we find a scientific reason, for why that type of thing, has occurred on the walls. And so we do our ancestors an injustice when we don't further the scholarship. So the brother, he kind of did the scholarship on that, and he's going to give you reasons on why that there is no such thing as spaceships in the glyph. He's going to give you a reason why there's no such thing as a light bulb. Because I got a book in here called the Science of the Ankh. I'm gonna find it later on, and it's kind of detailing and saying that ancient Egypt had light bulbs, right? But when you do the research, you'll find out that on the walls inside, right, you'll find soot, meaning they was using torches to light the ways. But we was taught as Nuwapians that the light bulbs, they had light bulbs. That's not the truth. And so the brother did the primary research on that. And so, that's very, very, it's kind of serious, man. He also has a website. I'm gonna have to find that website.
Yo, somebody need to turn down their speakers or something because it's feeding back into the microphone.
All right, I'm trying to figure this out. How you share your screen? What
Look
button?
to your right. Look to your left, right, and push that green button.
Oh, I got you.
Oh, you got your screen already shared. Let me see.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet. We can't see it yet.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, I think I put in the link in the
Not yet. We can't see it yet.
in the chat. I put a link in the where it says chat to the actual article.
All right, if you click the green button, it should another screen should open up with options on what part of your screen you want to share, and you should be able to share it by clicking open.
Yeah, I don't see the screen that I'm trying to share though. It's one of my tabs. All I did was open up another tab.
Oh, you know why? You have to click on that tab before you click the green arrow.
Okay, all right.
Bring that tab to the forefront.
All right, just give me a second here. All right, let's see if we're working with here. Let's see if this is gonna work.
Yeah, we can see it now.
All right, now I can't see it.
Oh, that's interesting.
I can't see it.
Oh, well,
Tab.
you shouldn't be looking at it on Google. You should close down your Google and just look at it on your computer, and we'll be monitoring what you're doing.
All right, so you can see that. You can see it now?
Yeah, we see it.
And you see me scrolling?
Yep, you're going down. There's a picture of Ramses, I think. I don't know.
Okay. All right. So yeah. All right. We can go over this. This is an article I did. I did this a couple of years ago, actually, and it came about through conversations with some people online, and then dealing with some members of the Nuwapian organization about the spaceships and how the spaceships, aliens built the pyramids, aliens are responsible for civilization, etc. So I did the research on it, and also with me dealing with the language, Metal Nature, learning it and teaching basic courses on it. So the question was, it does look like spaceships. Like if you see here, this one looks like a hovercraft in the Star Wars movie. This looks like a space shuttle. I don't know if you can see my cursor.
Yeah, we see.
Um, this one looks like a space shuttle. This one looks like the hovercraft, I guess. This looks like an Apache helicopter. So this is what people are claiming. Um, but what's really going on is that this is in the temple of Seti the First in Abydos.
Hey,
And
just 1 second, brother. Can you put the white box around Asar's screen so that it will
Okay.
stay on his screen? And then once he's done his demonstration, you can take the white box off his screen.
Okay, it's done. Got you.
But it ain't on there right now.
All right, let me see. Hold on. All right, hold on.
That's the wrong person.
All right, hold on. That should be it. Should be coming. Dang. I can see the screen. Hold on. You see it?
Oh well, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just know
Good. We trying
whenever
to get
whenever someone makes a noise, his screen goes off the screen. Either we can all mute our mics, or all muting our mics will work too. I'm about to mute my mic.
Okay. All right. All right.
all right. Well, if everybody can see the screen and take some time out, I put the link to the article in the chat part of it. But the article pretty much speaks for itself, and what I'm showing is what people are claiming versus what it really is. And what we're dealing with is what they call a palimpsest, and it's a technical term used for when there's a surface that's used for carving, and there's two different carvings that's overlapping each other, and it's exposed. And this was pretty common between Seti the First and Ramses the Second and other pharaohs or other kings. They did the same thing. When one king reign was over, the new one would use different methods of overwriting the carvings or adding on to. So sometimes when those methods, the plaster falls off or cracks, you'll be able to see both. And that's what we're dealing with. And the technical term for that is a palimpsest, which is what I'm saying right here in the first part of the article. But it happens to be a temple that was started by Seti the First and finished by Ramses the Second. So here I show a royal regal picture of Seti the First in his regalia. And then the common shot, this is the picture that's used on a lot of websites. And a lot of people put some contrast and darken it up to make these images come out, to make it really look like flying crafts, but it's really not. So I show a better picture a fuller picture, I should say, more in context of what's going on right here. And what we're dealing with are the titulary or titles of Ramses II and Seti the First. And if anybody looks up, matter of fact, if you said you could see my screen, so let's do this. And this is just basic surface stuff that anybody can look up. So I'm gonna use Wikipedia. Just give me a second. That's not good. All right, y'all can still hear me?
Yeah, we right here.
Oh, okay. All right. Just now this is what anybody could do. Wikipedia is popular. Everybody uses it. Some people dog it out. My personal stance on Wikipedia is that it's a good starting point, because at the bottom of the articles on Wikipedia, they list their sources. So I always encourage people to go out and get the actual sources. Don't just stop at Wikipedia. But anyway, it's available to everybody online. If you go to look up Seti the First, and you go over here to the right where it says Royal Titulary or Titulary, and click Show. And right over here it shows all of his five titles, his 5 names: a prenomen, the nomen, the Horus name or Heru name, the Nebti name, and the Golden Horus name. These are all 5 that are common to a lot of the pharaohs, not all, but a lot of the pharaohs, especially after, I believe, the 5th dynasty. So these are his. And if you compare this Nebti name here, and you'll see that it says Wahemsut Sekem Kapesh Der Pejet Pesejet, which is he who renews the births, strong with a sword, who subjugates the 9 bows. And even his Golden Horse name has a similar title. If you go back to the article, this is what we're looking at. We're looking at the word Pesejet, which means 9 bows. And that's what I show here. What people are calling the Apache helicopter is really 2 glyphs overlapping each other. One where the bow is, where you can see here, and I trace it out in black, and I overlay it with the actual picture. Because the people who argue that these look like a helicopter or spaceship will have to account for all of the glyphs. See, they only talk about the particular one that looks like a helicopter, or let me go back here, or the particular one that looks like a hovercraft, a space shuttle, etc. But they never attempt to explain these other markings. And you just can't do that. You can't leave empty holes like that. So what's going on is that this is an actual word that's called that's Egyptology speak. They put an E between, as far as the vowels, between the consonants. So it's commonly pronounced as Pesejet. And this is this word here, and it means 9 or 9 bows. And you see the single strokes. There are 3 sets of 3, which are 9. And this is the raised bread loaf, which is a feminine, commonly the feminine ending, Pesejet, which gives you the T. So that's the word for 9 bows. And that's covering this so-called helicopter. And this would be the word that was there before. This is for Seti the First. And overlaying that is the word wafu, which means to conquer or subdue. And this includes what's called a quail chick, which is right here, the arm, extended arm, the what they call a horn viper, which is the F in Medu Neter. The quail chick is a U. The extended arm is an A, transliterated as an A, and then the spiral is also a W or U. And then you have the determinative. Determinatives are usually not pronounced, and they actually do what it says. They help determine what the word is talking about. It's really a classification to give the semantics of what's being talked about, because a lot of words in Medu Neter and in all languages, there are words that mean they come from the same root or related to each other, but they give a different semantic shading, different meaning. So these determinatives help determine what's being talked about along with the context of the sentence or paragraph or whatever, or speech. So this is the word wafu, which means to subdue or conquer. The next one, dealing with this hovercraft and this space shuttle, as they say, and then you have this other hovercraft with a little dome that they say somebody's sitting in. This is an actual word for der, which means to drive out or to expel, to kick out, to keep someone out, and it's a verb, and it's with the hand, which is transliterated as a D, as in dog, the open mouth, which is an R, and then you have the determinative. And this determinative is an arm holding a stick or some type of striking device, which is a sign of action. So that's why it means to just expel, to drive out, to keep out. So that's what's overlaid here. Now under that is this word, Mek Kemet, which means to protect or to defend. And it's and the word kemet, everyone knows is familiar with kemet, is the actual uh, polity that the country has come to know, kemet. So so what we're looking at here is the this. I don't know if you can see my cursor. I'm gonna point to it as I talk. Can y'all see my cursor?
Hey, mute that person named King, huh? Or King, can you mute your mic, please? Because we're trying to hear the presentation.
Can you see my cursor?
Yeah, we see it. We see it.
Okay, all right. Well, the one I'm pointing at is the hieroglyph or Medu Neter symbol for is transliterated as M, as in Mary. This is where you get the M here. As I said, the bent arm or extended arm is transliterated as an A sound. So you have MA, and then the basket with the handle is transliterated as a K. So you have Mak, and that means to defend or to protect something. And then you have the symbols or the glyphs for the country or the empire or the the country, Kemet. And this glyph here, some say it's the crocodile tail, some say it's a burnt charcoal, but that's a whole nother that's a whole nother topic that we kind of got into before. But so this is a biliteral, and it is translated as KM, and this is a raised bread loaf, which is translated as a T. And this symbol here, circle, which looks like an X, is a determinative for a city or a place of dwelling. So that's where you have the word Kemet. So Mak Kemet, which means the defender or protector of Kemet. And that's what's under here. So I outline that here. You can see it, that's overlaid. And then for people going back to the first one, the bow, the 9 bows, some people still, even presenting this information, some people still, they don't want to believe it, and I don't expect anybody to believe it, but a lot of people are lazy. They don't want to do the research. They don't want to put in the time to actually look things up or put in the work to learn what's going on. So out of laziness, they choose to, the lesser, least resistance, so they don't want to believe it. But so I show within the same temple, I show an unadulterated section of the temple that has the exact same glyphs, and it's not, it hasn't been carved over, and these are exact same glyphs. You have the hand, which was the hand here, the open mouth, which was the open mouth here, the extended arm with the tool of a weapon or some sort of stick here, and you have that right here. You have the bow here, and you have the, let me go back right here, you have the bow right here. Then you have the now this does have a little bit of damage here, but you have 3 strokes here. One is missing because of the damage. Then you have 3 strokes here, and that one's missing, but you can still see a little bit of it. And then you have 3 strokes. So you have 3 sets of 3 strokes, which is 9, and the raised bread loaf T. So this is saying the same thing. Der Pasejet. The exact same thing that's right here. Der, to expel, and up here, Pasejet, which is 9 bows. So the expeller or the defender or the person who subdues the 9 bows. And if we go back to Seti the First title, and we'll see that his title, both his Nepti name and Golden Horus name, has the word Pasejet in it, and it has the actual word Der. Here you have the hand, which is the D. Now this is going from left to right. So you have the D, you have the R, which is the open mouth, you have the extended arm with the weapon in hand, which is determinative. So Der, and you see it right here. It says Der Pasejet. Now I don't know why Wikipedia has an error here. It has Der Pejet Pasejet, but it's Der Pasejet. You have Der, and then you have Pasejet, which is the bow, the raised bread loaf, and then the 3 sets of 3 strokes right here. Now this whole title here, Nepti, which is this symbol here, Wahemsut Sekem Kapesh, this is the exact same title. I'm going to scroll down. because I have a larger picture. Where is it? Okay, did I put it up there? All right. I've actually someone actually went to the temple, and I talked to them before they went to the temple, and they actually took pictures for me, and they sent it to me. I have to sort them out, and I'm gonna actually add to this article, which shows this entire column where you can't see it in these pictures, more of the left hand side. But if you look on this one, you can see you can see the rest of it, or more of it, I should say. You can see, let's go back here. If you were to look at this, now this is going from left to right, but if I go back in the article, this is going from right to left. Now, if you were able to flip this over, all of these symbols here are the exact same as what you see here for Seti the First, minus the recarvings done by Ramses II. So in the article, I go over the whole title, but like I said, I have some newer pictures, and I'm going to put that up there to show to give a fuller picture of it. And then as far as for Ramses II, so if we go over to Ramses II, just look him up real quick. And the same thing, when you look up the pharaohs in Wikipedia, you click on the royal titulary, you click show, and it will show all 5 names if the pharaoh has all 5. Now here we have the Nebti name. Okay, this is for Ramses. You have Mek Kemet, defender or protector of Kemet. If you go back over here to the Nebti name, you'll see here where it says Mek. This owl is translated as an M as in Mary. This extended arm is an A, translated as an A. The basket with the handle is a K, and then you have the symbols for Kemet, the KM, the T, and then that's that city symbol again. They call it a Newt symbol. So here you have Mak Kemet. So the Nebti name, Nebti is this symbol here, which is the vulture and cobra together sitting on top of baskets for the word Neb. And they're the two sisters or two deities that govern upper and lower Kemet. So you have Nebti Mak Kemet, which is the defender of Kemet. And this is for Ramses II. So you have these exact same glyphs here as shown. And then as I show above, you have Wafu, which means to conquer or subdue. And you'll see that also right here. We have the quail chick, which is translated as a W or U, usually a W at the beginning of a word. So you have the W, the extended arm is an A, the horned viper here, which is an F, as in Frank, and then the swirl, which is translated as a W. So you have Wafu again, which means to subdue. And then the determinative, which is the arm with the striking instrument in the hand, and then another determinative, which are hills, which deals with a country, and a raised breadloaf is a T. So you have this symbol here with the T is usually transliterated as Kasut, like as a lot of people know about Hika Kasut, which are, a lot of people familiar with that phrase. But Kasut is usually dealing with a word deals with foreign nations or foreign lands. So you have the Nebti name, a defender of Kemet, and a subduer of the foreign lands. That's what Ramses II's Nebti name or title consisted of. So, like I said, the article pretty much speaks for itself. And yeah, you had a question?
Can you tell the viewers the name of your website to find this at? Because people are asking in the chat.
Okay, the website is mdw-ntr.com, metalnetra.com, and you can get to it. It's on the front page. You can see the article. I posted the article in the chat. I thought I did, but it's metalnetra, mdw-ntr.com. ntr.com.
Oh no, there's another chat on YouTube that's live as well. Just so everyone knows, there's two chats. This is our private chat, and then there's another public chat on the YouTube page.
Oh, okay, okay. I didn't even know that. Okay. Well, yeah, it's mdw-ntr.com. So that's the website. And like I said, pretty much it's self-explanatory. I can't, unless someone has a question about it. And whenever I present it to someone, I tell them to read the article first and then ask questions because it's pretty straightforward. The only thing I'm going to do, and then down here, I give all the titles for both kings. Seti the first, this is Horus name, Nepti name, Golden Falcon name, pronomen, and I have it here 3 times because in different places, the scribes that were commissioned to carve it, they carved it slightly different. So I show all 3 different variations of his name, which was Min Mat Ra. That's what you see in all 3 of these. It's just that Ma'at is in a different place from here to here, and this one has the what's called a complementary or a complement for the Min glyph. This glyph is a biliteral MN, and up here you don't see the N, but down here on this one you see the N, which is a complementary glyph to complement the biliteral. So, and then you have the nomen, which is the Sa-Ra name, Sa-Ra, and then you have Seti Mer in Ptah. And that's for Seti the first, and then I have the same thing listed for Ramses II. Ramses II, his nomen was spelled or carved 3 different ways, as well as his prenomen. So I listed just so people won't get confused when they see it. They may see it in different variations. But a lot of people know him as Ramesses. A lot of the kings are called by their nomen. So like people won't recognize Ramses by Wasir Mat Ra, Setep in Ra. If you say that to the average person, they don't know who you're talking about. But Ramesses, people realize that his name is Ramesses. But even the name Ramesses, I show it as Ramesu Miriamin. That's his actual nomen, but we just shortened it to Ramses. Same thing with Seti the first. Seti the first, we always call the kings by their nomen, or I should say Egyptologists do, and we just become accustomed to it. But the Sa-Ra name is usually the name that we discuss when we talk about Amenemhat, Ramses II, Seti the first, Ptah-Hotep, not Ptah-Hotep, but the other kings. We usually call them by their nomen. And here you have his name is Seti Mer in Ptah, but we simply say Seti the first. So, and that pretty much concludes the article. And like I said, I'm going to add some more pictures so you'll be able to see the full column here. Yeah, so yeah, if anybody had any questions about it, but I do recommend reading the article first and then ask questions, and I'll be happy to or they can message me on Facebook, facebook.com/Wujau, and it's spelled Wudjau. That's pretty much it. I mean,
No, that was off the hook.
yeah. So if nobody should have questions now, but if somebody does, I'll be happy to address them.
No, it's pretty obvious from just reading what you came up with that's kind of like case closed. Everybody else exploiting that situation are only really exploiting it for propaganda. It's not too much a question in the field of Egyptology. It's more like some new age claim or what have you. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And the thing is that now it's been my experience since I wrote this article. Now I wrote it a while back. I put it on the website more recently. It's more recent on the website. But now the feedback that I've been getting from people who still try to push the alien agenda, it's just been my experience that people just don't research. They don't Yeah, I call it laziness. They don't want to put time into research. And I try to be as polite and diplomatic as possible. But that's the only thing I stress is people to look into it and research. The ancient Egyptians, they didn't believe in art the way we believe in art. Like they didn't decorate houses and temples just for decorations. Every single thing we see in a temple has a purpose and a reason for being there, and it has a meaning. And it just happened to look good, but it's not an art in the sense that we call art. So everything has a rhyme or reason to it. So anybody who's pushing this alien agenda or that these look like spaceships, they have to explain all of the carvings, not just these things that they're calling spaceships. And that's what people need to get. And it's just clear once you study the culture and the language, then people should be able to see that. Like even what we're looking at right here, if you can still see my screen, this cartouche right here or Shinu has both names of both kings in it. You see this big circle right here, that's Ra, and you see a smaller circle right here, which is Ra. So this Ra, this big one here, is for Seti's name, Min Ma'at Ra. You see Ma'at with the feather above the head, the Min glyph, and then the circle for Ra. Min Ma'at Ra. Ra is written first because of honorific transposition, and that's another discussion. But this smaller circle is for the name Ramses. You have Setip and Ra, where you have this. I don't know if you can see what I'm tracing out right here, which looks like an instrument, a handle, and this was used in the opening of the mouth ceremony. And this is a symbol for the word Setep, which means to choose, a verb meaning to choose, or a noun meaning choice or chosen, something that's chosen. So Ramses was the chosen of Ra, Setep in Ra, which means chosen of Ra. So you have Setep, and then the N, this water wavy glyph underneath of it, Setep in, and then the circle, which is Ra. So we're actually looking at two kings' names even right here. So it's pretty much an open and shut case, but people still want to argue it. Like you said, and people push it because it's a lot of money involved. It's a lot of money involved in that whole alien agenda um, thing, and everybody's fighting for people's attention and digging their pockets, and that's what we're up against with the scholarship. We got to compete against people's attention and people trying to dig in other people's pockets, coming up with these schemes or gimmicks and these lectures. So anyway, that's what we're dealing with.
That's good information. Brother Ankh, you fixed your mic yet?
I'm trying.
Oh, there you go. You fixed it. We can hear you.
Now, how do you unshare?
Oh, you unshare by going back
I
to that
think.
arrow and just click and cancel or whatever. Right. What you say, Ankh?
Uh,
Ankh, what you say?
you can hear me now?
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear you.
You can hear me now?
yeah.
Yeah.
Man, y'all had man. Hey, look, that was a powerful question. Real fast. You made a distinction between I think you said the Sarah name and what was the other term?
Well, it's the Sa Ra, which is the son of Ra name, and
Right?
then I said the
That's right.
Nepti name.
What,
There's usually five.
ex- hmm. Explain the difference. You said the Egyptologists use a certain name all the time. Explain to the people listening what's the difference.
Okay, well, the let me get my page back up here. All right. Oh, that's right. I unshared it. Well, the difference is okay. Egyptologists, in order to be on the same page with each other, they decided to refer to all of the Egyptian kings by one of their names. Most of the kings have five names, and there was a name that they were born with. There was a couple of names that they acquired once they were enthroned, or they.
Hey,
No,
Roger, I'm gonna meet you.
I mute him. I didn't mean to mute him. I was trying to mute him in my household. I forgot it did it in the thing. Come on, you can do it.
I'm trying to.
I thought I just got to turn my speakers down. I thought that only muted him in my
Man,
household.
man, he talking. Hold on, man. Let me find him. God dang, Smash and Rock.
Come on, man. I didn't mean to do
I'm
that.
trying. Hey, Wadra. Hey,
No,
Wadra.
he back. He back. He back.
Hey, no. Hey,
You can
Wadra.
hear me?
My
Hell
bad,
no.
bro.
You know, Smash him out, Rock. Mute you out, yo. Go back. Rewind.
Oh, okay. You can hear. I don't know what point I was muted, but all right.
Go back. Go back. Go back 30 seconds.
All right. I guess what I was saying was, in order for Egyptologists to be on the same page with each other, to have an intelligent conversation about the pharaohs or the kings, they decided to refer to all of the kings by what's called a nomen, which is depicted by uh, which is called a Sa-Ra, which is son of Ra, and the Sa-Ra is usually depicted with a bird, looks like a duck, and then a circle, a symbol of the sun or the disk. And the duck is the bird is the word Sa, which means the sun, and then the circle with the dot in it is Ra. So they say Sa Ra, which is the son of Ra. And the cartouche that follows that is usually the name that the Egyptologists use to refer to the kings. So all the names we're familiar with are more than likely the Sa Ra names of all of the pharaohs in Kemet. So any pharaoh that you mention um, is usually the Sa Ra name, from Hatshepsut to Seti the First, Ramses the Second, Amenemhet, etc. You know, Pepi the First, Pepi the Second, and so on. But like as I said before, the pharaoh was born with the name, given a name at birth, which is usually the nomen, and then the names he acquired other names upon being enthroned or taking the throne. So that's the difference, and that's just been a standard that's been set in Egyptology.
Hmm.
So it's not something that's wrong or right. It's just what early Egyptologists chose to do, and we've been following suit with it. And there's nothing wrong with us, long as we recognize who we're talking about.
Hmm. Okay. You know, that was very. Did you talk about the light bulb?
No, no, I didn't even go into that.
Yeah, go ahead. Wheel on into that, man. That's very important, man. And you know, put your website back up there, man. I want them to go to that, man. And I think you also teach metanetra. Am I correct?
Yeah, I teach a beginner's level of metal network um, to give people a chance to really figure out if it's something they really want to study.
Okay.
That's because what happens is I've ran into a lot of people that are intrigued about the language
Mm.
because they see the glyphs and they want to be able to see them, to look at the pictures and tell what it's they want to be able to decipher it and tell what it's talking about. But there's a lot of people who either don't have the time or not willing to put in the time to actually study it. So what I've done, I've created a beginner's course to kind of weed that out. It's just a beginner's study to get people familiar with some foundational information about the glyphs, about the main 25 um, glyphs, which would be not exactly an alphabet, but it'd be equivalent to an alphabet, so that they can recognize some basic symbols, and then the directions of that the hieroglyphs can be written, and the different stages of the language, etc. So it's basically a beginner's course, a beginner study to get people to put their, rewire their minds to let them know, okay, this is something I really want to study. Because in order to really, really learn a language, you have to deal with the grammar and the syntax, because it's nothing like English, um, and it takes a lot of time to actually learn the language. And then there's a difference between learning the language technically from learning the language to be able to speak it. And that's something that's an ongoing project. That's a lot of scholars are dealing with that now, such as Dr. Raketi Amin. She's, to my knowledge, she's spearheading a project dealing with the vocalizations of the language, putting the vowels back into the language, putting this actual vocal, the sounds back into the language, because everyone should be familiar that uh, the ancient Egyptians did not document the vowels. All the symbols that we see are the consonants. So the vocalization is a totally different animal that we have to tackle. So yeah, but on the website, yeah, I taught it in person, and I put it on. I did it a website to reach people that weren't in the Atlanta area or in my area. So I'm actually just gonna start that back up. But I'm gonna share.
Yep, you got me. You got me. I'll be right there.
All right, it's
I
good.
didn't even know you was in Atlanta. I didn't know you was in Atlanta.
Yeah,
Got
yeah,
you now.
I'm in Conyers, so I'm not far.
I
I'm
know where
not
you
far.
at. Right up
All right, so
20, bro.
yeah, yep, exactly.
Hmm. Go ahead,
All right,
jump
so
on that light bulb.
you
Huh?
said you wanted to go. What other one?
Go ahead. What'd you say? To the light bulb. I'm gonna find my book. Everybody play the whole light bulb game. You know the game. I forget what temple is at. Hmm.
It's at the it's at the temple of Hathor or Heru in
Yeah,
Dendera.
that's it. Hmm. That's it. Yeah, put that up on the screen. Can y'all see his screen?
All right. I don't talk too bad about me. I'm just learning this Google Plus. This is my first time on it. Just give me a second here. All right, screen share.
Hmm.
All right, give me a second. Give me a second. How many people can fit in the group?
Huh?
How many people can fit in the group?
I don't know. I guess it's unlimited. Shoot.
It's
I
eight,
think
only
it's
eight.
I think it's 10 on the
10 on the
After
video?
After eight, it says it's full. I thought.
Okay, yeah, because I tried to get in before and it was full. All right, can
Go
everybody see
ahead.
my screen?
Yeah, I can see the screen. Make it. Try to make it a little bigger.
All right,
Nope, a little bit bigger.
how about that? You can see it?
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, I can see it clear. I was looking for my book, The Science of the Unk, because that's where they give you that foolery at in that book. I gotta find it. Well, go ahead. Go ahead,
Okay.
brother.
All right. Well, with the well, this another claim, and this is just as popular, probably more than the spaceship, because this one is supposedly backed by what do you call it, electricians or people that deal with that kind of craft, and supposedly they rebuilt a model of this, a working model, etc. But when I research this, everybody speaks about it. They never discuss the text, and this is a problem that I have, and this is something that everybody needs to push and start mentioning and pay attention to. Whenever people go to Egypt on a tour and take pictures, or even the pictures that we see already online, most people will take a picture of the images. So, like for example, this picture right here, people will snap a shot of the images, but they will neglect taking a picture of the actual glyphs that are surrounding the image. And everywhere you see an image and glyphs together, they go together. It's almost as if today when we write books and we illustrate it with pictures, the pictures have context. The words around the pictures talk about what the pictures are doing. So everywhere I look for the people that are talking about this as a light bulb, etc., no one has ever translated the text that are right around the pictures, and they call them vignettes, which are companions to the text. It's basically the same as us saying, I illustrated. If I talk about a house or whatever, I write a story and I talk about a house, or like the story Cat in the Hat, I draw a picture of a cat wearing a hat. It's just that simple. But the actual text will tell the story. So what happens is everybody that talks about this light bulb or the supposed light bulb, they never give you a transliteration or translation of the text that's surrounding the objects that we're looking at. So what I did, I collected a lot. I collected as many pictures as I could um, of this scene here, and that includes the text. And like I said, it was hard to find because most people don't take pictures of the text. When you see stuff like this, these objects, the text become boring, and nobody wants to come home with pictures like that. So they want to take a picture of the objects. So that's what I did starting out. So I had to collect a lot of pictures in order to piece the actual text together. So any picture I saw that had glyphs, that include the glyphs, I had to piece it together to actually start transliterating it and translating it. So like this picture here has these glyphs right here. But now what will happen is somebody will look at this object or this figure here, which is labeled number 8. They will look at this and say, um,
What else?
like here it says 8, Lightbringer, thought with knives, and that's it. They won't tell you what the glyphs are saying that is. So let me go further down. All right. Well, before I go further down, so I'm just giving you basically what I had to do in order to start looking at seeing what's really going on here. All right. So I start off the article by saying what other people are saying about it. So this is the most popular push about it, that they're light bulbs, and they describe this oval, this elongated oval, as like the glass of a light bulb. The actual serpent that's within the oval, they say that's the filament of a light bulb. They say that this object here on the bottom of this oval or bubble is the socket for the electricity to come through, etc. But now anybody that says that, they're just unfamiliar with ancient Egyptian symbols and icons. This is okay. Well, before I get into that, um, well, all right. Instead of me reading the whole article, I encourage everybody to read the article. So I'm just going to go over it real briefly. What we're looking at here to start out with is anyone's familiar with other pictures of Egyptian so-called art, they'll note that the solar boats or the solar crafts that Ra is seen traveling in, or other Egyptian deities are seen traveling in, they terminate at the end, at the bow or the stern, by a lotus or papyri plant. So what we're looking at here is the daytime solar boat, and then the nighttime boat. These are boats for traveling. All right. So what they're calling a light socket right here, if you can see my cursor, that the snake is coming out of, or the serpent is coming out of, this is nothing more than a lotus flower, and the rest of it that's attached to is a boat. And the same thing for the other side. It's a boat. So one is for the daytime and one is for the nighttime. They break up the 12 hours of the 24 hours into two sets of 12, and it's the travel that Ra takes. One is in the underworld, the Duat, and one is in the daytime. So that's what you look at. This is actually what you're looking at. Here it is, a lotus here again. It's not a socket. The serpent coming out of it, it's a snake. It's not a filament. And they say it looks like it, and they say that okay, it could represent that. But inside the article, I go into detail on what each of these things are. So, and in order to do that, I had to give some context to what people are looking at, and which I had to go into briefly explain what the temple of Dendera, this temple right here, what it was used for at the time that it was flourishing, and the ceremonies that took place there. So inside the article, this is what I discuss, and it was actually a temple complex. So um, this is the temple itself. This is the floor plan of the temple, and what you're seeing here are chambers that these are storage chambers for the different artifacts, for the different ceremonies and rituals that took place at this site. And what happened is they stored different statues and different artifacts and items that were in use for the festivities, the parades, and um, and the festivals that took place at different times. And they had festivals for the New Year, festivals for the different equinoxes and solstices, and bringing in the new year, etc. So what we're actually looking at is, here's some pictures of from the room that this picture is from. This is only one small section of the entire um, chamber. All right, so down here I have pictures, and in the article I kind of explain it so people won't get lost and they'll know, where you are, so people will have their orientation straight, as though you're actually walking through this part of the temple. So down here on the left hand side of this picture, you can see here are your so-called light bulbs. But as you can see, look at all of the hieroglyphs, all of the metal nature, from the ceiling on down, and then all of the other symbols and images that you see. Nobody, the people who push this as a light bulb, nobody attempts to explain the rest of it. Nobody attempts to translate the text. Nobody attempts to explain why are the other symbols there. So this is what I did inside the article. So if you can see this falcon here with the solar disc, the serpents, and the plume, the feather plumes, that's what you're looking at right here. So I labeled different sections of text, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, and then I go on to transliterate or translate what is being said there. And like I said, I'm not going to read the whole article, but for example, if we go from if we look at number 1 and 2, for example, what it's saying here, and I have it here, it says Mark 1 and 2 reads as words spoken by Heru or Har Semitawi, the great god who resides in Dendera. And it says gold, height 4 hands or 4 cubits, day solar bark made of metal, the lotus flower of gold. So what this is really saying, to kind of be brief, is that what's carved on these walls is an inventory list. That's pretty much all it is. It's an inventory list of what was stored inside of these chambers. That's it. If I had to give the most basic and simplest explanation of what it is, that's all it is. It's a storage room, and the stuff that was stored in there, they wrote it on the wall. Simple as that. So, and a lot of these items were actually statues and things that were carried and marched in processions and parades during different festivals. So there was an actual solar bark that they used that was marched around or put on, or at least put on display, and it was actually made out of gold. And they give you the dimension, the height, which is 4 hands, and what it's made out of. So like I said, I'm not going to go over all of it, but if you read the article, that's all this is explaining are the different artifacts that were stored in there, and it's actually showing you a picture of them. The artifacts didn't survive, but the glyphs on the walls did. And here's the other end of the wall. Like if you start moving from this picture, if you move to the left, you'll end up seeing this here. And this part right here is not talking about artifacts, but this part that people are talking about, the light bulbs, this is actually explaining the reason for the ceremony. All it is basically talking about the renewal of the year, the New Year's celebration, and it goes into detail. I go into detail about what the text is saying. You can't see the text here, but you can see it. You can see more of it right here. Like I said, it's hard to find just some really, really good shots of the text above, you know, a straight on shot. So I had to choose pictures the best I could. So um, so in the article I explain exactly what you're looking at. And just to give you an example, it says this is a picture of the famous so-called double light bulbs. It's located at the end of the south wall and it's to the left. There are two sets of inscriptions above the light bulbs that are only partially visible in this picture, but seen in full in the first picture at the top of this article, which is up here. If y'all can still see my screen, this is more of the text as a straight-on shot, but this is a clearer, a blown-up section of it. So it says the inscriptions above the figure on the right. This is the figure on the right. It reads, "Words spoken by Har Simatawi, the great, who resides in Dendera, the living Ba in the lotus flower of the day solar bark, whose perfection the two arms of the Jed pillar carry as its image, while the Ka on his knees are bent arms, gold made of gold, all precious stones, height 3 hands." So this is explaining um, the artifact that's associated with this portion of the celebration. And like I said, I'm not gonna read the whole article, but that's what people should come to discover, that that's what this is talking about. It's just an inventory in a storage room. So today, this not the whole temple, but this chamber, these chambers that are offset. Let me go back up here to show you. See where these chambers are right here, where it says SC, SB, SA, SD, etc. These are the storage chambers, and how you get to them was by a small opening that people could get through and bring in these artifacts and store them here. These were stored there. The items were stored there. So this is the same thing as a U-Haul storage facility, except it wasn't air conditioned. So that's basically what you're looking at. And the inventory wasn't done on in a computer system or anything. It was done on the walls itself. So that's pretty much what it is. And it sounds very simple, and people want to make it into light bulbs, etc. And like we said before, it's grown. That's grown legs, and it's a money making machine for people to talk about. You know, the light bulbs. Ancient Egyptians had light bulbs, electricity, etc. You know, it sells a lot of books, and it sells a lot of lectures. It gets a lot of people's attention. But that's just not what happened. And it's a disrespect to our ancestors, because they have other genius. I mean, it's so many other things that our ancestors have done that we don't have to attribute it to aliens. And that's what they try to do. They try to take off our ancestral genius and give it to aliens coming from outer space. When they couldn't do the European origin of Egypt, or the Western Asian or Asiatic origin of Egypt, now they say, okay, well, they waking up, so we have to throw it off the planet and say it's an alien origin of Egypt. You know, instead of black or white, they just say grays. You know, so basically that was the intent of the article, was to dispel. And then at the bottom of the article, I just go over some of the symbols, like the lotus, explain what the lotus is, the symbol of He, which is eternity, and what that means, the jet pillar, what that means, and then the bubble itself. And one thing that I point out in the article, in this article and in the other article, is that any temple you go into Egypt, it doesn't matter how far up or down the Nile you go, everything will have a correspondence somewhere else. The same glyphs are used. You know, there's only a certain number of glyphs that were used throughout 3,000 years of you know, it being a flourishing nation. And there's usually a corresponding story or usage somewhere else. And here, this bubble here with the snake in it, this is from a completely different temple. This is from Edfu, and it's using the same symbolisms for a different word. And these two symbols, as I say here, I'll read this one here. It says, the appearance of a bubble surrounding the serpent represents the protective enclosure of the sky, the environment in which the sun is born. It is associated with the womb or placenta of Nut, who swallows the sun each night and gives birth to the sun each morning. Now, if people are familiar with the scene where Nut is stretched out and she's bending over with her arms bent down, her legs bent down, if people are familiar with that there's a lot of pictures of that. But if people really pay attention, they'll notice that the sun is sitting at her. There's a sun sitting at her mouth, and then there's a sun sitting at her womb at the same time, and that's showing that each day she swallows the sun and then gives birth to it the next day. So that's what this is symbolic of. Once people understand the symbolisms, and then going on, it says there are numerous scenes depicting Nut with feet and arms bent over as the sun is near her mouth and near her womb. That's what I just said. The bubble surrounding the serpent also represents an actual hieroglyph used in ancient Egyptian language. The Meta Nature word, which is Yeterti, or they say Yeterti, which means primordial sanctuaries, or sacred place, or sacred palace, is attested in abundance at Edfu, Karnak, and Dendera. It refers to the primordial birth sanctuary of the sun, and that's what it is. So, and then I give a conclusion. And like I said, I encourage everybody to read the article itself. And then if anybody has questions, they can contact me or on Facebook or email. You know, we could discuss it and build on it further.
All right. Okay. Let me Now that's some good information right there, man. All right. Give your website one more time, bro.
The website is mdw-ntr.com, metanetra.com.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Roger. That's a good thing. Let me add this real quick because I mean, a lot of times we have to put the blame where the blame is, and we kind of put the blame a little bit on white people here and there. But the blame, we can come to this book right here. I don't know if y'all can see this. Let me see.
Let me
y'all see
come
this
out.
book right here? Y'all see that book?
I think I gotta unshare my screen.
Yeah, and brother Ankh, the people on YouTube ain't gonna see that book if that box is highlighted wrong. As I'm following the YouTube, nothing is going off of Asar's screen, so you might need to get that correct. There you go. It fixed on YouTube. It did fix. Go ahead.
All right, you can see this book, right?
Yeah.
All right, that's the Ankh. It says the African origin of electromagnetism, right? Okay, so watch this. In this book, written by Nur Ankh Amen, and the forward by Haru Ankh Ra Simuja Sapata. This is what he says for the picture. You know, this is what I first got misinformed at. And it wasn't by no white people. It was by black people claiming to know. All right? And so we have to take responsibility. You know what I'm saying? And this is what he says in the book. Watch this. He says, and this is a trip. He says, relief from the temple of Hathor at Dendor clearly shows an African civilization in possession of light bulbs, cables, batteries, and generators thousands of years before Volta, Edison, or even Europe itself existed. It seems that no amount of evidence is sufficient in convincing racist academia to revise their established views on world history. I mean, come on, man. It's crazy how he did that, right? And I think a key point that you made out, Wadra, was it's always glyphs surrounding things, right? And no one ever shows the glyphs. And right here, to the word, right? There is no glyphs here.
Exactly. And that's something that we have to push and push and push. Anybody that makes those claims, we have to pause them and say, look, show me the glyphs and translate what the glyphs are saying, because in Kemet there is no such thing as an image that stands alone. You know, Egyptologists call them vignettes. Like when you look at the so-called Egyptian Book of the Dead, even by Budge, he'll show the glyphs, but then he'll have in the appendix or whatever, he'll have the vignettes there. They go together. You can't separate them two. So he has to. So you have to explain what it's saying, you know. And I mean, that should be common sense, but it's not. So like you said, it's
It's
our responsibility, and it's
Oh,
not always the blame of Europeans, um, because our generation we're being influenced. So we're parroting and repeating their mistakes, their ignorance. So in the article I did, that's one of the point. That's one of the things I stressed, and that's one of the things I did. So my method was to allow the ancestors to speak for themselves. Anybody that's trying to hold Egypt up high, or revere the ancestors, or boast to brag about the ancestors, who don't allow the ancestors to speak for themselves, then they're borderline pseudoscientists, or they're out to get money uh, through gimmicks or whatever. And that's the bottom line.
we had an argument on that. You know what? You know what? Pseudoscience has totally infiltrated the community based off of some elders. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't even got a name drop. All you got to do is go on YouTube. They're going to have the most views, 30,000, 40,000. It seems like our community has become enamored with pseudoscience. And that's
Yes,
just the real. I mean, I'm glad y'all brothers is doing the work, to diffuse the pseudoscience and kind of bring us back to earth so we can do some kind of community building, a family building, because they had us out in space for a while. I mean, that's a clear point. So where you at, Jonathan? You want to kind of jump in, brother?
that's something that me Asar Imhotep brought up also. I don't know if he's on,
Yeah, he's
but
on.
oh, he's
He's on.
on.
He's
Yeah,
going after Jonathan. He's here.
the pseudoscience, the whole concept of the Majai, that Jonathan pushed forward, the Amin Ra squad, and then the things that we've been talking about lately. You know, my thing is that people are looking for quantity of likes. They're looking for quantity of people sitting in the audience and all of that, but it's really about quality. It's about that rigorous research, you know, and we shouldn't worry about getting a lot of people, and not even really worry about being liked. If things are handled professionally, and we move forward with professionalism and good scholarship, that's what's gonna rule the day at the end. And that's what we should keep pushing forward.
Mhm. Absolutely. Absolutely. I totally agree with you. And we can take that scholarship and start rebuilding our communities. But if you out in the stardust, you can't build no communities from the stardust. You gotta start from from the smallest point, work outward. Where you at, Jonathan? You still here?
yeah, I'm right here. What's up? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You see, you go ahead, jump in, brother. And then we're gonna let Sorry,
Well, I
jump
think
in.
we're going to start to get into explaining, I mean, some of the basic, easier elementary lessons on how to read the Menu Netter, some of the common rules, and to begin to show people that they can do some of this research for themselves. One thing I want to show, at least accomplish, is show everybody some of the tools that we use in order to form our conclusions and to make some of these resources available to everybody. A lot of them are electronic resources, and a lot of them are books I have sitting right next to me. And I know a few of the other brothers who studied in Medunetta. I see your library, Asar, and I know you might want to be able to contribute some resources to the people to let them know where we can start doing this research. And we can even give out the elementary rules to begin to read the Medunetta, just so people can let me share my screens just so people can begin to study for themselves. If I can find my blog, if people don't know, I write articles at rapguide.wordpress, and I'm going to go here and type in a word deciphered to pull up a document I wrote a while ago called Examining Dr. Walter Williams' Fallacy of Ancient Egyptian Hieroglyphs Having Not Been Deciphered. And I don't want to spend too much time on that, but I'm going to bring people to the link. Let me try to share my screen. And this is what you'll see. I'll bring people to the link, and a lot of this is just a lot of my notes made public and put into a form so a lot of other people can understand it. But what you'll find here is a link that basically explains the first use. I think the person name was Thomas Howard. I might be wrong. But anyway, before Champollion, well, it's in my document, and I should probably just go look back. It will show you how they came up with Thomas Young. I said Thomas Howard. It will show you how he came up with the first 9 phonemes, or the first 9 sounds that we find in the names of some of these using the Rosetta Stone. So people can go look into that work, and it's all written down. I basically use this link in my work, and I sourced it, and I also expounded on it. But let me unshare my screen. When we start to talk about some of the tools we need, I don't know, I'm just holding up books. Y'all can see that?
Yeah.
This is a book a guy recommended earlier. It's How to Read Egyptian Hieroglyphs by Bill Manning and Mark Collier. And this is a very good book for elementary beginning, how to read the glyphs. It'll tell us all of some of the beginning things we need to know. For learning the grammar and the syntax, the word order, and things like that. I'm just holding up another one. It's this really small book, which means it's really concise and to the point. Egyptian Hieroglyphs for Everyone by Joseph and Lenore Scott. There are a bunch of those. The first one I would recommend is that. I also have Alan Gardner over here, but you also need dictionaries. And this is a very good dictionary. This is the Concise Dictionary of Middle Egyptian by Raymond Faulkner. And this is, it's handwritten. So if you could really, I don't know if you can see, but a lot of the glyphs in there are handwritten. But it's very concise, like he said, it's exhaustive. And you can find a lot of the glyphs we need in that dictionary. Excuse me, man. Let me do this work real quick. I can show you books all day, and that ain't what I intend to do, but I'm trying to point people in the right direction. You'll probably need a copy of Budge's copy of the Book of the Dead. The reason why, because he offers transliteration and facsimiles of the text, as well as having Faulkner's copy of the Book of the Dead, have Budge's dictionaries, which I have sitting right here, and a few other dictionaries just to cross-check the work with. And lastly, I'm just going to put this plug in there about rescuing and reinterpretation and restoration of ancient Egyptian themes. We got the book written by my brother Asar, who's in the chat right now when we're talking about bringing these themes back. So that's some of it. Now, if we, just to go on, I know y'all can go back and listen to the.
Casual, Jonathan, can you do a quick? Can you open that book up real quick? The Faulkner Book of the Dead, because I got that in my wish list, and I wasn't sure if I should order it. Yeah, that one. Could you open that one up? Okay. You think that's it?
If you can't see, he offers somewhat of a facsimile of the Medu Neter, as well as the translations, but he doesn't give transliteration. But see, he will give you this so you can go transliterate it yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, so if we get down to like one of the more significance, which would be like chapter 125 in the Book of the Dead, he actually offers all of the glyphs for you to see, but he doesn't make it easy and transliterate it for you. So this is a really a good one to have. It's not just like a coffee table book like it looks like. But I was just sharing some of those resources. Let me go back to show some other things I want people to see. Y'all see my screen? What you see right there? Okay. Well, that was my link. Let's see. This is a very good electronic dictionary. Y'all see that? This is Mark Vigas's dictionary. And one of the reasons why all of us on here, even in this little talk we're having, we should all have this downloaded. And anybody watching on YouTube can download it right now, and it will be useful throughout the rest of this presentation. Then this is let me just show you the reason why. If you see that pop up, if somebody's saying something, and we're talking about Nefer, I just typed NFR right here into the transliteration, and instantly it's going to take me to every term in the dictionary that uses Nefer. So if you're not familiar with what the glyphs look like, over using this dictionary over a couple of years, you'll become familiar with what certain. I mean, this is not, obviously, this is for speed checking, and this is for pulling up terms. For instance, if somebody asks you what Hotep means, you can type HTTP, click search, and you'll be at different attestations for Hotep. You see what I'm saying? But it's a very good tool in using when we're trying to look through transliteration and find out what one of these terms mean. And this dictionary was compiled from work from some of the books I've shown you from Gardner. I didn't show that one, but I got it sitting right here. From Gardner, Faulkner, and other people. Another good resource I'm going to show. This is Alan Gardner's Egyptian Grammar, the digital copy, just since I didn't want to pull up the hard book. This is a tool we all should download. It's kind of intimidating, but if you take the steps, you see these lessons one by one over here will be, I mean, anyone can absorb this material. It's just the way he wrote it was not for it to be an introductory book. So I'm just throwing out some of the tools we use, and then we can go into some. Another one that everyone needs is a complete list of hieroglyphs. And that's this right here is a document you can find by Googling it. The reason why is because Gardner's sign list that you'll find on Wikipedia will not contain all of the thousands of determinatives we see here. Each one of these icons help us determine what the meaning to a different word. So having this when we're scrutinizing some text will help us to see, look through a greater volume of determinatives. So just like that. Asar, you want to add anything? Go ahead.
I'll do when you finish.
What's up, with
Casual, can you hear me? You hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm saying with the picture you just showed, that looked like the inside of Wallace E. Burge's dictionary.
Oh, which one? Hold on, let me see. You said this?
Kind of look like it.
This?
No. Go again. No.
You talking about this?
The other screen where it had the. Let me see. Scroll down. Let me see.
Talking about the Viking dictionary.
Yeah.
Well,
that ain't.
No, the only diction. This is Alan Gardner's Egyptian Grammar, the 3rd edition, a digital copy. It is a dictionary, but it's not really a dictionary. It has a small section of dictionary. It's more about grammar and diction in that sense of how you use the syntax of a sentence.
Okay.
These are just some of the tools, and when we get past that, we can start beginning talking about some of the elementary things that we know about glyphs if we look at any particular inscription. But like I said, if you want to add some resources before I go into that and let me gather some more stuff to look at over here, Asar, that'll be cool.
All right. Okay.
Peace to your sorry, Motep. This is Cooper, and I'm ready to learn.
What's up?
After that prolific 5-hour
5-hour rumble in the jungle.
yeah.
Hey, I know when to mute my mic though.
Yeah, boy.
Well, out of everyone in the crew, I deal with meta nature on a different basis, and I am more on the linguistic side of the meta nature research aspect of the whole field. And so what that means is that my focus is to study the language itself and to see how it relates to other languages and how the other languages inform us about the deeper things about ancient Egypt. And so the issue is that while the Europeans, starting with Champollion, has done a very good job in deciphering the ancient Egyptian script, it is not necessarily the most accurate. And the only way that we can get to the deeper aspects of the script is if we study the languages from which the script is, the language of ancient Egypt is closely related to. And so we always got to remember that the language is totally different from the script. The script only reflects the language. They're two different things. And so for me to do what I have to do, I had to not only study the meta nature, but I also had to study a totally different field called historical comparative linguistics. And so when you're reading like the sources that I would like to share. Well, let's first start off with this. This is something that's simple. It's the ABCs. Hold on, I can't read. Yeah, the ABCs of languages and linguistics, a basic introductory into the language science. If anybody can see this, it's a fairly cheap book. It'll get you into a good working knowledge of linguistics itself.
We can see it.
Okay, the next book, since I'm focused on African languages, so after, and I have a whole bunch of, other books and stuff that I had to study, but I'm just going to try to keep it simple because those are a little bit more advanced. But so what I'm just sharing now is introductory work. So here's an introduction into African language by G. Tucker Childs, an introduction into African languages, if y'all can see that. This will give you a good grasp on the science of language as it pertains to Africa as a whole. So then you'll be able to really start doing some comparisons. But in order for you to even begin that, you have to really kind of understand historical comparative linguistics. And so with that said, I recommend this book here, which is a basic course on anthropological linguistics. If you can see this. This is by Marcel Denisi. And so this starts getting into how to use language to, how should I say, to bring about history, to bring about a knowledge of history. And so that's, and another one I would want to share is African Languages, an Introduction by Doctors Bernheim and Derek Nurse, if anybody can see this. And so these will give you some foundational works before you can even start attacking the ancient Egyptian question linguistically. Because if I then recommend this book, hold on one sec. I have books all around me, so y'all gotta bear with me for a second. Ancient Egyptian, a linguistic introduction. If y'all can see this here, this book was written by Antonio Lupriano. So this is the kind of the real first book dealing with the actual linguistics of ancient Egypt. And so those are just some introductory things that you will need to get. Of course, the Linguistic Student's Handbook. So when you're writing linguistics or you're writing articles and things of that nature, you know the standards by which we communicate with each other, just like we have standards in the ancient Egyptian script for how to communicate with each other for others who speak the language. In linguistics, you have the same thing. So this is a handbook that deals with how you deal with that. So now I'm saying all that to say, so now after going through all of that, and this book may interest you as well, African Voices, an Introduction to the Languages and Linguistics of Africa. It's another book, a good one by Vic Webb and Kimbo Sure. But so now when you start looking at stuff like that, then you're able to understand more books like this. This is Dr. Theophilo Obenga, The Ancient Egypt and Black Africa, a student handbook for the study of ancient Egypt in philosophy, linguistics, and gender relations. This book was written in 1992. In this book, there's a chapter in here specifically on the comparative method and the genetic linguistic connections of ancient Egypt and the rest of Black Africa. And so when you're reading this text, you should really read these introductory type texts so you can understand why all of this is even important in the first place. I don't know if Brother Uja or Brother Jonathan has recommended this book already, but if y'all have, I do apologize. But this is another book by Dr. Theophilo Obenga. It's called African Philosophy. If you can see this, per Unc Publishing, out of Africa. It's African Philosophy, the Pharaonic period from 2780 to 330 BCE. Here you will see all kinds of transliterations and with the actual hieroglyphs of certain passages in ancient Egypt for you. And he does transliterations as well. And so when we're talking about those transliterations, what they look like and how we communicate or whatnot, again, I'm not sure if this really comes across well on the screen, but you know, it's here just so you can, so people can see. When to better kind of really understand his work, when he starts going in on the linguistic stuff, and you know, this is a good book to have. So again, this is Dr. Theophilo Wabinga, African Philosophy. So what I do again is I study language. I'm trying to get to the heart of the language, the culture of the language. And so I must study Africa and its languages. There are a few African scholars who, looking at their own languages, who are also linguists, and then approaching this question here about ancient Egypt, are finding these parallels that help us to correct what the Europeans could not get straight because they are of a different, you know, cultural paradigm. And so you have people of this African school. So I want to give you a few of these authors. So I already gave you one, that was Dr. Theophilo Wabinga. And then here's another person who studied as like one of the forerunners after Sheikh Anta Diop. And this is Ubabakri Musalam. If y'all can see this book here. It's actually in French. And you know, and to really get into this deep, you're going to have to learn French. So you have to learn Meta Nature, you're going to have to learn French and German. But this is the Sahara or the Valley of the Nile. And then subtitle, I got to see it, from the French, Writings on the Problematics of the Origins of the Cultural Unity of Africa. Did it say Black Africa? Yeah, Black Africa. Here you can see it written in the French. And so again, this is Ubabakri Musalam. Like, he's one of the heads, one of the forerunners right after Sheikh Anta Diop, head over the Sheikh Anta Diop, you know, school of Egyptology and linguistics in Senegal. And so this is a good book because this is the one where he's arguing, well, this is partial. He has another book specifically on the African origins of the Fulani. Excuse me, the Egyptian origins of the Fulani. And so here's kind of an extension of that text. And he's mainly dealing with the Fulani of West Africa there. So then you have one of my teachers in linguistics and Egyptology. That's Dr. Mubabinge Bilolo. And this is one of his books here. This is, and I'm just going to translate from the French, towards, I'm trying to read backwards, towards a diction, well, it's kind of backwards, okay. Towards a Chicam, Coptic, and Luba dictionary. That's what this says right here. And so what he has done using the Shiluba language and Coptic is created a small dictionary using the Central African language of Chiluba. And so this is very important because a lot of times we get into discussions about the pronunciation of words. As Brother Asar or Uja said earlier, the ancient Egyptians didn't write out their vowels. And so we're kind of unsure as to how precisely they pronounced the words. And so works like this by Mubabinge Bilolo, by creating a dictionary with an African language, is helping us to put that the pronunciation puzzle together. So this is Dr. Mubabinge Bilolo. Again, this is in French. You'll have to learn French. But, you know, this is a resource to have. Now, this is in English. I'll show you this one book first, and then I'll show you the second one since I want to focus on language. But this book here by Dr. Kipkoech Sambu is called The Collagen People's Egypt Origin, Legend Revisited. Was Isis. And this is dealing with the Collagen people of East Africa. Now, it has been recorded by other authors in the late 1800s and the early 1900s about these Collagen Nilo-Saharan speakers in their oral tradition saying that they come from ancient Egypt. And so with this person, this professor here, whose degree is in Near Eastern Studies, what he decided to do Remember, the collagen are his people, so he speaks the collagen language natively. He knows the customs. And so what he decided to do was to see if his people's oral tradition was in fact true, that they in fact did come from ancient Egypt. And so this is what this book here is laying out. This is his argument to demonstrate that the collagen people do come from ancient Egypt. And so with that said, he took it a step further. So in this second book here, it is the Missouri Legend Explored, a linguistic inquiry into the collagen people's oral tradition of ancient Egyptian origin. So now, in here, he goes through the cultural parallels. He does a little bit of word matching and language and stuff like this, but he's breaking down collagen culture and comparing it to what we find in ancient Egyptian records. This book here, he takes it further, and he does a linguistic analysis to show that the collagen language is a modern form of the ancient Egyptian language. So when we're talking about pronunciation, here's another book that will help you with in terms of pronunciating some of these ancient Egyptian words. And so you'll see the word and grammar comparisons, you know, here if you can kind of see my screen, you know, with the collagen on one column and the ancient Egyptian on the other. And this is how they would pronounce these things in the living language, you know. And so this is a good resource to have. And to verify his linguistic analysis, I went and purchased a study of collagen linguistics by Dr. Taita Towit, so I can understand collagen from a linguistic standpoint and verify what he's saying. And so, you know, that's what allows us to, you know, read works like this, the Ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead, find the correct vocalizations, you know, saying for these texts. And so this is a good, if you want to do some practicing on translating the ancient Egyptian texts, get this. I think this was originally written by Faulkner, this variation of the Ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead. And he was talking about let the ancestors speak earlier. This is another one of my Meta Netra teachers, Ra, who wrote this book here, Let the Ancestors Speak, removing the veil of mysticism from Meta Netra. Ra, this is a grammar book. In Theophilo Wabinga, he's a student of Theophilo Wabinga, you know, kind of wrote the introduction. I think Asa Hilliard wrote something in here too, like the final chapter or something like that, or maybe in the beginning. I don't remember. It's been a while.
Let me ask you this question.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Some people are concerned about us not using indigenous Africans to deal with the Meta Netra. Can you give us some indigenous Africans with indigenous languages that help us understand the Meta Netra? Can you kind of talk about that?
Yes, I just gave you a whole slew of them.
Sure did. Okay, all right, just make sure.
Dr. Kikuich Sambu, Dr. Muba Binge Bilolo.
Slow it down.
Dr. Abubakri Musalam. You know, here's a picture of him in the back. You can see this black African brother from Senegal. You know, Dr. Theophilo Wabinga, of course, the champ. You know, you can see his picture on the back. Here, I'm just listening. Yeah, he got a picture here. You can see of him, Dr. Kikuich Sambu of the collagen. Muba Binge Bilolo doesn't have a picture, you know, saying here. But, you know, again, you have Muba Binge Bilolo, and here's another one. Dr. excuse me, Modupe Odioye. Modupe Odioye. This book here, there we go. This book here is Words and Meaning in Yoruba Religion, Linguistic Connections in Yoruba, Ancient Egyptian, and Semitic. Again, this is a good author that you need to familiarize yourself with. And so again, this is Dr. Modupe Odioye. There's a whole bunch of them. There's Dr. Alan Anselin out of the Caribbean who deals with this. You know, they already mentioned, and you know, regardless if they're indigenous or not, Dr. Raketi Amin. Dr. Raketi Amin is one who helped Sheikh Anta Diop work on his treaty on Wolof and ancient Egyptian. And so there's a slew of authors, and there's more I can name, that are indigenous and that speak on this, on these from various different perspectives. So the book that Dr. Theophilo Wabinga wrote in 1993, dealing with this question, he mainly used his language, which was in Bochi. And so all of these different languages, they help you to better understand, you know, the ancient Egyptian language and script and culture. And so you can't well, I argue that you really can't fundamentally understand what you're reading in the script unless you truly understand African cultures and languages, because there are nuances that you won't understand when reading the text. For instance, when you read the Book of the Dead, it's really called the Ranu Pert Imheru. That's how we would say it in Egyptology speak, the Ranu Pert Imheru. Now, this word Heru in the Chiluba language got their freedom a lot earlier than we did over here. So, you know, of course, he had a little bit of time, but he wrote a book called Egypt, and I'm trying to translate, and all of Africa and Asia. Egypt is wholly African, not Asian, you know, by Antenor Furman. That's his name. And so you can get a copy of like one of his essays in this book here called Race and Identity in the Nile Valley, Ancient and Modern Perspectives, if y'all can see this right here. But it has a translation by Asselin Charles on his article. This stuff was written in the 1800s, black folks dealing with the meta nature and things of this nature. So we have a long history of dealing with this and trying to correct, you know, the biases created by the Europeans. And so, you know, now we're getting to the point where, you know, we already have, for instance, an African American writing a grammar. There are some other grammars that are written in French by the French-speaking Africans, but you don't have to go to Gardner or whatnot to learn the text.
But it has a translation by
an African American scholar on ancient Egyptian grammar. And so we're creating this stuff so you don't have to go to them. We're getting Ahmed's writing text. So you don't have to go to anybody else outside of people. So we have a command of the language and study, and are surpassing in many ways as far as the language and the script is concerned, even the Europeans who've been dealing with this. Now they still have an advantage with us on the archaeology, because they have the funding, saying to do all of that. But once they bring the archaeology in and we can read those texts, it's a wrap. But you have plenty of African scholars that are dealing with this question.
Yeah, you know what? I got you. Now we also in that conversation, we spoke in terms of it's fundamentally a difference between being able to speak meta nature, you know what I'm saying, and write meta nature and understand it. Can you give us the differences? Because they're really three separate arguments, and a lot of times we get those arguments confused.
Yeah, there are certain individuals who think that because one cannot speak the ancient Egyptian languages, there's languages here, that somehow that translate into we don't understand. And that is not the case. You can read something and understand it. You can do that just in real life. For instance, if I understand the language, I can read the text without speaking it aloud and still understand it. And so there's no correlation between being able to speak it and being able to understand what it is you're writing. And so the issue is, and I'm not sure because I came into the conversation late, but I'm pretty sure Brother Wasar has mentioned this already. The ancient Egyptian writing script did not employ vowels. And so that has no bearing on us being able to read and understand the script, just like with Hebrew or Arabic. It has no bearing whatsoever. However, it puts a limitation on how we vocalize what we understand in terms of what we read. Because there's no language that has purely consonants but no vowels. And so you need vowels to distinguish between words. And so what the Egyptologists have done to facilitate this dialogue in terms of having discourse about the language is we stick E's, the letter E, in between the consonants. Now, new research is allowing us to put in the proper vowels, but this isn't stuff that is sent to the mainstream. Again, if you don't read French, you won't know this work. If you don't have in Dr. Theophilo Wabinga's 1993 work on the Negro Egyptian languages, you won't know what vowels, are actually the ancient Egyptian vowels to begin with. They only had 3. And so then you won't know where to place them. The hieroglyphs actually tell us which glyphs, what vowels go behind what glyphs if you know the sounds. But that's going into linguistics, and that's something totally different. But anyway, just to go back and summarize what I'm saying. Having the ability to read the script and understanding is one thing. Being able to speak the language is another. And the only limitation we have is because the vowels in the ancient writing script were not readily available for us to be precise in our pronunciation in terms of the ancient way of saying it. Now, there's modern variations of the language. Again, if you speak collagen and know collagen, you know how to speak meta nature. This is meta nature. Chiluba is meta nature. Wolof is meta nature. So we can speak these modern language. I'm sorry?
And you can't forget Coptic.
Yeah. And so we're getting information now, especially by Jean-Claude Mboli, on his book, The Origins of African Languages, 2010, 2011, that Coptic is a totally separate language. And this is detectable in the script. They think it's the last stage of Egyptian, but that's not the last stage. That's just the dialect. That was the primary dialect of the Delta area. That's the language that they spoke. They spoke Coptic. And so in Upper Egypt is what we call Middle Egypt, Middle Egyptian language. These are 2 languages. And matter of fact, when you read the Meta Nature script, there's a story, I think it's Anuhe, where he talks about, it's just like a man from the Delta trying to understand someone from Upper Egypt, meaning they didn't even understand their languages. It was 2 separate languages. Now, there's words that are shared because they're closely related languages, but that doesn't mean they're the same language. But that's a totally different discussion. So I'll just end it there without going to a tangent.
Yes, indeed.
Is Arthur frozen?
I think he's still there.
But
He's like
anyway,
eating. But yeah, that's I hear that argument a lot. They, when somebody tries to oppose or go against an argument, they ask the question, and a lot of these questions are usually lead-in questions, but they ask you, or they'll say that you can't even speak, or can you speak Medu Neter? And like you said, speaking it and understanding it are two totally different. They're two totally different animals. You know. But I also want to say that I believe Dr. Raketi Amen is also organizing an effort to at least put some organization into presenting the latest data on the vowels that are being placed back, at least the consensus part of it, because we may never get the actual historical accuracy, and I think that's something that you had stressed, Saramotep, that there is a difference between historical accuracy and then there's a consensus. And as long as the African school comes up with a consensus, then although we already understand it, we can then start speaking it and have speech communities. And I think that's the goal that Raketi Amen is going for.
like I can give you an example right now. Like when we transliterate the k sound, which we would transliterate as X,
Right.
you know that sound actually interchanges often with the what we transliterate as capital S, giving the sh sound. Now, linguistics tells us that this happens by way of palatalization. That is, a high mid vowel is inserted after that particular syllable. And so we know, like, after when you say kepera, it's not necessarily an E, but it's an I. So you say kepera. And matter of fact, and in the collagen language, they still pronounce it that way, kipper, in terms of with the I sound. And there's ways that we can elect this. So this is what causes the k sound to turn into sh, because it's a process of palatalization, and this happens as a result of mainly I, but sometimes E after the consonant. So when you have a palatal consonant, and so it's stuff like this. And now when you do that, you go back and see variations of words, and to see if there's a glyph that is ever used and substitute. Like for instance, when you say the word kemet, and you use either, there's still a debate on whether it's a charcoal glyph, a foot glyph, a claw, or alligator skin, or whatever. Irrelevant at this point. But when you say the word kemet, the word kemet is never spelled with any of the other glyphs that can be spelled with the K sound. In terms of, like, for instance, the bowl or basket or whatnot. Kemet is never spelled with that glyph. And there's a reason, because the script is syllabic. And so when you're reading certain glyphs, they automatically come with a vowel, attached to it. So if you're familiar with the Gayes script, it's actually a more updated Medu Neter script, the Gayes script. And so when you read the Gayes script, you'll see that, like, each glyph or syllable has a particular vowel behind it. And so when you put it there, you automatically pronounce that consonant with that vowel. This is what we believe was happening in ancient Egyptian. And so this is, opening up some doors for trying to get to the correct pronunciation of these words. And so the key is to get another problem that you have with Medu Neter is there was many different dialects. And remember, Coptic is a totally different language. The New Kingdom script may actually be a totally different language too. And so this is something that I've looked at. But these are totally different languages, and even within those languages you have dialects. So when you have dialects, you have different ways on pronouncing the words anyway. And so this causes another problem when you're talking about speaking Medu Neter. We think that Medu Neter is just one language in one continuum without any change. That's not the case. there's different. If I'll use the mainstream Egyptology, without going into the African schools argument. The mainstream Egyptology says that the Old Kingdom was one stage, Middle Kingdom Egyptian was another stage, New Kingdom Egyptian was another stage, and then going into the Coptic is the final stage. And so when you say Egyptian, well, which stage? So if we take a modern example, if I tell you, speak English, do you speak English? In the grander scheme of things, I could be talking about modern English, or are we talking about English from 700 years ago? During the time of, or even 500 years ago, during the time of King James and them. It's a totally different English. And so the words and how we pronounced it 500 years ago is not the same as how we pronounce it now. And so the English that we speak is different from the English that the English speak and the Cockney speak and the Irish speak versus the English that the Australians speak. And even when we go into the African groups with the Nigerian and Liberian or the Jamaican English. And so that, imagine all of those different dialects in one kind of, general area, so to speak. So, which one do you speak? So these are the kinds of things that you have to think of when you're talking about speaking the language. And y'all continue. I have nothing else after that.
Hey, Asamute, I do have a question,
Go ahead.
probably for clarification for everybody else too. If you could briefly explain the difference between a language and a dialect.
Okay. Well, there's two ways to answer that question. One is in a political sense, and then one is in the linguistic sense. Now, I'm gonna just give the linguistic sense. In a linguistic sense, a language, when we're talking about, let me do dialect first. A dialect is a form of a single language that is still mutually intelligible by neighboring communities. So, even I live in Texas. When I go down the way to Louisiana, they have a totally different way of speaking English. It's a different dialect, different sounds that you hear and everything. But I can still understand it. It's mutually intelligible. I'm not lost when I hear that language. Now, in the grander scheme of things, if I go to Europe and me speaking English, and then I go to Germany, German and English are closely related languages. But we know that they're separate because if somebody starts speaking German, I won't be able to understand it readily. And so when that mutual intelligibility is lost, then you have a second language. And so that's in the linguistic sense, that's the difference between a language and a dialect. A dialect, we can still understand each other even though we are at a distance and we pronounce stuff differently. But a total language is like what we find in ancient Egyptian, when in the story of Senuhe, when he says it's just like an a lower Egyptian, someone from the Delta, trying to understand a man in Upper Egypt. They were totally separate languages. They couldn't understand each other that way. So go ahead.
All right, that's good. Appreciate that.
God, come on, boy.
Appreciate that.
Dad life.
Father.
I don't know if anybody had any other questions. Is Brother Jonathan still there? I know he wanted to present something.
Yeah, where you at, Jonathan?
I'm right here, but my stomach is taking, my dinner almost ready and my stomach kind of hurting. But what we're going to try to do, for real, what we're going to try to do is just walk people through the elementary. The first things you learn when you start reading Medu Neter, and we can go through some of those rules easily. But what I was looking for was an elementary inscription that we could place on my screen, and then we could begin to just go over. But what I found wasn't really appropriate, so I just was spending my time looking for something we could start with. Just 1 second, let me see. I don't even know.
You can't go wrong with the Hotep D Nasut formula.
Okay, yeah, I know, but I was looking for some offerings, and I could not. If you want to share one, and then that would be even more fair, because then I could read which offering that was, or if it was very simple. But the only ones I found were not necessarily, I mean, you see what I mean? I was looking, but I can't even trust this this facsimile right here, because this is the primary and I see things on it that I don't see. But anyway, let's just start with some of the basic rules. If I could, if someone could put up, let me just see. What I was doing was Googling Egyptian hieroglyphs or Egyptian inscriptions and just going directly to images. So we can just grab anything that's legible, I mean. But this is just, we go to something like this, it's going to be cut off and won't start at the beginning of the inscription. So let me just deal with what I had already. One of the first things, can y'all see this?
Yep. Uh-huh.
Okay,
Yep.
well, if we was dealing with this, one of the, I mean, and then we can look at the other copy I got of it. Hopefully everybody can see it better. Let me bring it back. Well, one of the first ways we know how to begin reading the Medu Neter, first and foremost, is the way that the animals, or the glyphs, or the gods, or the deities, or humans are facing. Now, one thing we'll notice at looking at this inscription, we see two bulls facing each other. This is a symmetrical portion of the text, which is sometimes, I think Brother Uwaja gave out the name for it. Was it the vignette? Whatever we call is a symmetrical portion of the stela, or yeah, which is basically part of the artwork. It still means something. You can see the inscriptions. If I use my my little cursor, you can see a small inscription right above this portion. But the same thing applies when we begin to get down into the text. If you can really look into here, this bird is facing to the right. This man is facing to the right. That god, deity, is facing to the right. And a lot, if we know the rest of these symbols, we'll see they're all facing to the right, which is an indication for us to begin reading the text from the right. So that's one elementary rule on how to know which way to begin reading the text. Like I said, this isn't the best example because it's all scratched up, and I want to really, you want to add something on reading direction while I try to find a better, something better to use, Asar?
Now, this isn't canonical, and so I don't know how true this is, but this was one of my teachers from back in the day, and he would say, now he's an individual who would always visit Africa, and especially Ethiopia and Kemet, and so he's coming, having conversations with them. I can't prove this, but it's just interesting. He would say that there's a life lesson when reading the Medu Neter script. And that is that if you really want to understand something, you have to look at it in the face, like you do with the Medu Neter. And so it's like he was arguing that the Medu Neter is like a tool to kind of teach you a life lesson in terms of, you would really want to see the heart of something, you look at it in its face. And so I don't know if that'll be worthy of anything in terms of helping people to understand. But it's really kind of true in a sense that wherever it's facing, you look in the direction of it, and it will tell you what you need to know.
Yeah, and that's basically what I was adding. I'm still looking. I know somebody else is searching for inscriptions, but that's one elementary rule. So if we look at this, so let me see, view image, and I would be trying to use better things than this just simple little artwork, but I'm at a loss of finding something very simple to start from. So fuck it, we gotta just use something that's not so simple and just deal with that. But
But
it needs to at least be legible to everybody looking on. Oh, you posted something? Okay, let's see your screen. Let's see what's on your screen.
okay, this is from my website. This is part of the study. The section I had this in a lesson 1 under the section called direction. So it's given the different directions that the Medu Neter can be carved or written, and then how to read it. It's basically
the next column. So I wouldn't have read the two ladies and then the Netcher. I would have just went straight down. So the two ladies and then Ukmes too, and then Netcher, Nefer, Neb, Tawi, and whatever.
You would have said Nekbet, Wajet, which of these two, and then you would have went straight down to here. Well, let me say the reason why I did that was because I see column lines, and that's why that's why it's really hard for us to work with these these photo crops, because I see these column lines which indicate that if they wanted this to be its own column, they would have put a line right there. So I thought that this column would be considered to be read that way. But I did say the two lands before I said mess. But before the elementary, go ahead.
Question: did you go over honorific transposition?
No, I didn't. That's probably something we should get into once we try to read this Shinu, or what is called a cartouche. Just to give some word, and that's this at the bottom. Just to give some insight to when we start saying the word cartouche, it clearly came from, it's French for bullet, and it clearly came from the French coming in seeing that a cartouche matched or a Shinu matched the shape of a bullet, so they just start calling them cartouches. But what he just brought out is a phenomenon called honorific transposition, and what it does is it usurps the way that we're supposed to read the glyphs. Now, for instance, I was just saying we read it this way, we read it this way, we read it this way, until we get into, because we're reading into the face of the animals or the glyphs. But until we get down here inside of the Shinu, we'll see that Ra right here, which is actually different from this glyph, but all we see is a circle. We know that just from knowing the glyphs. There are lines through this one to let us know it's different. So this one, go ahead.
And this is actually mainly for everyone else. When you're saying what you're saying, and are you having a mouse go over so that?
Yes, I definitely am. Can you guys see my mouse? I thought y'all was following my mouse.
I can't see the mouse. I don't know if anybody else can, so that's what I'm asking everyone else.
I can't see it either, no.
Oh, okay, my bad. I don't know why y'all can't see my. Well, let me try to share my screen in a different way, and maybe you'll be able to. I gotta share full screen in order for you to see the mouse. I think.
I mean, you're saying it, but if they don't know what glyph it is.
Can you see that now? Can you see my cursor now?
Yeah.
You can see my cursor.
Yeah.
Now.
All right, yeah, I had shared the wrong screen, my bad. So I'm sorry, but what I meant was the direction. You see the directions of Nekbet and Wajet, they're facing that way, so this is where I started. And then I proceeded over this direction. What Asar said was this might be its own column, so he would have read it down this way. Regardless, we're getting to the meaning of this text. Now, the phenomenon he mentioned was honorific transposition, and I'm telling you, and we were talking about this one would be read from left to right because the way that the glyphs are facing. But once we got into what they call the Shinu or the cartouche in French, but it's really a Shinu, we have to switch the order of the way we're reading things because of a phenomenon called honorific transposition. And honorific means that we're going to honor something. Transposition means we change the positions. So in order to honor deities, or in order to honor anything that was considered royal or regal, is not just deity in all instances. You read it different than it is said. So everyone, even the people who don't study Medu Neter, can look into this Shinu or cartouche, and I know you know these three symbols. Brother Ankh.
Yeah.
Brother Ankh. So tell me which three symbols that you know of the Medu Neter that you see inside of this Shinu right here. And I'm going to show you, give you an example. You see, what's this one?
I can't even see your damn screen. Why can't I see
Oh,
your
I'm
screen?
sorry. My shit must be hella small.
That's Kepra. I see it. It's Kepra.
Okay,
I
now,
see it.
what's next to
I don't know
Kepra?
if y'all can hear me.
Oh, that's
That
the
look
hand.
like the,
That's the hands.
The hands mean the spirit. So what's the spirit called?
The Ka.
Okay, so we see Kepra Ka. We got that worked out. Now this circle is the sun. So what's that circle?
What, Ra?
Okay, so now you just read the glyphs for your first time. But what you need to know is the honorific honorific transposition. The reason why Ra is written first in this Shinu, but not pronounced first in the name would probably either be Keper Ka Ra. It wouldn't be Ra Keper Ka. You see what I'm saying? Ra is only placed in first because of the phenomenon called honorific transposition. So if you see and Keper is also a deity, so it could be Ka Keper Ra. You see what I'm saying? Because we have to look at all deities and their positioning in titles or names, and when we trying to read word order. And I'll let somebody else come in at that point. Sorry, the photo is so small; it's hard to find a good one.
You got the smaller.
It's 3 glyphs on that bug.
God Almighty.
3.
Out of all the stuff you got, yo, stop it.
It'd be different. This is why, like, we got to figure out.
There you go.
I like the anymeeting.com because you can actually share PowerPoints. And that's what I was asking with this. Could you share something like a PowerPoint? Now, if you could share a PowerPoint on here, then everything would be big and clear for everyone who's on.
You have to open up the PowerPoint first and then go to your share screen. Now I got a world of documents, but none of them are elementary like that. And so I was looking for something fairly simple. A lot of the text I go through, I need to have a dictionary wide open next to it in order to even know what they're trying to say. So I wouldn't want to be sharing nothing like that in an elementary lesson.
Well, this confirms that, you know, we really need to plan a lesson, you know, in the future, so we can have all of this stuff ironed out for the people. I know this was probably like last minute in terms of the topic, but you know, this will be a good medium to really get into the text, and so if they can see the stuff bigger, it'll make it easier for them, you know.
Yeah, that's right, man. That's what I apologize about that. But let's look at another one, because I'm gonna deal with what Brother Ankh doing to give him a complete demonstration that the glyphs can be read from the little glyphs that you know. You can see my screen right here,
yeah.
I'm using one that has 2 glyphs similar to the last
somebody got a Skype call going through.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can you see my screen?
No, I can't see it yet.
You can't?
That's good.
There you go. There you go.
Can anybody see my screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, it's on.
All right, now this name is similar to the name in the last cartoons, except you're reading this from top to bottom. Matter of fact, you should be able to know which way you're reading it because you can look at the way all the animals and all the glyphs are facing. Even though it's from top to bottom, what side would you start on?
The left. Left.
Yeah, the real left, which to me appears like the right when you're looking at the screen, correct? Yeah. Okay. I mean, it appears like the right when I'm looking at my screen because all the animals are face pointed towards the right when I'm looking at my screen. I don't know what y'all looking at.
So, hey, Jonathan, so I got to hit the green arrow on the small thing so I can see it?
You don't see my screen?
I see an icon.
My icon? I thought I was sharing my screen.
I see your screen.
Okay, so you messed something up. Either click on my name once or click on my name twice. Well, anyway, this is another fairly simple inscription, but I'm not trying to get into that. I'm just trying to show you how we can demonstrate that some of these glyphs is consistent throughout. You know, can you see it? Anyone else can see it? Who can see it? How about you?
I can see it. Nahisi can see it.
All right, Kufu. Or Nahesi. Okay. Well, let's look at this. Can you see my mouse or my cursor? Yeah. Inside this field, we got 2 of the same glyphs, except we only have a very small difference at the bottom. So let's remember that with honorific transposition, we're not going to say the name of the deity or the god first. So we'll start with Keper. Keper. You see Keper, Aunt?
Oh, I can see the icon. I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, anybody else, you guys see Keper, correct?
It's in the Shinu.
Now, we know these 3 strokes mean to make it plural. So when you learn the language to pronounce plural, you just say, ooh. So now it's Keperu. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Now we see this now here, which means Neb. So now we see Neb, Keperu. Why am I saying the Neb first? Because Neb only means Lord, and it's generic. Keperu has the infinity of a god, and of a Nater, and it takes honorific transposition that takes place over Neb. So if we find out who this person is, we're going to say Neb Keper Ru Ra. And when we look up Neb Keper Ru Ra, we'll find out that that is Tadak Amen, if I'm not mistaken. You see what I'm saying? And so it's just explaining that we see two of the same glyphs that were in the other name of Keper Ka Ra, if y'all see right here, and it's letting us know the difference between who Keper Ka Ra is and who Neb Keper Ru Ra is. And that's simple because we can start with like reading a Shinu. If we want to go further into the text, this means the knee suit up here. This is the suit. This is the T, this is the N. So it's saying what SETI calls a suit in, but honorific transposition lets us know to say knee suit. Not because of one of these being a god or a deity. Actually, this is why we scrutinize these terms, because I do not agree with this rule of honorific transposition in this instance. Do you guys see the glyphs I'm pointing at? These three up here?
I don't see your cursor
We don't
anymore.
see your cursor.
I know what
Yeah, I
you're
don't see your
talking about.
cursor.
Damn, I hate when that happens. Let me try to fix it. Sorry, man.
You talking about the upper left corner?
Yeah, the upper left corner. Let me try to reshare my screen and share the full screen.
Hey, why you bringing that up to the what did you say your name? You said your name was Waju?
Wajau?
Yeah.
Ujau. Ujau.
No, the other brother Waju, or is it Ujau?
Ujau.
All right.
Pronounced Wu.
Can you see this right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, we see it. Yeah.
You know which one that is?
Which one of what?
What Stella? I'm trying to find it. It's saying in the book that it's on Kansu.
If it was clear, if what you were showing was clear, we probably could find out.
Yeah, take a screenshot because the screens are jumping back and forth. I can't. Right there you go. I can see it. It's jumping back and forth. Now I've seen that before. And I'm telling you, I got tons of pictures. So if you take a screenshot and send it to me, I'll trace it back because I got a lot of pictures of a lot of different artifacts and things. So I can help you out.
Yeah, because this is where they claim they get that "Do It Thy Will" from Aleister Crowley from, and I wanted to see if y'all could translate the Metal Netter, because they got it in the book, the Metal Netter, and they're saying that this is where they get that "Do As Thy Will" from. So if y'all could break that down, that'd be a good deal.
What style did they say that was?
They're saying it's got something to do with Ankh, A-N-K-F-H, Ankansu.
We could definitely look into that. I don't know if it's yeah, we could definitely look into that.
Yeah, because I'm just saying that because the way he broke that, those light bulbs and those helicopter stuff, how he broke that down. Because this is Aleister Crowley. This is a book where I got that Stelly from. This is where he's saying that "Do It Thy Will" and all of that stuff is coming from this Stella. So I'm gonna try to get the pull it up on a computer.
If you can screenshot it or whatever and send it to me, because I have it. I know I have it. I just gotta find it.
All right.
But I wanted to mention this on honorific transposition is in order to understand honorific transposition, you have to get into the grammar and word order of things, because like how you mentioned, Jonathan, how you would read Neb first and then Keperu and then Ra, and so that kind of gets into a little bit more advanced. You have to kind of know a little bit more of the grammar to know why honorific transposition takes place, to make sense of it. They actually wrote it a certain way, but you actually say it and pronounce it a different way, and that's dictated on the grammar. So Neb would be Lord. The only time Neb is used after a word is if it's in the adjective, and they call it a primary adjective, and it would mean all. So we're not going to say all Keperu Ra. We're saying possessor or Lord or master of the transformations of Ra. So Neb Keperu Ra would be the master or possessor of the transformations or the evolutions of Ra. So that's so when we understand the grammar, we understand why it's like that.
Hey, the brother posted it in the chat room what Stella it was. I just found it, but he put it in the chat room right there. That's just Stella right there.
All right, hold on. I'm about to try to find. Which
Can you hear me?
we got?
He posted it in the chat room. The Stella
Guys,
that I was talking about. Yeah.
all right, so let's go in on this. It's funny because they got the number 666 on top, but we could. This don't look too complicated, and we could go in on that. What if to make it easy? Are you looking for something in particular on this, Stella?
Nah, I'm just saying that I got this book and it's by Aleister Crowley because it had it on there, but I never really understood what it was talking about. But they breaking down like do as thy will, like they getting all of that from this Stella and doing all. This is like a book, a magical book. But I want to see what it's really saying. Now that y'all breaking stuff down.
Okay, well we will. I mean, we could definitely do some work on this. You know what I mean? Honestly, to come back with my own translation of something like this, it would probably require me maybe a couple. This has only got like 4 lines, so it would probably take half a day just to be able to give you a formidable translation. But let's look at it right now and show how that process works, and we can start to begin to try to. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even share it. And start to try to begin to show the process of translating something like this. Can y'all see it?
Yeah, we see it.
Can everyone see it clear enough for us to begin to try to see what type of inscription this is?
Yeah.
Like, can you see the symbols or whatever?
They're small.
This top part up here is very blurry and small for me, so it would be cumbersome for us to try to tackle. I can see some stuff, but this stuff is a little bit more clear, and we can begin to go into how we would translate or transliterate something like this. Hopefully, Asar and both Asars are available so that they can corroborate some of the things.
Do you see one that look like this? I think this is kind of bigger.
Yeah, it looks just like that. Except, let me see. You don't see my screen?
I see your screen, yeah.
Yeah, it looked like that, but it looked a little written a little different. Well, let's start. Can you see my cursor?
Yeah, we see you.
All right, look. Now, just to try to tackle this in a little bit, let's go back to the little rules we learned before. Which direction are all the animals in the lower inscription facing?
To the right.
To the right.
All right, so that's going to let me know to start from the right. And I'm going to start from the top to the right. All right? And so in starting from the top to the right, first thing I know is you start with the top glyph, okay, and then the foremost glyph to go. So we'll go from, if y'all see my cursor, this is a snake. Do y'all see that? It's a snake perched up with his head up. Y'all see that snake right there?
Yeah.
If y'all follow my cursor, I could probably make it bigger.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Oh, no, I'm making the wrong thing bigger. Hold on.
Should we be starting from the very, very top?
Yeah, we definitely should. But what I explained was that on my copy, I cannot see these glyphs enough for it to be for me to do a proper. You know what I mean?
If you Jonathan, if you do the search for the image, there is a version that's real big. It looks like a reduplication, a reproduction of it, but it looks accurate but it's a lot bigger.
Is it this one? Can y'all see my screen?
No, not that one. Not that one. If you go back to the image search.
That's one of the images, though.
But I can't see your screen, Jonathan. I can't see your screen.
Oh, I don't know why you can't see my screen. Can anyone see my screen?
Okay, yeah. No, I'm saying it's going back and forth.
It's going back and forth.
Go to the one. Hold on, it keeps switching back and forth.
You can click. All you have to do is click on my icon, and it'll keep you locked on my screen.
On your icon, where is that?
Down at the bottom of the you know how you see 8 different people at the bottom?
Okay, yeah, we got it. Just click on the side.
Yeah, click on me at the bottom, and it'll stay on my screen.
Oh, okay, I got you. Oh, I got you. All right, there you go. All right,
Is
let
this
me go. No, go to your right, at the top. No, not that one. Yeah, that one right there.
this
Nah,
one?
no, the big one. No, next to it, right there. That one.
All right. Let me view image.
View
Yeah.
image and then hit the plus sign.
Thanks for bringing that out, Caleb. Okay, now we have this huge thing, so we definitely should start at the top. If y'all want to start at the tippity top, I'm gonna show y'all how to start. We start with new, okay?
Yeah.
And we see the God is new, encompassing everything. And now this glyph right here, I know this as Behuti, or this is when Ra gains his wings when Heru turns into Ra and changes his wings and takes flight. Anyone Behuet, and this is how we corroborate things like that. Is because this is why we keep this dictionary open. And when I am not clear on what I think I know, I'll just put B, H, W, T, and hopefully, or then I might put B, H, T. But anybody else wanna now? If it don't come to me that quick, I'm gonna use the English, and you'll see what I meant. Wing this D-I-S-K, and see. Well, anyway, this is how we do those searches. I can confirm to you by using other dictionaries that is Behuet. Or if anybody want to say the name correctly of this.
Most Egyptologists pronounce it Behudet.
Behudet.
Behudet. That's great. So we started at Behudet. And then now we see where do we start this, since we're looking at the shape of things? I would say we started from the right. Anybody else want to chime in on that? I think this starts from the right. One of the first glyphs I see right here is an undetermined one. And so and now that we know that we got all the tools, I would go into a list of the tools. Probably not this one, because that glyph is not that exhaustive. I will go to.
It's the tusk.
If anybody know the glyph that I'm looking for, you can cut to the chase. But I'm just also showing how we do the research. And so basically, I know that that's a stroke or a sign, and I will go down to the Z classification and see how that one sign is classified. And we start to see similar shapes. Maybe that one won't pop up here.
I think it's the tusk. It's under the tusk sign, and I think it says Behudet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I said. Yeah. I pointed out. I think we came to the conclusion that was Behudet, like I said earlier.
No,
but,
I mean the glyph that you're pointing at, the Beh. I think that's a tusk that represents BH.
Okay, I'm glad you put that forward, because it's corroborating. If that's true, it's corroborating that the name of Behudet up here. But we see this X glyph, and the way that if we don't know hieroglyphs that good, we can just cut to the chase. X marks the spot. So when we see that X, it lets us know they're talking about a location. That is the X that is inside the circle. This will let us know that another glyph, which looks like a D, but which is not a D.
A hand.
Yeah, the hand. It looks like the hand D glyph, and then a T, which will make it be det. But
John,
for some, yes.
You know what? That's the glyph that Wishmacomer talked about that looked like a spaceship. They was claiming to be a spaceship too.
But that's what I was saying. It's the hand glyph. That's the. Yep. I think it's. Well, you want to speak on that, Asar?
What's up, brother Ish?
Peace, brother. What's good?
What's up, Ish?
All right, peace, family. Peace, gods.
How you been, Ish?
I'm doing fine, King. Doing an excellent job.
All right, thank you. My wife just called me. Just 1 second. Asar, if you want to take over.
Asar stepped out for a minute. Wadra.
Okay. The hand glyph. See, this is a reproduction, so it's not the actual primary. So it's painted, so it doesn't have the details of the fingers, but that is a hand. It's not a spaceship. But that's a hand. That's a D. The first glyph is an elephant tusk, which is a biliteral for BH, Behu, and then the D, and then the raised bread loaf is a T. So that's why they pronounce it Behudet or Behdet. And then you have the determinative, which is a Newt symbol for city. So it's the city of Behudet. So you're moving from right to left because you're facing the glyphs themselves. The glyphs are facing to the right, so you read into them. So you read from right to left. So you read Behudet, and then Netcher, and then the next symbol would be Ah. So it's Netcher Ah, and then you have the basket, which would be Neb, and
Yep.
then the raised bread loaf, so it's Nebit,
That
and
bet.
then Pet,
Bet.
which would be the symbol for the sky. So it's Behudet, Netcher Ah, Nebit Pet, which means Behudet, the great God, possessor or lord of the sky.
Now he's correct.
Very
That's
deep.
100% correct. And if you the only thing we were doing is I read Behudet from looking at the artwork. You see what I mean? And he read Behudet from looking at the glyphs. So we just demonstrated two different ways we came to the same conclusion that it was Behudet. So when I came to this glyph, I was unfamiliar that it was the B phoneme, but I still extracted the same meaning of Behudet from reading this artwork up here. And we all know, like he pointed right here, this is God. That means great. Netter Nebet Pet, like he just showed. And now we can go on to the next scene. And notice something here.
So would it be the lady of the sky?
Nebet, well, sometimes you might be right, but you could be right. But the fact that Behudet has a feminine T at the end, it could mean that Nebet was just said feminine to include all things. Neb does mean all, but sometimes they put Nebet as not a feminizer, but to include all things. How about you, Asar?
Okay, no, that's not the well. I mean, what you just said is correct, but see, this is why it gets into the grammar, because an adjective has to agree in gender with the noun that it is describing. So pet, nebit, pet would be, it's an agreement thing with the grammar. So it may not necessarily be talking about a female all the time.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, as far as a female person, but the word can be feminine.
Now, if we proceed down lower, you're going to notice something. These two natures are the nature and supposedly the human are facing each other. Now look at the glyphs. You also going to see that these glyphs on this side are facing are facing left, and the glyphs on this side are facing right. Brother Ish, the way we came to this conclusion is looking at the direction of the animals. You see this bunny, he facing that way. You see that bird facing that way. Well, that lets us know to start.
That you're going to be reading that direction.
Exactly. And
yes,
so we see the opposite on the other side. So
yes, sir.
I guess we can start on this side, which I see Ra. Okay, and this is what I see, Ra, because you see an R and you see an A, and then I see this small circle, which will let me know and say Ra, and then I see what looks like a hieratic. Now this is a determinative. It could be, and someone else could come in on this. This could be a determinative for Ra in shorthand or hieratic, but we definitely see it spelled here clearly. Somebody else want to come in on that?
No, I agree with that. That's the determinative for a seated deity. It's
exactly.
It's just more like a cursive. Like I said, that's a reproduction, so that's a painting. So it's not very detailed, but yeah, that's it.
Okay. Now, see, this is another thing we come to when dealing with. Excuse me, because I'm eating, but this is another thing when we come to dealing with these reproductions, and when we're doing the real homework, we want a true-ass facsimile, because when we come to this glyph, we have to discern which bird this is. Normally, setting alone by itself like this, it would be an M bird because it's used as a preposition. It would be a preposition between Ra doing something, and but right now, who can tell which bird this is? This is not because of a knowledge of the glyphs, it's because of the condition of this facsimile. So if somebody want to give forward their conjecture on which one they think this is, go right ahead. But I couldn't tell. I would think it was supposed to be an M bird, but it don't look nothing like it.
Like a vulture.
It looks
Well,
like
Only
a vulture.
would you be able to get a verification if you're looking at the pictorial, or
Oh
if you're
yeah, I
looking
can
at
go back.
the
I,
zoomorphic that can give you a verification of some of the things that you may be trying to decipher on the symbols?
uh, you mean the zoomorphic, the larger image in the artwork?
Right,
Or
right, right. So one kind of verifies what you read, like we did on the upper one. Is that how you can decipher on the lower? Like as you were mentioning things like Ra earlier, of course we see the symbol of Ra uh, on the
yeah,
symbol also.
you're 100% correct in what you're saying, because sitting right there we got Raharakti, if I ain't mistaken. Excuse me, we're talking with a mouthful, but it's
That's
good.
right. You multitasking. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
And so that's Raharakti sitting right there. So obviously, this is just the inscription of Raharakti above Ra. I love that you pointed that out. I should not have overlooked that. If somebody want to pick up right there, and let me take this bite real quick, I'll be right back.
Watch.
well, yeah. And that's what, and this kind of speaks to what I said when we were going over the so-called spaceship glyphs or the light bulb glyphs, is that the vignettes, they call these images, the images go with the text. So
Right.
a lot of times the who is speaking, whenever you see how you can tell who's speaking, it will usually come after an ancient form of quotation marks, which they would say Jed Medu In, which means words spoken by. And then you will have the seated deity or whatever deity standing next to those words. So it'll be Jed Medu In, Ra'im, or Ra Hakarti, or Aset, or whatever.
Mhm.
So this depiction of Ra Aketi or Har Aketi is sitting there, so it would give you context clues on who it's talking about and what it's talking about. So it's Ra
Right, right. I can
Har
see that.
Aketi.
Mm.
So and then sometimes when you get stumped on one particular glyph, it's okay to table it and then keep going on other glyphs, because sometimes your context will force you to go back and you'll figure it out.
Yeah. Right. Right.
Exactly.
Right.
That's a very good point. And
Hmm.
where we cut off is we only got to Ra, right here, Ra, and then we looked at the determinative for Ra. And if I was doing this homework for by myself, I would first go and get a better inscription to see this glyph better. Uh, and then I would proceed, or I would skip over it. So to me, this looks like Gim. I could be incorrect, but a lot of the time, a stork bending over looking for something on the ground is an indication that they're trying to find something. It's a word called Gim, Gem. If
If I
somebody
may
else
just
want to put
quickly,
forth their thought, what you say, Caleb?
yeah, let me just quickly interject. The vulture at the bottom is the cursive hieroglyph form of the A vulture, the Ah symbol,
Uh-huh.
and the next bird that you're just talking about there is the Hu, is the KHU bird
Okay.
hieroglyph, and just underneath that, which isn't too clear, you can see it's also the KH symbol again, directly underneath the bird, and then to the left is the T, the loaf of bread. So that would read
Okay.
Achet.
Okay, I'm glad you cleared that up for me. I really didn't want to place no conjecture. We all know the A vulture. That's one of the first things we learned, but I didn't want to put that forward. It could have been something else. So he just poured it out, and you said Aku, and when that would be a form of a spirit, correct?
That's correct.
Well, so now we got the spirit of Ra, Aku, and over here he showed this was the KH. See, we got to know the difference. This circle right here, if you guys are following my cursor, could be mistaken for this one, but he has a knowledge of the glyphs, and he knows that these are only complements to this glyph right here. So he knew it wasn't Ra. He know that this is the KH, and also, did you say that this was a T? Because it looks really small on my screen, and I got like a big 23-inch monitor. That's a T?
Yeah, that's the loaf.
Okay, great. Well, we know the low. Now we see a straight line, which is obviously interpreted in different ways, and normally times we'll see two different straight lines. This will be interpreted as the land, if I could put that forward, but it could be different because we lose certain things to facsimile. Would y'all consider that to be a glyph for the land?
Well, yeah, when you say
Look
cool,
like it.
it's not the word cool. for spirit. It's the actual word Aket
Okay.
for
Akhet.
right Aket.
Okay. So now we got. I guess that's Ra on the horizon then. So that's the first thing we worked out is Ra on the horizon. Are we clear on that?
Okay.
Okay. So what's next? Now we got this, but I still see this. This is that a determinative? Would you call that a determinative? The straight line? Because I think it meant it would represent the land. If you put two of those straight lines, it would be the two lands. But they normally have these two dots under them. But I'm just asking for the example that we're giving out.
Yeah. Now, being that this is a reproduction, you know, we had to keep that in mind. But it may have been for the two lands or determinative because Aket, we have to know how Aket is represented and what it means. It means, you know, the horizon or the two horizons, or actually where the horizon begins. So that could be a determinative for the horizon, the land.
Okay, and what would you say, Caleb? Would you call that a determinative for the last word Aket, or would you think that means the land as its own word?
Right now, I couldn't give you an honest answer to say what it is. I
Yeah.
don't know what it is at the moment.
Yeah, and then, well, let's proceed to the next glyph. We always could come back. Just from my brief limited knowledge, the next glyph looks like a heart, which would be Ab, but someone else probably got a clearer indication of what that is. And then I think I see pet. So I think I see the end of that sentence as Ab, pet, Netaru. But you
I
guys can
would
say what you think you see.
I would say that is the symbol of Ha, the face symbol.
Oh, or you, yeah, that would be horror, and that's only because of how small it is. It could be, but it still could be odd because they both have those. You know, the shapes are similar, and when we're, you know what I mean. Whore. So on top of the sky, because the whore, pet, Netaru. These are the three we're talking about right here. If you guys are following us, he said that this is whore, and it really just looks like a blob. I said ib because from this definition we have, it's very hard to describe. Next, this looks like pet. This line right here,
So
because I see the two ends are pointed downward, and that would mean the sky. But you guys can interject, and we see three god symbols, or three netter symbols, which would be Netaru. But someone else can go right there.
I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See, the thing is that the it doesn't look like the whore or the face. It actually looks like the word for him, as in majestic or majesty. But I'm saying it's like I said, it's reproduction, so it's not that clear. I would have to look up the actual stela and see a bigger picture to give something definitive. But just taking an educated guess on just traditionally, like if you know other works, then you'll know that okay, Ra or what this will represent, and then because the Ament symbol is sitting beside him, and how the Aket was the east and the west or whatever, then it would more than likely say that Ra, who sits upon the horizon of the Necharu.
yeah, yeah. And are you acknowledging what I think says pet right here? Because we got to say something about the sky. This line right here before Netaru, or would that be? I know it's not a determinative for whore, or whatever, but maybe the Netaru of the sky or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's not making sense. So I would just put a question mark. I mean, yeah, that is definitely a symbol for Necharu, and then that looks like a symbol for sky. But the symbol before it, right
Yeah,
now, it's not making sense. It would have to be master, um, something in the sky of the Necharu. So we
I
would have
have
to,
I have a question.
yeah.
When we see Heru and he is blue, and in this particular symbol, what is that indication with the
uh,
blue color blue?
I mean
There's a
that's a good question.
What are you
I
doing?
I can point you to some works on the color schemes in ancient Egypt. One is a 2007 document called Color Schemes by Wolfgang Schnickel. But honestly, I didn't retain all of the information that he tried to put forth when I looked over the documents. So this color right here will be called a color wide, which is really what they call GRU, which is like the difference between blue and green. But the symbolism of that color, I really could not tell you. But again, the document is called Color Schemes in Ancient Egypt. It's by Wolfgang Schnickel. And it's a short document, and he has all of what the different colors mean. I just haven't retained the information.
All right, because yeah, I need to study up more on that too, because I know sometimes where you see newt, newt can be black, blue, white, whatever. You know what I mean? And I'm sure there's various meanings and contexts of that.
Oh, definitely. So we took like 25 minutes to read a little very rough rendition of only 2 columns, which is only like 1 sentence. So really, when we did read it and we came to a conclusion, but this is what we're trying to demonstrate, that it's not, if the language isn't, if everybody isn't walking around speaking it, is a different type of a study than saying I read Hebrew. Because when I read Hebrew, I can just go online and listen to people speaking that shit and know how to say a word. And so we can continue on, and I definitely know that we can look at it in a sense to look for what you're looking for in the text, Kufu. But in a sense of just showing how the glyphs work, I'll start over here in the next column. Now we're reading from a different direction because we see the separation. Are you guys following my cursor?
Oh yeah.
Okay, that separation lets us know, and then we see the direction of the glyphs shift. For instance, look at that Netaru over here is facing to the right, but this one is facing to the left. So if we started at the top, we would see this I, and the I doesn't always mean a sar, but when the I is followed by a throne and then the Netaru sign, it means a sar. So now the first thing in this sentence is a sar. That's this first word, and that's being a determinative for God to let us know that it's a sar. Again, we see a God, and this is pointing down right here, which means good. Now, I asked before whether I would go back to this because this facsimile is so whack that I can't tell whether this is what kind of straight line this is. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I can't see it.
I know others who earlier I conjectured that it may mean the land, but some did not agree. So I would stop right there. Next, we see NTCH K, or NTCH, and then the word neb. We would have to discern whether this is a triconsonantal word or 2 consonants with another word behind it. So then this is what we do. We go NTCH. So then I open up my dictionary if I find a term that I'm not familiar with, and I will put an N and a capital T, and it should match what this is. Just basically how we do it. Fuck it. I put an N and a capital T. Pardon me?
Give us the name of that dictionary again, bro.
I told you the Mark Vigus dictionary. Now check it out. You see what it brought me to? You see this N and this T right here? I'm trying to highlight.
Yeah.
Now when we do the homework, we go back and look at the original screen that I was on, and we can see the same exact glyphs for the N and the T are right here. But there is a K behind what could be a K or what could mean neb. Now in order to be thorough, we have to also look for NTK to see if that could be a possibility for a word. And we see it is a possibility, but right here they have it spelled out differently. Honestly, to be completely thorough, we look in some of the dictionaries that I held up earlier, but just for the sense of this research we're doing, we see right now it says to bond, to tie, to feather, to bind, or to tie, to sneer. Most sense of this NT word has something to do with binding or tying.
I want to interject something. Can you go back to the picture? Okay, I think for the sake of people, for everybody being able to see it, we're looking at this one, but I just now looked at the actual stela itself, and that last glyph in that column under Usir, that last glyph, which looks like a straight line, horizontal line, that's actually the men glyph. So what that really is saying is Menchu. So it's MEN, T TCH. So it's Menchu
Oh, you talking about this glyph right here?
at the bottom, right?
Okay, this is what?
That's actual the Min glyph.
Okay, yeah, that's why. Yeah, this facsimile ain't good to look at. So that's men. Then that would be the phonetic complement to the men, and this
Right.
would be TCH. So this is Mentu, the god Mantu, just like you said, right?
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
now it says Asar, the good God Mantu, Lord of. I don't want to go too fast. Neb right here is Lord. Waset is what I see right here. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's a wa scepter, and then they put a T behind it. And this little glyph sometimes feminizes things. So somebody speak on that. What's this glyph here? This determinative. What is that there for?
I'm trying to see it in the actual. I believe that's a Nuit. That's the actual. That would be Waset or Thebes. So
Okay, yeah, that's what I came to. So then we see the bunny. Now, for any of us who aren't familiar with this bunny glyph, a lot of the time it's associated with existence or to be or just the way that you are. Basically, it means to be a lot of the time. And normally it has a phonetic complement which looks like this N under it, but right here, phonetically it's un. And so now we got Asar, the good God, Mantu, of Waset, or Lord of Waset existing, or if anyone else want to put forward what this means.
One second. If we back up under Usir, the that word right there is actually Hemnetcher. So
Okay.
it would be the priest of the god Manchu. So the deceased.
Where did you get him from? Because I said good God, and let me explain my misunderstanding. I looked at this glyph right here, just like this one. So I thought that was Nater, and so I'm saying that's Nater. You see what I'm saying? But
That's correct. It's the one next to it. The one next to it.
Oh, well, this isn't
No, that's him.
Okay. Well. Just so anyone who studies this knows that the shapes of those are very similar or close together. The word, but yeah, I'm glad you're here to correct it for the people.
No, I didn't get into that yet. But what's
So then if it says him instead of it's not good God. It means servant of God, and so now we see servant of God in actual use. Go ahead, Asar.
That was it. I was just saying that would be Usir Hemnetcher Mantu Waset. So it's in I mean, and it kind of gets into the grammar because the Hemnetcher and then Mantu right beside each other is understood as a direct genitive, so it's in a direct relationship. So it's saying the priest or the Hemnetcher of Mantu. So this is a priest of Mantu that we're talking about.
Okay. Now, to proceed, did you agree with what I said about the bunny glyph, the un at the bottom, which means to be or to exist?
Yeah, by itself, it definitely means, yeah, it means that.
Okay, so now we got these two blocks over here, and I would say the two lands again because that's just what I know. So what would you say?
Well, like
I'm looking at a bad inscription though too.
Yeah, I'm going back and forth from what you're showing to the actual Stella and trying to see it as best I could. And what it looks like is that un by itself can mean to exist, but it also means to bring open something. So you gotta keep that in mind and look at the next word. The next word is it's a single stroke under it, and those two planks there. So we have to look that up. So maybe the opening of something.
All right, and you see that as damn my inscription looks really different because what you see as a single stroke, I almost see as a P, dog. Like it looks like a square. You see what I mean? And so I'm looking on a really big monitor too. So
the next ones look like Mary, the symbol of Mary, the riverbank.
These two. All right, I'm stuck on column 3, the third column on the right at the very top. I'm stuck on, if you can see my monitor, these two words. And And only because of the definition of this facsimile, I'm starting to think that they were the two lands. But you said no, that's not correct. And then you said you thought they were what, Caleb? It's late. You don't want to go outside.
Oh, no, I tell you what. It's all right. That glyph, okay, in the third column where he said that it was the two myrrh glyphs.
Yeah.
Under that is actually a new bowl. So it's actually talking about Nut.
Oh, so that's a new bowl that looks like a single stroke?
Yeah, that's why, and I'm glad that we're going over this because this is the importance of we can't deal with reproductions. We gotta look at the, and I mean I know why we have it up on the screen so people can see it, but it's definitely best to go to the primary artifact and look for it as best you can to find the biggest picture you can and save it. You know, those are valuable. But I'm looking at it, and it's a new bowl.
Yeah,
So it's talking about,
yeah. I want to find a better copy. This is the only one that was big enough. But yeah, you're right. We just given a perfect example of why we use actual facsimiles, which are, you know what I mean, and not reproductions that are meant to be artwork like this one.
right. So that's actually Nut or new. But because of the pet symbol under it as a determinative, it's talking about Nut or the sky.
Well, he said the myrrh, and I could agree with the myrrh if it was only one of them. I never seen myrrh twice in conjunction, but if it is myrrh, it is myrrh. In column 3, the top 2 squares.
Yeah, it looks like the myrrh, but even on the one I'm looking at, but I don't think it's myrrh. I don't think it's the same thing because it's not making.
Well, we would skip over that, and then the new ball, and then I see what looks like the sky pet again, correct? Or is that? It looks like, okay, and then we see the A bird, and then another A, and then a P, which looks like to me are a single stroke.
That's actually an owl. That looks like the owl.
Okay.
The vulture, owl.
Well, like a lot of things are being lost to having the proper facsimile, but even still, we're making our way through a text because what we're trying to demonstrate is what tools we use to come to our conclusions and how we scrutinize certain things. So when we come to a word and all the dictionaries say is say something, but it's not making sense in context of the text, then we can pull back and say, well, what does this really mean? You know.
Okay, look, do this. See, this is what when I said earlier. Sometimes when we get stumped on one thing, we can kind of just table it for a minute. Now scroll down a little bit. Like if you could scroll down. All right. Well, if everybody keeps in mind, like scroll back up one more time. Okay. If everybody can take a scroll up some more.
All right, who got the wire? Who up there taking them pictures?
All right.
Having pictures.
But go ahead.
You on the loose. I was taking a picture of the actual screen.
Okay, all right, you okay?
Thank you.
All right, now check it out. This is it. So if you can take a mental snapshot of this text right here that we were just talking about that begins with Usir, and then now just take a mental snapshot of that. Now scroll down. All right, right there, that first line. No, scroll back. Yeah, that first line reading from right to left is actually saying the same thing.
All right, it sure is. And now this will give us a better, so we can start down here. Now you guys see the snake? This is shit you can memorize, yo. This snake is a DJ sound, but it's shorthand. The word really is Jed, but they didn't write the complete word right now. They just put the snake. So Jed means to say some shit. Now this little glyph you see right here represents words or medu, like medu knitter. So it says word said, or it says word said. Oh shit. It says word said. Now, obviously, we only know. I know
that down there.
Yeah, this end is a conjunction, so it's meaning by. Really, this is all shorthand because really it will be an A on top of this. On means by, but you can use the end too. So this says no, not by. This is saying words said to Asar, if I'm correct, not by Asar Uwaja. I mean Ujahu. Is that correct?
That is of. That would be either by or of. So it was words of the deceased Usir. So it'd be Jed Medu in Usir Hem Netre Montu Nebit Waset
I said, and they
Wele.
do have the end, the phonetic complement under the.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so now look, you see these same two things. I knew that wasn't the myrrh. These are these doors. I can show you this glyph because I know them because they're on a normal palette. You see these two
exactly.
doors right here?
Right.
But above we thought they were the myrrh glyph because they had them placed wrong. But these are doors, so this means to open a certain way. And if I could bring up the work I did on this, it was on the Norman Palette show. But with these, I think it's like D12. Let me look up the sign list real quick.
Yeah, those are definitely
No, it's not part D12. Let me see. It's parts of a building. We about to find it right now. I think it's O12. It's these doors. It ain't O12. Let's see if we can find them damn doors. Anyway, what we will have to do is go through that list of determinatives that I showed y'all earlier and appropriate what that means. I know they're doors, and just like Asar said earlier before we
Try Q12.
Ujahu said earlier before it means to open something. He said this means to open something, and now we see the two doors, so it's making perfect sense. It's like opening these two doors to and this is a new bowl, newt. Is that a new bowl? Newt. So that's Newt, and then we see the sky. So now he's opening the doors to Newt in the sky, which takes us back up here. You see what I mean?
Okay.
And it's going to be about the sky. We know it's the sky because when you see this two straight line with the edges like fangs on the end, that means the sky. It means pet. Now that's the owl. The M owl. They're going to owl. That means by or of or something like that. And then we got apet. A-P-T. Am I correct? A-P-T?
Yeah.
Who is apet?
No, it's together. It's Ipet Sut, which is Karnak or the city.
Okay, I should have stopped reading, and this X marks the spot was my indication that I shouldn't have stopped reading because we know that this is all one thing. But he said Ipet Asut already. We see the and this is a phonetic complement onto the How do you spell N-K. This is the N-K to the So really this symbol is only holding the position of the A in This is the N-K-H. And then we see an F. So his life, his This snake at the bottom is an F. The F in suffix means his or him or he or something like that. So this is like his life. The N means two. Somebody pick up, please. I gotta step out for a second.
Okay, it's where we left off. It's the Ankh, and then the Ankh is a triliteral, so it's A-N, and then how we transliterate it as an X, but it's pronounced Ankh, and then the other two symbols are phonetic complement, so it'll be Ankh F, and then you have the name. You had my screen froze. Y'all can still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. What happened to my screen? You have Ankh, and then you have Ankh F, N, and then it looks like the name or the word Ken Su. So it'll be, and we normally pronounce that Kansu. Right. So this is the actual person. So Ankh F Ni or Ankh F Na Kensu, which would be the name of the deceased or the name of the person.
Okay.
Yep.
So I don't know if
let me just give y'all an example of what he just said and show y'all how you can appropriate things. For instance, we know the word Ankh, right? Brother Ankh, you sleep?
Yeah, he was slobbing.
Yeah, doze off.
You sleep on YouTube.
Sit back, listen, y'all tripping.
All right, check this out.
Wipe the wet lip off, Ankh. You were slobbing and shit.
You was snoring.
I'm reading them glyphs, man.
He's calling the hogs.
Ankh in Kansu, I just want to show y'all something real quick. We know Ankh is A-N-K-H, right? So here's the K-H. Then he said Kansu, in Kansu. We see the same K-H sound right here. We know this is the suit, and we know this is the N. So Kansu. That's how he came to it. And I'm just showing you how certain glyphs reappear, and you can see, okay, that's the KH and that's the KH.
Right.
And we can keep. Go ahead.
Why is you reading it that way? Ain't the animals facing that way?
No, look at which way the animals are facing. They all facing the right, so we start over here.
Yeah. You just asleep,
okay,
huh?
All right. Okay. I read it back.
Now, Khufu, there was a particular phrase that was supposed to be in this text. Instead of going through it line for line, we could possibly skim over it and see, is there even a possibility for that to be said in there? What is the phrase that was supposed to be said in this text?
Yeah, well, like I was saying, this is the Stella of they call it the Stella of Revealing, and this is what Aleister Crowley Philosophical Society, the Thelema Society, they base their whole religious philosophy on the Stella. So, you know, based on how he broke those other stellas down with the light bulbs and the inventory, I was just saying that would be a good breakdown if he could present that kind of like how he, you know, presented that other. Because I've been going through it and studying it, and now that y'all doing the Metal Netta, I would probably have a better understanding from the perspective of y'all actually breaking down the gifts. But yeah, it was, you know, this is one I think it was saying, "Thou shalt do as thou will." Uh,
Well, let's
that's
see.
just what I'm quoting from the text from the book that I got. But like when you're reading the glyphs, you're gonna have a whole different perspective on it. So I was just saying that that would be a good bill for the brothers to put together, and you know, to back that out of the park, because Aleister Crowley is basing his whole philosophy on the Stella.
Well, we can see if it says that because so far.
One thing we can verify is, you know, whenever we use the terms like know thyself, thy, thou, hither, thy, you know, all that stuff, those are all later on additions or interpretations of something.
You hear me?
So those are European terms that's added in Metal Netta form. But you don't find thy and thou, do as thou will. You're not gonna find thou in the Metal Netta.
Leave it up to Aleister Crowley. He had Bobby Eminem going.
Yeah, but he's using it for his whole,
Kings.
you know, his study. So I think that, you know, I was just saying, not to break it all down today, but, you know, that would be a good build based on how the brother presented the last information on those other stellars.
Very important indeed. Very important indeed. It's just putting it in proper context, though. Because I mean, to me, I kind of chuckle when I hear people say, you know thyself. You don't know thyself to be using the term thy. You know, thy is a term that was added in Europe. So if you really know thyself, you would not be saying the word thy.
Just to quickly knock that out the box.
That's a Christian word.
When people
Exactly.
That's
a Shakespeare word.
When people say know thyself, that is not found in any Egyptian text. What the word is, what it's really saying is reki em ibi, which means which means to know, and then e is a suffix, so it's saying know me, and then em ibi, which is within, and then ib is heart or mind, and then e is possessive again. So you're basically saying I know what's in my heart. That's what you're really saying.
That is 100% correct. That is absolutely correct. So whenever you use thou and that stuff, that's an indication of something that's added far, far, far much later.
Exactly.
Could you repeat that, brother? Could you repeat that?
All right. So when all these people are saying know thyself, brother, know thyself, sister, etc., what our ancestors meant by that is you're saying get to know what is in your essence, which means what is in your heart. Because ib is the word for heart, but it's an idiom or a symbol for the mind or the essence of yourself. So you're saying reki, which is I know, m, which is within, and then ibi, I know what's in my heart, or I know what's in my mind, which means I know my essence, and that's what you're really conveying.
Okay.
Now I'm just skimming through this text to see if it say anything like what I don't think it does, but I got caught up on like line number 4 because it looks like to me they start running off the names of heck of gods towards the end of that, where y'all can see my cursor.
Yeah.
Well, right here I see I see Tim. If we look this up, this is Tim. This is Atum. Y'all don't remember the beginning of the video I just did where I put up the glyphs for Atum? This is
Yep.
them. You put a T on top of this Tim right here. That's Atum. Now we see Kepper. They talking about Kepper right here. Now I don't know why this is inside of here with an A. So that says Ot. But really, I was thinking that this was a golden horse. We know it's inside of a hoop or a temple. But what would you say this is? I was saying golden horse at first, but I'm taking it back now.
No, that's Heru.
Oh, so that is golden horse.
No,
Okay.
that would be Hathor.
Okay. Who? Wait. Explain that, please.
I'm looking at the actual. I'm looking at the actual one. What it is? That's a falcon. That's a falcon inside the palace. So it's the dwelling or hut Heru.
Well,
So,
I'm gonna explain it. Yeah, exactly. Let me explain it to them, just like you explaining it. This outer circle, the square, is called a hoot. Inside here, if it's a falcon, that's Heru. So we
Right.
know it's Hoot Heru. Now it's also let us know that Thor is not in the name of Hathor, because the name Hathor is actually Hot, Hor. Hot means the foremost, and Hor meaning Horus. So basically, this is Hoot Heru, the house of Horus, or the
Right.
abode of Horus. So it
Oh
does.
man, I gotta honor y'all for that because I had no idea about that one.
Salute. And so now we see three guys, because I see a Tim right here. I see Kepper. Now we see, I said Golden Horse, but really it's Hathor. Or now, and so we see Mantu back here again. Mentu, we see a Sar right here. You see what I'm saying? So it's really doing some type of call off of the gods. I'm not reading it, but I'm just skimming through it.
well, when I skim through, if you go before that, see the like go move your cursor to the right. Stop right there. See that? No. Go back to the left again. To the left, right there. That symbol is a wep. So that's a path or a way. So it's basically just me skimming it is saying that there's a way or a place or something for these other deities or something. I'm just going by just skimming.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I understand.
That's what the text is saying too. What you're saying. But right
Oh,
after the Hathor part, it's saying, "I am thy Thebian." Now you just clearly said that they wouldn't say "thy," but that's what they're translating in this text. It's
Oh,
saying,
well,
It says what? I am what?
after where it says into the house of Ra and Atum of Kephra and Hathor, I am thy Thebian.
I am thy what?
Theban.
All right, let me show you where that is. Look, you see this house right here? This is the house. So that's where you was at, into the house of, then you said Atum, just like I said, and Kephra, and then we said Hathor. But let's look at what's after Hathor. This is an A or a Y, but right now we know it's an A. And is this an M, you guys? Which bird would you call this?
Yes, that's the owl.
Oh, so that says This says AM, and I think I know to mean if I'm correct. Means if, or maybe that's Hebrew. Maybe I'm switching over languages.
No, M like that. See, that's that's why it's gonna take. I keep going back to the grammar, but the M when it's done like that, that's a adverb. It's saying in which. It's more like saying in which something.
Oh, I got you. Like Emmy, like the beginning of Emmy. One that is in which that which is in his mouth. In which. Emmy. So M. So this is M. In which a Sar, because we see a Sar again. We identified that earlier. I thought this was great, and you said it was.
It's him nature.
Oh yeah, a Sar is serving the god of the god Mantu.
Right.
We need to make sense of that. But whatever is clear is not. It's clear that it's not saying anything about what we were looking for, brother Kufu.
And they didn't even say a "sar" in it too.
It's saying Sar right here.
But it don't say it in the translation. That's why I was saying, like, it hit the way they translated into Aleister Crowley. They don't say no Asar at that point.
Oh, they tripping.
Now hold up.
Yeah, freestyling.
Keep in
We
mind
should
that
all know this last place. What's this place right here? I'll be forgetting, but that's a short for Waset, correct?
What's that?
yeah.
On the west also, right?
Well, the Wasepta usually by itself, usually Waset.
But it's the Y scepter with the feather on top, so that is Waset. Yeah, or the what? Yeah, okay. We almost finished this shit. I mean, we didn't provide no translation, but just to skim through it and say, nah, it don't say that. We
Right.
damn near.
But now, hold up. Now, this is what now to interject something. This is what Asar Imhotep spoke about before, the importance of knowing the cultural backdrop of Africa in order to properly interpret. Because when you translate stuff, there's a science to it, and then there's an art to it, and the art comes with choosing your words to keep the same semantics that our ancestors used. So in here. Usir is not the deity Usir. It's an epithet for the deceased. So the only way we'll know that is we have to be accustomed to other texts and other African customs. So Usir is not talking about Usir, it's talking about the deceased.
Okay, so basically, can we pull it up why it doesn't say Asar at that point? Where right here, when I read Asar, it does say Asar in the words as we read it, but he's saying knowing other African cultures would allow us to know they're not talking about the God. Even though they say the good God, I mean, they say the servant God right after it. You
No,
know,
no, but it's identifying Ankef Nakansu as the Usir. Because
oh,
when people die, they wanted to become Usir.
That's all right.
oh,
So so it is Usir, but it's talking about the deceased person replacing Usir.
okay, I got that. All right, now
Hold
I'm
on.
glad you
Hold
pointed that out.
on. So you mean they wrote a whole book based off of mistranslation?
Yep.
That's what we been trying to say the whole time. Here goes something else. I bet you if we had Brother Asar Imhotep walk through the same text, he'd come to the same exact conclusions we coming through now. But we almost finished, so let's knock down this last
Well,
line.
they do have there's a backside to that stellar too, but I mean you don't have to get all the way into it.
Yeah,
But
yeah, no, we just doing a demonstration. We're not really doing homework now. But to pick up where we were left off, we'll be back at this word Ankh down here on the last row. And you see the Ankh, the N and the K right here. This is the Ankh, that's the N and the K, the two phonetic complements. And then I don't know why this shit is all, this is sloppy the way they did this over here. I mean, I know everyone will agree because a real scribe wouldn't have just jumbled up all these symbols like this. But it's trying to
Oh,
say F. This is
It's
the F.
actually
Go ahead.
it's not quite like that on the original, but we have to remember, like I know we didn't talk about it tonight, but the scribes part of learning the direction on how to read and stuff, we have to know that they carved they used a grid system. And I forgot what Egyptologists called it, but it's like a grid system where it was blocks, and they have certain standards by which they did the certain glyphs and how they made ligatures. So sometimes you'll see, for example, you'll see the sa glyph of the duck, and you'll see the T on its back, or you may see a glyph like Mut. I'll use Mut as a perfect example. Mut, the T is supposed to come after the vulture glyph, but it's sitting in the belly of the front, and that's the stylization of the scribes.
Yeah.
So as we learn how to read it, I mean, as you get used to it, you'll see that the scribes had a certain custom of writing it. So what you're talking about, it doesn't look like quite like that on the original, but it is a little funky on that side. But the F that F that vulture should be more to the right under the Unk, and that's saying Unk F Ni Kunsu. That's the person's name.
Okay, so there you have it. And then picking up after that, this symbol means like. It's pronounced ma or me, and it means like. If y'all can still follow my cursor on here, this symbol right here. And that I would say that this is a nubo right here. But I don't have the best transcription. Is that a nubo? So it says like. What do you have right here? Uwaja,
Yeah,
Ujaru.
that's the Sitep. That's the and then the N, the Nubo. Yep.
Okay, so it says like chosen. Setep means chosen, and right here for the new bowl, I'm losing the memory. I'm losing my memory of what new means. I know what a nuke means, but what would the new bowl mean by itself?
The Nu would be a plural. Um, was the adjective. It's like of, but it would be new. It would be plural if the noun is plural that it's trying to describe. So you have to keep going to figure that out.
Yeah, I feel you. So it says basically like something chosen of. Which bird would you give this bak? I would give this bak, but earlier I think he said aku. Ku. But I thought this was bak. You can go ahead and tell me which bird you think this is.
Yeah, that's the bar bird, in my opinion.
Okay, that is bak. Okay, not ba, but bak, like a servant, correct?
Yeah.
Ba as in soul.
Well, like in her bak, or well, basically we can always use this dictionary and go back to it to show you what bird I'm trying to serve.
It's a transliteration, B capital A and then K. So it's like a word for work.
All right, B capital A.
Mm-hmm.
So you see the bird right here that I was saying is bak. So it is bak. And that means a worker, and they telling you right here, retmech box means a worker. So bak means a servant. If we go back, hold on, my wife getting on my kid's head, so I gotta press mute.
Yeah, you know it's Bach because of that little extension or whatnot coming from the neck.
Exactly. So basically, like a servant of. Now this, it looks like a flower pot with a knife at the top, but we did homework on this glyph already, and we know it's something like Sia or Ua, which means one. The reason why we know if we look into the glyphs, because when we did the show on the Narmer palette, this thing is attached onto a glyph that we find on the Narmer palette. And so I've done the research to know it means one, so to speak. Next we see, go ahead.
Quickly interject quickly. The bird that you say is buck, I've got it down as the G29 as ba for possess a soul or be a soul.
Oh, G29, you're correct. You see what I'm looking at right here? So if we count glyphs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it is G29. So we agree. That Bach is G, but I thought G29 ends with a K. Bach, not Ba.
No, as you can see next to it has the K there, the K next to it.
But
To
that
make
could be
it
That's a phonetic complement. That's a phonetic complement, yeah.
Oh, okay, but I've also got it on. If you go to your Mark Viger's page 359, it has it as BA, as Ba, possess a soul or be a soul.
Okay, that's good to know. But it's interesting because we have another bird that is a Ba bird, which is not this bird, and it would pose a question: how will we distinguish between the two phonetically if they were both Ba birds and not one different?
Because then afterwards you have where you have the incense pot. The incense pot also is Ba, so that could be a determinative to mean the soul yet again.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't think we disagree. I mean, either it's Ba or it's Bach. But I do see the phonetic complement. All right, you know that sometimes the word is not going to carry the phonetic complement in the inscription, correct? Whether it's Ba or Ba, we still agree on the definition of it. But you saying it means a soul? Because that Ba word means a soul.
Yeah, to possess a soul or be a soul.
That's a different Ba. I thought that was the Ba bird where we see anamorphosized with the human head on top.
With the face on it.
If you go to your Mark Viger's page 359, it has it there.
Okay, great. I'm going to look that up right now.
It depends on what year you're looking at too.
Yes, the newest copy.
I think it's 2012.
359. Well, thanks for bringing that forward. I'm trying to get page 359 brought up right now.
I think it's actually the page number itself.
Oh, which is going to be hard.
If you scroll down, yeah.
Well, hey, why don't you share your screen, bro?
Okay.
You know yeah.
It's a good class for the Amara Squad. I'm learning a lot. It's good information.
All right, I'm gonna have to check out in a moment because I'm gonna stay on, but I'm only be able to be listening because of my marital duties.
No, we're gonna finish that last line, yo. Then we done.
Oh yeah, this
Do
last
the
line.
dishes, do it. Do it. Do the dishes, do it.
You feel?
Take out that trash.
Do the dishes, do it.
Well, while we're looking up that bar, let's keep going because I want to conject that the next one is ooh ah and then it says moot, and then we have what I call a determinative for royalty because we see the flail hanging off this determinative. Someone can correct me. I see in moot. Is that correct?
The only one or something of mut. And
Exactly.
that's exactly what I was saying about ligatures and how the scribes did it. The T is in front of the bird, but we're saying mut. So,
Exactly.
and that's because of spacing. So, yeah.
And then we see this determinative for some type of royalty or power. We go back to this I. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean a SAR when you see an I. I'm going to trick. I'm not. All right, Caleb, you got your screen ready to share that glyph you showed us? All right. This I right here, if I see just an I and an N, I would call it Ari or IR. And sometimes it has a T behind it, which simply means to work or to do, or someone can correct me on that. The IR means to work or to do. How about that?
Yeah, to work, to do, to create, to make, to do. Yeah.
All right, great. To make is a good one I left out. So it says something we got making or creating by, and I'm unclear on this determinative, but it looks like the two raised hands in hieratic. You see what I mean? And somebody else fill in. I need to go talk to my wife for a second, but I left off right here.
Well, looking at the original, that's supposed to be a female with raised hands. So it's always good. It's always good to look at the original, when we can. And the original I'm looking at, I'm probably gonna look for it and find the largest one I can get, and then I'll save it because this one is not as big, but I can make it out. That glyph to the left of that eye is a female with her arms raised. So most likely it's talking about a female nectarette or a deity.
Okay.
So somebody was supposed to share their screen.
Yeah. Finding difficulty to share the PDF.
You just need to share your screen itself, not necessarily the PDF.
Hit the green arrow.
Okay. Can you see that?
No.
No. Can you see that?
Anybody see
Yeah,
that?
hold up. I gotta take it off of Jonathan. I put it on yours. All right, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I see it.
All right, Bob, possess a soul, G29.
That's what I'll do.
Okay, but I forgot the brother's name who originally brought this up. Who's that? Kufu?
Yeah, this me, man. What's good?
Okay. All right. So we've definitely knocked it out the box that is not saying what they're saying that it says. Read what they say it says.
Okay, hold on.
Boy, I tell you, all these years, Bobby Hemmett, Phil Valentine, Malachi York.
I got this reference maybe 2009 or something when I first started studying from Bobby Hemmett. So I'm like, he's like, this
Right.
is the original.
Come on,
like,
man.
Wow.
I know. I know. That's the Malachi York joint, man. That's the.
Yeah, he was like, this is an original text. You know, people were performing this and passing out in the audience. And
Look, let me say something real quick. When I look at my screen at the bottom, Brother Ish ain't live. But when I look at Caleb L sharing his screen, Brother Ish is live. I wonder what's up with that.
My internet provider is on point.
All I see on my screen when I look at you, Brother Ish, is a picture of you from Facebook. But when I look at Caleb's screen of you, I see you moving around and shit. Something's wrong.
I don't know. I
Caleb,
think it's loud. Oh,
Hey,
you got that thing on, Ish.
Caleb, you shared the wrong screen, Caleb. Not to cut everybody off, but you shared the wrong screen, Caleb. You can go back in and pick the particular screen that you want to share, and it won't share your whole thing. Just so you know.
You
Okay.
got the camera icon on the bottom of yours, Ish. I don't
hey,
know.
or Jonathan, you might have to stop shopping at the Dollar Tree and get some real internet.
Nah, man, I got the expensive package, bro. For real.
Hey, you know what? I mean, that's crazy. After all this time, right? That somebody actually took the time out to really kind of translate that, and I'm glad you brought that, Kufu. But it's crazy how so many of us have been misinformed because we've all heard of Aleister Crowley. He writes a whole book based off this text and plays this whole game, and then the pseudos in our community, you know, fed that into the community. You know what I'm saying? That's a bunch. That's crazy, man. That's a whole lot of damage being done, man, based off mistranslations. That's crazy right there to me.
Most definitely, most definitely.
Well, y'all heard that shit here first in the I'm a Raw Squad Tuesday night hangout, man.
But listen, real quick, if I don't know if Jonathan, well, I know we can't see the screen anymore.
I'll bring it back. Hold on. Full screen. All right, go ahead.
All right, if you could share that Stella again.
The same one we was looking at?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, if we go back, go all the way back to the no, still at the bottom line. Oh, let me freeze on yours. All right, we go back to the bottom line and we look all the way to the right where you have Unk F Nikansu. That's the person's name. But then right after that, where you see a single stroke, I think we skipped that. That's important for interpretation because that's an egg right there, and it's a determinative. I mean, it's a single stroke, which means that it's talking about the son of something. So basically, this last line is giving his family, is giving his lineage. So it's saying Unk F Ni Kansu, son of me, then whatever that name is. So we shouldn't interpret it as a likeness of something. It's somebody's name. So it's Minu Setepba something. So
yeah,
it's not
it says Bes Na Ma'ut, and then it has one Ta Nech. That's another name that they have. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm not sure how they got
on here?
Well, which line are you on?
I'm on the last line all the way to the right, where it says Unk F Ni Kansu, and then it says son, which is the egg, son of, and then the person's name. So it's Minu Setepba or something like that.
Yeah, the translation is different.
Aleister Crowley.
But but my point is that it's not to be read literally. It's a title. You know, all names mean something, but it's a name of a person. That's just my point. So that we won't think that it's talking about something real deep, deeper than it really is.
Boogie.
Oh man.
And also the silverback on what Unc was saying earlier is, you know, studying the African concept of just understanding what the nomo means or the power of words mean. Brother Jonathan and I, in deciphering that whole Land of Mu myth, you know, those are all mistranslations of the Triaddle Codex, you know, or somebody else trying to put Israel in the glyphs or something. You know, one missed word or one misinterpretation of a word, and people build entire religions or entire, you know, philosophies on false words or mistranslations of words. You know, so it's very important to know the power of the words and to put things in a proper context. Very important.
Hey, so let me ask you something, Kufu. Kufu, you there?
Yes, sir.
I know in us reading this for you, we have to have taken away some of your doubt, which spawned this whole conversation that we can't read the glyphs. Because you had a translation sitting back there, and I know you had to see some points where what we said matched up with your translation, and some points where it went off. You know what I mean? Well, I'm just trying to say this is the demonstration of the work that we doing. It's all humble work. No one's saying that they know everything, and we have to use certain dictionaries to appropriate definitions. But you get a first-hand experience of some of what it takes. You know what I mean?
Got you.
So let me ask y'all this: can y'all read that straight through? Anybody?
Now, if we go back up to where we was talking, I would go right here, and just like he was doing at many other times, you're gonna go Jed Medu in Asar, then you're gonna go him Nater Mantu. You feel what I'm saying? Mantu Nebet Waset. Whatever this word is, I'll skip Newt Pet Im Apet or whatever. So yeah, we can read it all the way through, but can the person listening know what the hell we talking about? That's what we said at the beginning of the day. You see what I'm saying?
Can you put it in English?
And so then you're going to go back to say words, Jed, or I'm going to say every word, and then I'll say every English words. Jed, words, Medu. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Jed is said. Medu is words. So that's word said. The N is not by, so this is of. To me, now we got a sar, so that's just a sar. I mean, you know what I'm saying? And then we say Hemet Nater, or Him Nater, which is a servant of God. Then we say Mantu, or Mentech, which is Mantu. And then you say Nebet, which is Lord. So yeah, I could continue doing this, and when I need a dictionary, I'll refer to one. But we could keep going. Waset. You see what I'm saying? And and all of us just went over it together, but the reason why I could do it is because they helped clear out a lot of my blockage I had in the way, like by telling me what the correct words were. We still haven't appropriated this term, so it's now we're at Newt, Pet, Apet. You see what I'm saying? And we see Apet, I think we came to the conclusion that this was Apet. I don't know, but basically, that's reading it all the way through, and whether all of us are skilled enough to know what we're saying, that's like some super elite shit. Like, because this language ain't really too functional, so in order for you to just hear that and know what it means, you're like a super grand master, you know what I mean?
Well, I could tell you the first line is saying that the person speaking is deceased, is saying the words spoken by Usir, who is the Hemnecher or the priest of Mantu or Menchu. He's the owner or possessor of the land of Waset, or as they say today, Thebes. It's basically an introduction. You know, they made a grand thing about the introduction. So it's a lot of just kind of bigging him up. So it's the priest of Mantu, the owner or possessor of Thebes, and he is also the opener of the doors of the sky, or Nut, in Ipesut Karnak. And then they give his name, Ankh F Nakansu. And then that last thing, which looks like a royal, seated royal person, is usually a short form of saying Makiru, which means venerated or true of voice. So he definitely reached the status of an Usir. You know, what he did and what he said actually matched. So he was justified. They usually say justified.
But I want to know, does that answer the question, can we read it just straight through? Because we keep giving demonstrations. I want to know, do these demonstrations qualify?
I should.
I'm talking to Brother Ankh. He asked the question.
No, I'm asking the question because somebody's asking me from YouTube, and they wanted to see you read it because, as usual, you just have a lot of doubters, and I kind of recognize that, you know, when I challenged y'all about a year ago, you know, I'll go back to that show. It's got about 3,000-4,000 hits. I just got beat up on the damn show. So, you know what I mean? I just gave in.
Oh, Walter Williams show? The one about Walter Williams?
Yeah, y'all beat me up. So, you know what I mean? I enjoyed the process, but it proved to me. But some people, I mean, I'm looking at, I'm seeing what y'all doing to work. I'm seeing that in 1 hour worth of work, y'all completely overturned a bunch of foolishness right here in front of my
Man,
face. I mean, that's
right.
crazy to me. That no one really took the time to do that in our community because it was like lazy scholarship. And so that proves just
Well,
another level and a new sheriff in town. I'm gonna
well,
rock caught up.
I know Son Jetty said he had over 10 years. I don't have over 10 years on the Metal Netter. I have about 8 years, but the majority of us have over 10 years. If you go type Metal Netter in Google, the first thing that pop up is me, period, on YouTube from 2009. So anybody could, or 2008. So anybody can go check how long we've been studying this stuff. But you're right, 1 hour worth of work knocked down a lot of foolishness that's been out here, and it's not really because it only took us an hour. Because, like I said, it took us 8 years to be able to spend this 1 hour correctly. You know what I mean?
Right.
But also, I mean, this is not something. I mean, unless you do this every day, because see, we speak English every day. We interact with other English speakers. So if you don't hang with a crew of people that's constantly deciphering Meta all the time, then every time we do this, it's gonna take a little. It's gonna take a little long. Yeah, that's a good book.
Yeah.
Also,
I wanted to
um,
show this book because it's a very little book, but
Hey,
it's
is that
very.
the one you try to get? Is that the one you try to give me,
I tried
Jonathan?
to give you, you didn't take it. I got offended. I'm like, man, I'm
Nah,
trying to take this book.
I forgot. You know what was going on, man. I forgot.
Yeah, I was like, take this book, Kufu, when I was in Florida, and he just left it on the table. I was like,
Yeah,
oh.
I forgot. I was gonna take it, but I forgot, man. You know,
It's
no,
you
all
that's
know
a
what's
love.
going
I know
on.
you didn't mean nothing by it, but this book is so good because it will. It's basically like if you got a trip to Egypt and you want to front, you go get some shit like this because it'll show you how to identify different texts before you even know how to read them. But adding this on top of our studies is a very good text because you know what I'm saying you can identify a coronation and know the difference between an offering and a coronation and what have you. So it's
I'll
called
make sure I
Hieroglyphic
cop that. I gotta get that
Detective
one.
by Nigel Strutwick.
Hey, man,
Yeah.
send me that book, man. That's my book.
It's all good. It's all
And now he's running.
yeah, that's a good book. That's a good matter of fact. I'm just to back him up. See here's mine, and mine's Warren. The title's Warren, so
You feel me?
Yeah,
I got the
using
same
it. Yeah.
book. Been using it, but so no. But what I was saying is that even though it took us an hour, that hour will shrink if we do this more often, or you get a crew of people and do it more often. That hour will shrink because just like English. I know on Facebook you all seen these pictures of words that have no vowels or the words will be backwards and it say if you can read this then blah blah blah, and we can do that because we speak English and we know English all we know it. So the more we do this, the more you're gonna recognize signs off the top and these clusters of signs. Like you'll recognize, like right now, we're parsing it symbol by symbol. But once you get used to it, these symbols will start congregating in your mind to where you're gonna start reading word by word as opposed to one symbol by one symbol, and it'll be a lot faster. So as long as we stay in the practice of doing it, it'll be a lot faster. So me myself personally, I have to get back to where I was. I was actually more proficient 2 years ago than I am right now because out of sight, out of mind. You stop doing it, you snooze, you lose. So that's just to tell the brother Kufu or anybody asking, or no, that was Unc. The people on YouTube asking, can we read it? If they want to challenge, then we can raise the bar and get it done and do it.
Hey,
You know,
look, I already know because we had some text translated when we did the 3-part series on the Coke Busters, and people going around the community making a claim. I think it was the Creation Stellar, one of them, or Papyrus of None. And you know when you see the boat of Ra, you see Kepler rising out the water. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah.
Yeah, somebody tried to use that in our community and claim that it was spaceships coming after the Toby eruption to get black people out of here. That would be Ali Baba Muhammad and them boys, right? So we translated that to show just how foolish it was. And but people was actually in that lecture listening to these people do that. And I'm saying I find it to be very, very disingenuous from those who can't even read glyphs. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like this was a very, very important class, and I just like the way it flowed into it, starting off with you and your explanation on the light bulbs and the flying saucers. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It all fits in. Very, very important.
To try to bring this bill to a little bit of a close, and I want to demonstrate, I know for a fact that some of us learned some things tonight. So I
know
pull
that
up
is.
the description.
I know that
Look,
is.
check this out. I don't think you can read this right yet, Brother Unc, but I want to say, I know you know some of these. No, I'm a no, okay, but yeah, but I'm not trying to be, I'm trying to show you know that symbol, right?
Up top, yeah, that's no. Oh, that's capital.
All right, now you know these two. You know that's the Cyberg, right?
That's the Sarado, right?
Yeah, so that's Sarah. So you read that already. But look at what. Look, let me just show you something. Look at this really long beak on this bird.
Correct.
So you can identify what bird that is before you know the glyphs. What bird is that?
The Ben, right?
Abyss. This is the abyss. And so who is the abyss related to?
The Hootie.
Okay, so now you see this Kepera down here, or this Keper, right?
Correct.
All right, you see this mess. So you bet, and I'm leaving out this symbol, but I don't. You have to pardon me. You see Tahuti, mess, and then you see a Keper, and you see an S. Now that mess could be a phonetic. This S could be a phonetic complement on mess. It has to be because it ain't no phonetic complement on. That's an S on Kepper. So this is Tahuti mess, basically. If I'm correct, or somebody else can add to that, because I left out a sign. I think it's Kent. Before he says something, I think it's called Kenty. This right here, but I'll let him or somebody else chime in.
No, that's right. It's Jehuti, it's Sarah, Jehuti Mes Nefer Keper, Nefer Keperu.
Oh, this is a Nefer?
Right, that's a Nefer symbol.
It's just a cheap Nefer because it ain't round at the bottom, and I'm normally used to seeing it round at the bottom.
Now, that's the shadow. That's probably the angle that they took it. That's the shadow in there. But
okay, that's the shadow. Okay, I feel you. Well, there you have it.
But see, I'm gonna tell you. The only reason why I know it, like I said, it's like once you get used to doing it, once you get used to seeing certain things, like because that's the nomen name of King Thutmose the Third. So once you get used to just seeing this stuff, then you'll know. So that's his name is Nefer Keperu or Thutmose. We only say Thutmose, but his whole name is Thutmose Nefer Keperu. Just like Ramses' name is not just Ramses, it's Ramses Merdi Amen. Or I'm sorry, Ramses Setepen Ra. And even King Tut is King Tut Amun, and then it's Merdi Amen. But we all just say King Tut.
You're right.
So it just takes some time to get used to it. That's all.
Well, that's what's up. Well, this was a great build. I don't know how much longer you're going to go, but I'm about to put it on mute for a minute and talk to the fam. I'll be right back.
No, you know what I mean? You want to say something, Ish?
Oh, no. I'm glad that you know, we got the study sessions, you know, on and popping and stuff, and you know, we just adding on and you know, diversifying with the knowledge and information. You can't go wrong with that, you know.
Mm-hmm. You can't go wrong with that, man. This was one of your suggestions about 6-7 months ago. Remember that? Trying to get that together.
For sure.
So I'm glad we kind of got that together, you know, to help.
I agree. I mean, Brother Ankh, you the Brother Ankh is the general's general. So you know, it's nothing. You know, we just put in the atmosphere and move out on it. You know.
Mm-hmm. What I would like to say, like when I'm doing the beginner study group, I emphasize people can't skip steps. Like we want to take shortcuts, and we want to learn stuff fast, or we want to be fast, and that's understood. We all get like that, but we can't take shortcuts. We have to. It's gonna take some memorization of what's called unilaterals or uniliterals. Definitely had to memorize that. Like I encourage everybody to memorize the uniliterals and then move on to the biliterals and triliterals. But it's a must. Like you can't get anywhere without memorizing the uniliterals.
And I'm going to recommend your school, not to cut you off. I want to recommend your school and website for the late people. He's a teacher of the Metal Netter at metalnetter.com. Oh, you can tell him.
Yeah, it's mdw-ntr.com. And I'm gonna start it back up because I was doing it in person, and I put it online because some people wanted to join in who didn't live in Georgia or didn't live in the Atlanta area. But I'm going to start doing it again online as a beginner study. And then also I developed a kind of intermediate one that deals more with the grammar. And the reason why I did it that way is because what I've been running into is that people like for example this book right here. People just want to be able to recognize a few things and then they're good. They're not really trying to research or apply what they learn. They just want to they just want to know, and it's no fault. And I'm not trying to take a slight at them at people like that, but I did the course to kind of weed that out so people can learn that. But then those same people can decide, okay, do I want to take a next step and learn it seriously, because it's going to take some work to learn the grammar, because in learning Medu Neter, you're going to have to relearn English, believe it or not. And some people trip out when I say that, but you have to know what is a verb, what is an adjective, what is a past participle, what is a passive or active passive adverb, things like that. You're going to have to know that in order to get into the Medu Neter as well. So it's going to take some serious commitment. So that's why I did it why I do it the way I do it,
Yes, sir.
So that's
See,
pretty much it.
see if I got any comments in this chat room real quick. Let me see.
Are we gonna make this an everyday Tuesday night thing, gentlemen?
Yeah, it's gonna be the Tuesday.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We'll try to make it real consistent with the Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? We have a different class. Bring some visuals up. And see, with this, we won't have a problem with our Hebrew and Muslim brothers because they won't have anything to show you. And the first show we did, you could tell that it's just limited. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can say read and talking crazy, but when the thing slows down like this, and we're real intellectual with it, and we're not cussing and fussing, and where the scholarship has to really show through, it's a big difference. On a radio show, you can get away with a whole lot of foolery. But when it comes time to really show and prove the evidence, right, you're not going to find them here. I promise you. Because it's slowed down, we can zero in on what you're talking about, and if all you have to show is a Bible verse, you're crazy. So,
Yeah.
I mean, everything has its context, though. Don't get it twisted. And everything has its steps. And so we respect them steps that we went through, whether it's the Christianity, Islam, or Judaism, because they was all steps for us, right? But when you're at a certain point now, you want to take things farther because we're really trying to reactivate ourselves to build family and community. You know what I'm saying? And we realized we couldn't stay stuck. So we want to move forward and start building a stronger and wiser community. And how else better way to do it than learn from the ancestors and hear exactly what they're saying. So, you know what I mean? For me, this step is very, very important because now we can show some primary documentation on what people can really see what's going on. I mean, there's no way out of it. You're in the crosshairs. If you couldn't read them glyphs, y'all have been crazy tonight. You know what I'm saying? So that's a show and prove moment for everybody, man. I appreciate y'all stepping up with that. I mean, it was very impromptu, but it shows though. It shows that the ancestors are alive and kicking in our lives, and it's very, very valuable that we continue along these lines. And for the record, Brother Unc ain't got to cuss all the time. I do that when people get totally out of order. You know what I mean? It's called let me back you off me. But when it's time to really get down, we can get down with the best stuff. Anybody want any closing remarks on that?
Brother Ankh, you be cussing to keep them ratings up on the show.
Wow.
Hey, brother, the last show was good though, but like that brother LaRon, I believe he's just really out searching because I went back and listened to the show about 4 or 5 times, and he's just really trying to search because if you listen to it, that's what he was doing.
Yeah, he kind of got beat up though. He got beat up on that last one.
He got beat up. He did.
Yeah, he got kind of beat up, man. He didn't read. He was trying to get us with references that him himself hadn't read. You know what I'm saying? He didn't even read the book. Yeah, it's crazy. Who does that?
Yeah.
And you know what? We find a lot of that. People will come on the radio show, they're trying to critique, but they haven't even read the information. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's terrible, man. And but the fact that you got a lot of lazy people, meaning they're not willing to actually go a little bit farther, right? And they're just going off of what people say. It's a problem. Like the Aleister Crowley. And I promise
Right.
you, when I was kicking it, Aleister Crowley was the man. Eileen Bay was kicking it. Everybody was kicking it.
Oh man, that's
I mean, I
crazy.
promise you that. Go back and look at some of the old DVDs with all them. They're talking about Aleister Crowley. You know what I'm saying? That's some of the things that Malachi York used, right? These were the things that a lot of people wasn't familiar with. The New World section in Barnes and Nobles. So they was taking a lot of those books,
Wait,
right, and actually teaching it instead of doing it the show enough scholarly way, like John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, Remington E, John Leonard Jeffries. They had gotten away from that because they really couldn't compete with them. So they kind of tried to carve out their own lane, and it really has done the community an injustice. And now the squad is here, and we got to undo all of that because by now we should have been building strong communities. But since we flew off into the air with the greatest of ease, you can't build no community flying in the sky. Off of Aleister Crowley and mistranslations. I mean, it's just crazy.
can't.
Yeah, I promise you. I mean, they kind of set us back with that, man. I promise you they did. And now their time is up, and their lectures are getting lesser and lesser. And you know, I mean, you know, come on, man. I mean, it is what it is, man. If you want to float forever, then you can do that. But if you want to go start digging in and start to affect change around you, at some point you got to come back to Earth because this is where it's at.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I just wanted to say, like, I don't know if this is gonna be posted on YouTube or whatever, but like this,
On the
our session here is a discussion. Some people debate just for the sake of debating
right.
without the expectation of progress. Some people just wanna hear you just long enough to respond, and they're not really trying to learn or really discuss what the subject is. So this is a big difference because we're actually having a discussion. The brother Kufu brought up. Now this wasn't pre-planned, so this should also lend credibility to what we're doing because I didn't speak to the brother. He brought up the Aleister Crowley text out the blue, and here we are. We pulled it up and we went through it. We could have spent more time and did it line by line, word for word, and then made an English translation. But just think about it. Within that hour, we basically put an end to that entire book.
Correct.
I mean, and that book has made a lot of money. A lot of people lectured from it. A lot of people parroted it and incorporated it into their own doctrine, their own package, whatever. And just within the last hour, we completely crushed that. I don't know what else it says, but we so just imagine if we keep doing this, we could revisit a lot of different topics. The spaceship topic, the light bulb topic, the alien on the walls. Are the Neteru themselves, are they aliens? Did they come here and walk the earth and then go into a laboratory on the planet Mars and formulate man and all of that nonsense?
Sound like Dario.
Yeah, exactly. We could revisit all of that. Topic by topic. We can go through a topic by topic. We could act like a broomstick. Like the broomstick could be our national symbol, sweeping this stuff away. So I'm saying this stuff like
I
this.
think that's so important also because, like you accurately pointed out, your methodology has to be solid. When you have a solid methodology that you can build with like-minded people and dismantle all of those myths. And on the false side, everything is interconnected too. The stuff that I deal with is branches of African history and science. And then if I'm dealing with Scientology and how Aleister Crowley was friends with L. Ron Hubbard, all that stuff adds credibility to our people being misled. So by us dismantling one part of the history and then another part of the history, we're blowing up all of these myths, which is just nothing but white supremacy that's being fed to our people and keeping us all divided. So by us dismantling each one of these myths, scientifically, historically, spiritually, we're getting our people back on the proper path, but the root of it is proper methodology. So you're 100% right about that.
Yeah, and you show methodology by presenting data. See, and people need to, and that's another thing. I wish Asar Imhotep was still on because I know he knows probably some authors off the top of his head, but there's some books that we should have shown just on the basics of of research, like how to research and how to present it. Like it's one thing to present data, but you have to, I'm sorry, to give your conclusion, but you have to show people how you came to that conclusion so that people can examine, your steps.
Right.
Because it doesn't matter. It's not a racial thing. People want to turn it in, oh, you got it from the white man, or how come you don't do it with a black author? And it's not even about that. It's about the superiority of your method, and does it stand up to scrutiny? You have to come with a superior method as opposed to just a superior showmanship on stage. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we have to keep focused on.
Correct. What you'll find is, like your point, Ankh was pointing out also, people will defend things that they're not even well versed about because it's rooted in emotion. So many
Yeah.
times they'll call into the show or just want to engage in Facebook debates, and it's rooted in emotion. They're not even trying to produce any facts. They're just rooted on emotion and being offended by the doctrine being so-called attacked or being dismantled, that they're rooted and they're just trying to argue just for the sake of arguing.
Yeah, that's true.
Correct.
And another thing I just want to say, when studying specifically with Egypt or the Medu Neter period, a lot of people, because all we know, we kind of been influenced and programmed through Abrahamic belief systems, whether it's Christianity, Judaism, or Hebrew Israelite and Islam. We lean towards seeing it through that lens. Like we always want to compare Egypt with the Bible. You see a lot of people doing that, or the Quran, or Islam, and we kind of have to shut that down too, because we know enough about inner Africa traditions now, especially with more scholars writing their works being translated into English, that we can now compare inner Africa to Kemet or Egypt and have a better understanding of what was being talked about, because we're working backwards by going the other way.
Right.
And we really have to stop that, because in one instance we can't say that Jesus never existed or he's fictional or all these characters are fictional, but then use it to explain Egypt. We can't do that. At the end of the day, we can't do that. So we have to start thinking about that too.
Yeah, that's a quality point right there. Because when you try to do that, you're making them the authority in the situation.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
for so long, monotheism has been the standard. You know what I'm saying? And that's very, very important. So it's time out for that. They're no longer the authority on the situation. We're going to trust in our ancestors. We're going to understand them. And that means it is, but we not only going to understand one God, we're going to understand the gods. And what does it mean? And that, I think that's a part that has been missing in us for the last 500 years. We have been allowing monotheism just to be the standard. And I'm just here to say that it's no longer the standard. That's why I came up with a real black atheist, to let you know that, hold on, that's not the standard. And
Right.
the funny part about that is, though, a monotheist, he's an atheist to the gods. It's crazy at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? So it's just so interesting. You know what I'm saying? But I'm glad that we set that standard, and I don't have no malice at all. But I just wanted us to start to look at the world, from a different standpoint of view. We've been viewing the world from a Christian, Muslim, European standpoint of view for too long. It's time to start looking at it from an African perspective, and then we can understand things and know what parts of that to use, integrate in our life, what we want, what we don't want. But we cannot allow that to be the root, because it's not the root of who and what we are. We existed in an environment at least 1.5 million years prior to any types of religion, before Kemet even existed. And so we was in an environment communing with nature and based off of a natural world way before reading and writing was established. You know what I'm saying? So we just need to lay down some groundwork and some foundation just to try to get back into building, a healthy community again. It's always going to be based off of some good, solid foundation work.
Right.
Yes,
I
sir.
want to say something to what you just said real quick. Is that I mean, to illustrate an example, is that in the Middle East or in the Abrahamic paradigm, people, I mean, it gets even as deep as your orientation of how you perceive the world. Like if you close your eye, like if most of us close our eyes and picture the United States or picture Africa, we'll most likely picture it with Europe at the top, Africa at the bottom, United States to the left, and China and everything else to the right. And when you get into certain people's cultures and you live it and you're programmed by it, you actually orientate yourself to that paradigm. And in Africa, or Kemet specifically, everything was in reverse. So by looking at Kemet through an Abrahamic lens, we're not even allowing our perception of the world, our worldview, to even adjust to what how our ancestors actually saw it. Like, for example, Africa, the bottom of Africa was actually up, or in front of the African, or front of our ancestor, with Europe being behind them, and the sun set on the right hand side as opposed to the left, but it's still called west. It was called Ament, or Amenta, which is the same word for right, like the right hand, right or left. And the word Ibit, which is the word for east, but it's also the word for left. And the sun came up on the Ibit, or the left hand side, and it's set on the right hand side. So when we even orientate ourselves that way and plug that into our thinking, we'll see why the West was called the cemetery, or the West, when people died, they went to the West, or how the deities went to the West when they finished things, because the right hand side represents completion. The left hand side represents to begin something. So you see the deities in their stance with the right hand forward, left foot forward, etc., etc. All these have meanings, but you won't understand those meanings if you stay your orientation in the Middle East, as opposed to Africa, and seeing it how it is. I could share my screen real quick to show that.
What you want to show? You got the Peterson projection map?
Huh?
You talking about what? I was going to show the Peterson projection map. That's what you want to show? What you got?
Let me show this first, then you can show that one. Just real quick. It's taking them. Should come up. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, now this is geography according to Kemet. In the text and the language and everything. This is verified by the language itself. So as you see, Africa is turned opposite of what we're used to, where the south is called Res, or Resut. I have it here, Resi, at the bottom. I don't know if you can see my cursor, which is right here. And then the north is called Mehut, or Meheti, which means the north. Now the word Mehut or Meti comes from the word meh, which means to fill, as in like submerging something underwater, or putting it under something. It means to fill it up, to drown it. So that right there should tell you that the way that the waters ran from the Nile was from the top, which is Resut, which is upper, and then it flowed down behind our ancestors into the Mediterranean, where it flooded or it filled up. So Mehut represents something that's filled. So this will be the top part, and that deals with the geography where the mountain area is higher in elevation. So naturally, the Nile River flows in the opposite direction than what people think of. So then you have here the west, or Amenta, or Amentet, which is the west with the same word for right, and then you have Ibet, or Ibetet, which is the east or left. So just this right here alone will start making people understand the funerary text when the deceased goes to the west, and how they enter the duat, or the underworld, by way of gates in the western side. And then each gate represents an hour, one of the 12 hours of the duat, before they're resurrected or brought back again as a aku, which is a effective spirit or star. So little thing, I'm just saying, little things like this changes the game. So we have to keep this in mind.
Good point.
That's pretty strong.
And in the Middle East, their orientation is different. I believe they're facing the east. They always praying facing the east. They're praying to the east. The way their temples are arranged, et cetera, et cetera. So, we just have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, you know what? That's an even better point. I have an article. I don't have it to share right this minute because I don't know how much time everybody got left. But yeah, at around 8,800 BCE, down in Sudan, they found graves. Okay, and not loose graves, like graves with different strata, organized graves. And they found the people buried in the traditional position, the tuck position, the fetal position, with their heads facing to the south. And so what this shows us, right, in archaeology, that first of all, these are the oldest cemeteries on Earth, right, at 8,800 BCE. And so this is a culture established. They found this in 1968 or something like that, or 1959. Look how long it's taken for this information to get to us. Okay, you're talking about culture, uh, established burial practices at 8,000 years ago, and now you come to the Middle East and everybody want to face to the east or whatever, right? But it's clear the orientation was to the south, as attested at 8,000, 5,000, 8,500 BCE. This is very, very important. Okay, so we understand these customs and these traditions, right? And so the fact that we would revert has to be based off of not knowing. You know what I'm saying? Because we can show this. We can show grave sites at 8,800 BCE. And so, I mean, I found it amazing that back then you find people, orientated to the south. I mean, you know what I'm saying? And so it's just amazing how they play the Sumer game. The new trick they got going now is the quote unquote, let's just play the game of Sumer is older now. That's the new game.
The what? What's that?
Sumer and Abraham
Yeah,
bought
yeah.
technology. That's the new game they got going now in
Right.
the Hebrew. That's crazy to me, man. Crazy. They still building mud in Sumer.
Well,
You know what I'm saying? They
there's
building mud.
there's data coming out that the original Sumerians were Niger-Congo speakers, which is gonna put a monkey wrench in that little agenda they got going on.
Well, I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's the game they're trying to teach now. Because they're trying to compete now. Okay, the old way of playing the Bible is not going to work. So they're trying to more or less come out the Bible now and make, Abraham took technology. You know what I'm saying? But I'm taken back to the Miss Swanson. This is John Henry Clark's personal secretary, and she's in Atlanta, and she always told me, she say, whenever you see buildings in stone, she said, that's African technology, stone technology. And then when you really think about it, the Stone Age, and people don't talk about this. And I've done a lot of study in the Stone Age, because in the Stone Age is where you learn how to start making tools in stone. Buildings, you know what I'm saying? You get the technology of cutting stone. I mean, it's not hard, it's not complicated. You know what I'm saying? So you can go to Nubia and find the oldest structures in mud, right? These are the prerequisite temples that you later on find in Kemet. You later on find mud bricks in Sumer. And so that's why it's very important to detail technology, Stone Age technologies. So everything has a starting point to it. You know what I'm saying? You can see how the sciences are developed. You know what I'm saying? You can see how they can graduate and get there. And so by the time you get to 8,000 BCE, right, before the Sahara changes to a desert, you already see things in place to build a healthy economy and a healthy civilization based off of the Stone Age technology. I mean, we can trace this thing. That's why I focus hard on Stone Age cultures, on Pinnacle Point. You know what I'm saying? 200,000 BCE. You start to find the signs. 100,000 years ago, you start to see certain technologies. And so this is important so we can extend these things. You know what I'm saying? So that there is really no competition when it's really time to sit down to the table and to force our people to look back at our ancestors.
Right.
I'm about to. I'm just gonna say peace. It was a good build. I'm gonna continue to watch live from the YouTube stream, but I think a few other brothers want to get in on the build, and I need to do some things around the house, so I'm about to watch from YouTube. Peace.
Somebody want to add something?
Hey, you in Cali, right? You like 3 hours behind, right?
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little bit behind. It's 10 o'clock out here, but I'm gonna log back in when I can. But I gotta tend to some business, so I'll holler at y'all in a minute.
All right.
If I can show that project, let me see.
Well, how many? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How many people can actually fit in the video part of it?
I don't know.
They say 10.
Well, it's streaming on the YouTube thing. Can y'all see that map right there?
I saw something pop up
Y'all can't see that?
before.
I see.
Yeah.
I think you shared the wrong thing because it's showing Jonathan's avatar.
Before.
It's showing your Google Plus page.
It ain't showing the thing through.
No. It's like a snapshot.
All right, hold on.
Now you
I wanted
live.
to show you that. I wanted to show you that Peterson. Yeah, this should be it. Not showing through. I kind of wanted to show that Peterson projection map. I don't know why. So it didn't show through there.
Oh, are you talking about the map that shows the more accurate sizes of the continents?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's not showing.
No, I don't see it.
No, it's not.
That's bananas. Yeah, I kind of want to collaborate on what you was talking about. That Peterson projection map is made to scale. You know, for those who are not familiar with that. I don't know if somebody can kind of share that. I don't know why mine won't allow me to do it. Maybe too many things going on my computer.
Yeah, I don't have it. I don't have it.
I don't know why I can't do that. That mine just won't work like that. That is crazy. Let me see. Let me see.
There you go. I see it. There you go.
Y'all see that?
No, not no more.
It left.
Yeah.
Came and went, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Like what I had to do, I had to actually open up a completely different browser window.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I opened up a different browser window completely, and then I just shared that. Not a tab. I like separated it in its own window.
Oh, okay.
But I can see it now.
Can you?
Yeah, we can see it now.
Yeah, see that's a Peterson projection map, right? And it was done to scale, and this shows you a whole different just a whole different outlook of it. You know, things in its true size, and so you kind of see how large Africa is, right? And the funny part, watch this. Well, I don't know if you can see, y'all can't see my pointer, can you?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can see it.
See this? Yeah, that's it, right?
Yeah.
The question I always want to know: how do you come from here, which is Israel, in 70 A.D.? Watch this. Your temple is ransacked, and out of nowhere, you make this trek like this. That is as large as the United States. You can't cross that desert like that. You know what I'm saying? Without a planned trip, without planned rations, without understanding food stations, watering holes, the whole 9 yards, it becomes ridiculous. Seriously, that's a heck of a trip right there. Look at that. See?
Yeah.
Bananas. Now I know you do have people. I think Brother Ish, you talked about that. An elephant. You find a Hebrew or Jewish community down in this area right here at a certain point, right? But that trip from here to there, it's not happening. Of 1 million something people, It's not happening. As a matter of fact, right now, if that many people cross the Sahara, right now the satellite imagery would pick that up. Yeah, would actually pick that up. So go ahead, somebody else can talk. I don't want to hug discussion.
Carl in the house.
Oh man.
What's up, bro?
What's going on, Israel Doc?
Peace, what's up? Who they calling my name out like that? Don't put me on blast.
You trying to sneak in here, no Hesse.
Nah, man, I seen y'all. I've been doing a little show tonight myself dealing with sovereignty and the higher science of it, you know. A lot of people don't know how to govern themselves. That's why we got a lot of problem in the black community, you know.
Yeah. And you know what? I want to say this too. I think one of the things we like I said, we tend to want to rush things and use shortcuts and all of that. And a lot of people when they start losing a debate or losing an argument, the ego gets inflated, and then they start asking the basic questions. You know, it turns to a race issue, or they ask you, well, what have you done, or what are you doing for the community, et cetera, et cetera. Where are your books at? Where is your community? You know, and all of that. And they don't get it that all of our actions, everything that a person does, is always dictated by what's seated in the fertile soil of their mind. So until we correct our thinking, I don't care what we do, it's gonna crumble eventually. All these things that we do end up being temporary. Like the older we get, we can look back on our lives. I don't know how old everybody is. I'm in my 40s, and I can look back on my life and see the different leaders or spokespeople that come up and come up with solutions, but the solutions end up being temporary. And the longer you live, the more you can see that okay, it's temporary. But back in the day, you think it's the all in all, like okay, this is it. I'm going to join this organization. This is it, you know. But until we get our mind right and everything, until we start building our mind, and that's what our ancestors did. They actually built people's character and built their mind, knowing that from there they're going to build and do great things. So that's the premise that we need to operate on. We got to correct each other's thinking. And then we can start asking questions like, all right, well, what are you doing? What are you doing? Because if you do something now and your mind is wrong, let's say you got good savvy and you come into a lot of money. Yeah, you got the resources to do something. All right, say you buy a building, you buy an apartment complex, you house people, etc. But if everybody's mind's not right, eventually that housing is going to turn into a project. It's going to whatever. It's going to crumble. So we have to start thinking about getting our minds right and stop taking shortcuts. You know,
it's gonna boil to somebody gonna become unrighteous. They deeds and their good intent is gonna turn. You know, everybody that get into power don't know how to handle power. So then they go into a power trip sometime. And when they go into the power trip, it destroys everything that they just built. And it destroys everything that they put their efforts to before they trip. You know?
Exactly. And that's my point. So when people throw that question out there, it's really a red herring straw man type of thing that to try to divert. But we really need to bang on building our character, building our mind. And in Kemet, you know, a lot of the deities are also personality complexes. I know anybody who's familiar with the Ifa tradition of the Yoruba, the Orisha, and the Ori, and how the deities govern your head or your Ori, and how you will exemplify the characteristics of a certain deity and everything. These deities were actual role models, as opposed to the way we do today. We look at celebrities as role models, whereas our ancestors looked to deities as role models, and they were archetypes of certain personality traits. And so we have to get back into that science so we can start building ourselves back up.
Yeah, that's what last time I was on here we went into that conversation that if you're dealing with a mythology, and you're dealing with a character in this mythical tale, that at the end of the day, 9 out of 10, you're gonna want to portray this character. We see it in rap music. People want to be Jay-Z. They want to be Hove. This is when they brought Jay Electronica out with Hove, and you see a new paradigm forming in the FOI and the Nation of Islam and stuff. you know, because they trying to shift the people. They giving them a big name rap artist, and they tying it into the 5%er thing that's already been running rapid in with the Wu-Tang and poor righteous teachers, this and that. So they're bringing in old paradigms and reintroducing it to the people.
Yeah.
But they're trying to get them a role model, and they trying to give them that mythical story line that you can make it from the drug game to, being the head of a company, Rock
Right.
Nation, this, that, and the other. We know that these things are built in systems to teach, like you said, but people are watching other individuals more than watching the principles. But the principles are told in the mythological story. David, people want to tear down the big Goliath, the big system. I'm the little man. That's what that story's for. Whether you accept it as real or fake, it's something to aspire to.
And I don't know how many people listen or you all, if anybody did some traveling as a Masonic in a Freemasonry, that's basically the premise on that Freemasonry is built on. They're actually taking good men and making them better. They're building character. It's all about building character, and they're using the Bible and the Bible characters to actually use it as symbols and allegories to actually chisel out your character. That's why they say take you from a rough ashlar into a perfect ashlar. You just quarried rough stone, and then they chisel you away by these different stories and practices and rituals, and then you're supposed to come out smooth as a smooth ashlar. And they took that from our ancestors, because that's the same thing that we did. So so my point is that when people talk about community building, we have to do mind building first, and we, like if you're in an emergency situation, like if you're bleeding and you got a hole in you and you bleeding, of course, yeah, you're gonna go to the hospital and you're gonna make sure you straight. So when we have emergency situations in the community, yes, we wanna attend to that, but there's those of us that we need to take our time, put in the work, so that we can actually build character that's gonna be more permanent. More permanent, and not these temporary stuff, not these band-aids that we've been seeing. So a lot of, that's what I've been seeing.
But as you stated earlier, life itself chisels out certain characteristics. When you have to go through certain trials and tribulations, and so you hear Abundance Child, I done, ran across a couple times on YouTube talking about this, but she actually did an interview on my show, and she talked about the girls' rites of passage, where most of them has been molested by family members and stuff. This is going to build a certain characteristic in those that was molested that's different than those that won. So the things you go through in life, whether if you was a drug dealer, drug user, a pimp, or whatever you did in the confines of our neighborhoods, or hoods, these things shape and mold you, because as you get older, you can see where they was beneficial or unbeneficial to you, as well as the community.
Yeah.
So when you hit the 20s, it's like welcome to the nightlife. Now you go to the clubs, 21, get you a little drink. You can go to the strip bar, start seeing you a little, people, sisters busting it open or whatever. It's gonna build a certain mentality and a certain thing. But then after a while, you hit the 30s, oh, you're in a whole nother paradigm. You're in a whole nother life change. And then when you hit 40, heading to the 50s, you're going to be a whole nother person. You're going to be able to live at least 3 or 4 lifetimes before you hit the 50s. That's how I see it.
Yeah. Well, that speaks to the point as well. But, if we step it up, we have to form communities that speak to that can handle that. Like and our ancestors understood because they dealt with this with the characteristics of the human of the human being. Like, what does it mean to actually live, life of a human being? So for example, like, we know that a certain age, anybody that has children, that at a certain age your children are going to they're going to go through a rebellious stage. Just say, for example, well, our ancestors, knowing that that is a part of the human behavioral evolution in a person's lifetime, we would have something that caters to that, that can offset that. We would have a something in place that's waiting for that to happen, and then it will it will guide it. Whereas today in our neighborhoods and our communities, we don't have that. So when our children get out of line and get rebellious and stuff, we don't know how to handle it, or we try to handle it before when it's too late. So that's what I'm saying. We have to get back into the science of knowing ourselves, which is goes back to what we were saying earlier. Know thyself, which we know that that's not really what it's saying, but it's really speaking to the science of understanding our being, and to
Would you
know
say
how to
history?
say it
Would you
again.
say history? Because one of the programs that I've seen over the years is when they take the elderly and put them with the youth, the toddlers, like, and stuff. And so they're not separated by nothing but the generation in between them, and they at work and doing this and that. But the grandparents, along with other people monitoring the situation, is with the grandchildren, so they can tell them about, you know, slavery or whatever they grew up, civil rights, this and that. And now you're passing, that's that old tradition or whatever, you're passing that history on, and you get into the next generation, what you seen, what you went through, what it is that shaped and mold your character.
Right.
And then to speak on what you said, that's prodigal son. Everybody get their chance to go and see the nightlife and see these things and, be a part of it. And will they come out of it? Maybe when they 30, but will they have been to kill themselves trying to live in this system? Because we all know at a certain time it was like, will I live to see 25? Seeing that I'm out here wilding in these streets and doing crazy stuff, I get AIDS out here sleeping with these women and stuff, So these are things that you got to tell a young brother or your son or whatever growing up. And women have to do the same thing with the young sisters, that they have to tell them, yeah, you finna rebel or whatever. I did the same thing, but these are the things that I learned out there. So when they get out there, they got some foreknowledge, and they can make a better decision based on the fact, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You already informed them.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right along the same lines. I'm saying we need to step it up and make it more of a scientific approach, I should say, because a lot of stuff we do is, children don't come with instruction manuals, and we don't have, if you're not set, or if you don't have your footing in a tight community. Because back in the day, it's totally different now. Back in the day, when you grow up on a neighborhood on a block, everybody, parents shared children. Like, if you see, if you wilding out, somebody else's parent can check you. They could get that switch or whatever. And
That's
today
when
it's not
we
like
used to
that.
be neighbors, though. See, we're no longer neighbors. We just in the hood, and there's no neighborly functions in some of these situations. You know what
Right.
I'm saying?
Exactly. So
Because you whoop my child, I'm gonna come whoop you. That's the mindset of most people now.
yeah,
You
and
know,
sometimes, but and sometimes it could be justified because people don't even know how to discipline. So I'm just saying, overall, I guess my point is that we have to. I mean, I'm addressing, when people want to jump ahead and be like, well, what you doing for the community? How many books you wrote? How many nations you built, and this and that, and they skip over the fundamental
Hello?
foundation. You can't build something off of a beach sand. You
well,
gotta.
if we govern ourselves and took care of ourselves, that's like right now. I don't have any health insurance. I don't look to die tomorrow either. But if I die tomorrow, somebody will have to put me in the ground. And that's showing a lack of
Yeah.
Me taking care of myself and taking care of that business. So when you find people that are independent and they can take care of themselves, at the end of the day, they take the strain off of the community. So if you're not doing nothing super big, but taking care of your own self and governing your life,
All right.
then you do a wealth of, you know, service to the community. Because for all the people that hasn't graduated, or all the people that's on drugs, or all the people that's doing certain things, that means somebody had to step in and look out for them, take care of them, and be their crutch when they could be helped. You know, in certain situations, help raising up somebody that really need it. They have to be a crutch to those that should have already passed certain stages, or you know, been initiated to the next level of, you know, manhood,
Yeah. Well,
womanhood.
that's the benefit of adopting a African tradition, is because our ancestors, even living traditions today, what I'm saying is that they account for the different evolutions in behavior of the human being. Like they focused on the science of the human being, so much so that a child rebels at the age of 7, let's say. So they had rites of passage that offsets this rebellious stage, this natural leniency to rebel. And they have things in place for that. It even ties into the cosmology of the people, with the deities. They have myths and stories that talk about the deities and what have you. So we have to get back into that, and the Abrahamic traditions don't supply us with that. So I'm
Are you
speaking.
sure? Because I mean, even if you
Man,
just looked
here we
at,
go. Here we go.
if you just if you
Man, we
just look at,
sure.
I'm just saying,
Of
if you
course we
just looked at
sure, bro.
if you just looked at the Jewish people today, they have bar mitzvahs. You know what I'm saying?
Well, okay, no, no, no. I don't want you to misunderstand me. What I'm saying, I'm not saying the Abrahamic traditions, because people grow up. I mean, you got Jews who were born into Judaism, and they live a long life and they die as a Jewish person. So I'm not saying it doesn't exist, or those things don't exist to an extent. What I'm saying is that in Africa, the African traditions, we have more of a 360 perspective, a complete system, a complete package that deals with the spirit, or the psyche of a human being from birth to death, that accommodates these different levels of development. Like why in Kemet the deceased was referred to as Usir. How women were called Usir, like Nefertari, or
I
uh,
mean, I understand that, but are you just looking at it from that point of view, and that's the point of view you study, or did you study any Abrahamic tradition or text that
yeah.
said that,
I
you know,
I
it
grew up
is or isn't?
I grew up as a Christian, as an ignorant Christian, and then I got into it, and then I did the Muslim thing, the whole Quran, learning Arabic, the
Hey, watch
Quran,
out. You know your face cut off, don't you?
huh?
Going like that.
Oh no, my camera, it is, I gotta get a new camera
Okay.
sitting down here. Um, so yeah, no, no, I'm not saying that just I'm not trying to be biased. It's just that when you study African traditions, they have more of a complete pack. We can go into the Yoruba tradition. Just even on the surface, there are personality archetypes of the deity. See, the reason why I say Abraham beliefs don't have it is because they have this monotheism thing going on, where where it's only one God, and then everything, they it actually exists. It's just that they call them angels. They call these
Nah, I
other.
see. What I think we talking about now, you're taking it more to the deities and what the deities, uh, stand for. But the
Exactly.
characters in the Bible itself is the learning system, and is the same learning system that you're talking about. So I'm saying this, if we're gonna look at a myth, or we're gonna look at a story to learn from. When you hear stories about a young David standing up against all odds, against this big giant thing, this would tell a young man that no matter government or whatever. Stand on your morals, stand on your characters, and the fact that Saul tried to give him his armor and stuff and say, take this and fight with this. It said, no, I'm not gonna take what you use to fight with, but I'm gonna take my own experience and my own knowledge of what I done learned out here in the boondocks fighting these lions and bears, and I'm gonna take that experience and I'm gonna use it against this system or against this monumentum.
What you saying? What you talking about?
We talking about mythical stories.
This is
We're
an
talking about
African
mythical stories and mythical characters.
Not even born yet. The culture you're subscribing to isn't even born yet.
We're being intelligent here, so
no, we're being real intelligent. This is before the Hebrew Israelite experience, the conversation we're having. You didn't know that?
We're talking about something that's universal.
No, it's not.
Listen, if a young man nowadays hear a Tupac song, right? If they hear a Tupac song, they weren't even around when he was here. They weren't even born. But if they come into that paradigm and hear what this man was putting on the table, they're either going to show the characteristics that he was putting in the song, whether they good or bad or whatever, but he left that story and that message for people.
No, where's that at?
Huh?
King James boys?
I'm talking about Tupac now. I'm not even talking Bible. I'm taking it to a universal sense. We can even take the KIS-1 and stuff. These people are teachers. They the guaps in the community. What are you talking about?
And the guaps.
You know what I'm saying? It's your terminology.
What you just said though is that before what I said, I acknowledge that, because what I said is that even as a Freemason, in Masonry, they take the Bible stories and the symbols and allegory and they use it to build character. That's the whole point. So what you just described, Freemasonry is about that. That's what they do. They take the biblical stories, or they take the major theme of Hiram Abiff, or the death and resurrection of
But they do the same thing in hip hop, which is a culture itself, which is black culture, right? And you can say they derive these things from African tradition or whatever. Cause I can't remember where I was at, but somebody was saying, I think it was Jonathan, when he was saying they used to wear the big chains back then and the big medallions to show that they was, more important to the next person.
We want to kind of switch the conversation a little bit, yo. You want to close a statement on that Israel doctrine?
Yeah, I think mythologies, no matter which story or whatever, or even true stories, are used to teach the ones that come after you and hear them a lesson. And if you deny people hearing certain stories and certain things, you deny them learning the lesson that they should get from it.
Now, can I say something to, I guess, in this segment of the conversation?
Yeah.
I would argue that in the African context, when you're talking about the deities, this is one thing that I find consistent around the continent, in which I think the Abrahamic traditions generally deviate from this particular model, and that is the deities are understood as aspects of the self, aspects of the person themselves. And in the Abrahamic traditions, for the most part, again, in certain priestly contexts, they understand it as myth, but it's not being taught as myth. It's being taught that these people existed, and these are the actual events that happened to these people. And I think in the general African paradigm, again, when you're talking about the orishas, all of these orishas are just the characteristics of a human being. And what type of orisha that is given in the story is telling the person what kind of character or aspect of yourself you will need in this type of thing. So to give kind of almost a parallel to what Israel Doctrine was saying, I guess when we're talking about David and Goliath, the fundamental lesson to be learned in that aspect is courage. Now, when it comes to Ifa, for instance, when you're talking about Shango, Shango is the personification of lightning and thunder, but it's not about lightning and thunder and him being the god of lightning and thunder. It's the personification of the fundamental courage that one needs to have in order to change and transform oneself or one's environment. And so we in Ifa understand it as an archetype for a piece of our character that we have, and we draw on that symbolism, in our real lives. This is why you don't find religious wars, outside of the Abrahamic traditions in Africa, because this is the general teaching model that you find in Africa. You wouldn't argue over a personality trait, that you have in your own system, or that is understood to be common in certain systems. So I think that's just a slight deviation between the two particular paradigms, just to give some clarity to what brother Lasar was saying, brother Uja was saying.
Yeah, and I just went with the mythology thing. I would have went quicker with just the fruits of the spirit and watching one action and watching what they're birthing in the community. If you're birthing young thugs and gangsters and whores and drug dealers, then at the end of the day, the attributes and the fruits of the spirit is not there. You're dealing with a more carnal man and not a spiritual man. I digress.
Yeah, you sure as hell did digress. What the hell?
Stop trying to attack me. I'm not the enemy.
I ain't trying to attack you. I think the point I'm making is the reason our actions are as such these days is based off of the ways we have been informed and instructed. Now, the brother Majai, he said something that was very important. He said at adolescence, our culture had things in place to deal with that. Well, in this culture, the adolescents are literally running the community at times. Like where I grew up at, in certain neighborhoods, you would have 15-year-olds literally the head of households. But this is when they're going through that period of adjustment and understanding and rebellion. So if they're running a household, bringing in the share of the money based off of their drug activity, right? They're in control of their mother and their father. Like, what type of household is that? You can see how everything becomes just out of whack. You know what I'm saying? You can routinely see European kids at the age of 13, 14 cussing their mother and father out. This is a routine.
Yep.
I mean, all of us on this phone have seen that. You like, did you just say that to your mother? You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, the culture that we're living in is a whole different animal. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's right, wrong, or indifference, but they handle things differently. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's important to make that,
And that's why I said at the end of the day, one of the best model systems that I've seen is when they take the elderly and put them with the infants and the real young youth, where that way they can bridge the gap. Because one of the things that happened, like you said, in the community, I grew up in Cabrini Green projects in Chicago, Illinois, right before they got ready to tear them down, when I was about 10, 11 and stuff, they started taking the elderly out of the building. So therefore, you having younger and younger people having babies, and then the drug culture started coming into the building. Now instead of certain women sweeping the port, where the ramp, and mopping it and doing certain things to take care of the building and to take care of the community, they took those watchmen or those gatekeepers out of the way. And then they allow for younger people to come in, like you saying, and people having babies at 13. They having babies at 13, so when they get 26, their baby is 10. When they get in their 30s, they grandmothers. So
ain't that the Hebrew culture though? Wasn't married 13, 12?
We're not talking about Hebrew culture. We talking about ghetto life. We talking about good times right now. We talking J.J. Thelma and Bookman and Florence and all that.
Watch this. But hold on, no, I wasn't being funny. You really thought it was. When you look at deities, like Brother Saul said, these were supposed to be role models. So let's look at this. So if Jesus, Mary, and the boys were our role models, right? Then why wouldn't you have a child at 13? That's your primary role model, right? It is okay to have a child at 13, 12.
Well, why were they having children that young back then? Because people weren't living that long in generations. It's the same thing we talking about today. So at the end of the day, when you talking about these coaches and stuff, you know what I'm saying? Then
I thought they lived for
you're
900
dealing
years,
with
yo.
other things that's unwritten and unspoken of. You have to deal with the unknown factor in the equation too.
Yo, you give me that. That's your excuse. They wasn't
Nah,
living that long.
All right, I didn't know I was. Uh,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Jonathan.
I was just saying I let the brother in Ezra Doctor. I didn't know you was gonna hijack the conversation, so that's my bad. I apologize for me.
Nah, we ain't
hijack
gonna
the
holler at that
conversation. This
conversation.
brother is the one was talking about building character. So what you want me to
Yeah.
just talk Messianic talk? 'Cause I can talk that
No,
and
no,
won't
no,
say nothing
no. We
about
don't.
Bible, and I'll be
No,
right
no.
in the groove
It's
with
real
the thing.
doctrine. We're not trying to build character off the Bible. We seen what they did for us for 500
I
years.
just
Not
asked you,
that
do you want me
paradigm.
to talk Messianic stuff? When
No,
he
no,
mentioned Hyman the Biff, who you think that is, and where do that come from? You didn't attack him and say he was using the Bible. So
No.
just because you know I misread doctrine and I use biblical things, just don't point a finger at me and get at me.
not point,
Be
I'm
my
not pointing
yacht.
the finger at you.
Be my yacht right now. Point a
I
finger
am
at me
being
and
my
just
yacht.
don't bring up
I am
Hyman the
being.
Biff anymore.
If I
Because
was,
that's the Israelite he's talking about.
Well,
I am being. I am
let me
being. What?
let me
Hyman
let
the
me
Biff?
let me just hold on. Let me just clarify what I was saying. The reason why I said what I said was because it sounded like we were closing out the whole conversation. So basically, I was just giving my 2 cents on community building because Unc mentioned community building, and I was saying that even with community building, a lot of people want to rush to the end game and do something for the community, but yet we still have to get our minds rewired and our character, our actual being repolarized properly. And I was saying that African traditions offer us a way, a platform, an environment to build our character so that whatever we do accomplish in the communities will have more permanency because we could be out of our mind and wrong state of mind and do things just because we got a little bit of money or whatever. Or look at the state of the so-called black conscious community. You got people who are rushing and then they put these packages together and go on lecture circuits, but they're parroting misinformation. Like for example, what we just went through with the Aleister Crowley stuff. And they may mean well, they may be sincere as I don't know what and mean well, but it ends up being wrong and we get a setback. It's a whole nother decade, a whole nother generation that's still how we are. So I'm saying we have to get ourselves, our minds right, our spiritual aspect, whatever we want to call it, we have to bang at that first, and then produce.
Right. And what happened with that is,
Hold on, Israel Doctor. Hold on, I want to ask you a question. Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me ask you this, Waldron. What do you think about the Israel Stella? It's not even called that. What do you think about that? You think that's a mistranslation? I'm starting to feel that's like a mistranslation, bro.
Well, I mean, the big hype about it is the focus on the name Israel in it. Like people don't even talk about the rest of the Stella anymore. They just want to focus in on is the name Israel mentioned, and the data that's out now and re-examine that it doesn't say Israel. It
So,
say Jezreel.
so look. So this we want to do. Next class we want to have, we want to examine that because I'm tired of that one.
Yeah, I mean that's a hot topic that people are trying to get
Yeah,
into. But now look at the reason why it's a hot topic. That's because they're trying to, and this is what I was saying earlier. People are constantly trying to interject some kind of Abrahamic thing inside of Kemet. They're trying to validate Abrahamic stuff by using Kemet. Kemet is so solid that everybody tries to put their hooks into it. And we got to stop, and that has to stop. That just has to stop. People are trying to they do it so much where they make up stuff.
so do we supposed to accept that as a true fact?
No, not
That
just because
statement
I
of
said it. No, not just because I'm saying it or I said it. It's putting in the work, and you'll find that to be the truth once
no,
you.
I'm just asking that question due to the fact that it was things going on before it was recorded. But yet the best recording of it is well. So therefore, when
Now, hold
people
on. What you
talk
talking about, Israel Doctor? What you talking? What things are going on before what was recorded, brother?
before Egypt or Kemet received this knowledge, right? Seeing that they got it from somewhere else and seeing that y'all are historians, if I don't give you the historical reference, I mean, you can correct me, or if I'm incorrect, like I said, just correct me. But they received knowledge from elsewhere. It didn't like it started just at Kemet, right?
Well,
Okay,
hold
what's your
up.
point?
Wait, when people say stuff like that, we got to kind of be careful because that plants the seed for them to receive it from
No, it's
aliens.
not planting the seed. It's asking a question for you to plant the seed. It's
No, no,
asking a
no,
question
no,
for you to plant the correct seed and then water it and cultivate it.
no.
So
I
did it
no.
start in Kemet or did it come to Kemet?
Okay, no, I didn't mean that as to try to attack you or anything. That like I'm just saying that not just you. I'm saying other people when they say stuff like that, it opens the door for the people who lived in the Nile Valley to be sitting there. Then some spaceships flew down and somebody dropped off a book. And I'm not saying you're saying that, but I'm saying that kind of
I'm
thinking
not saying
opens.
nothing. I'm asking a question to all the scholars that's on the line that at the end of the day, did Kemet birth all this knowledge or did they receive it from somewhere else?
Okay, and I'm just beginning with that by the way you worded the first time. I heard other people word it, and then it leans into okay, they received it from somewhere else. And the point I'm making is that Kemet didn't the people of Kemet came about there. It's more like an amalgam of people that came together that unified based on
It didn't start in Kemet. That's what you're saying to narrow down all the
Yeah,
statements,
it
right?
didn't start, Tim.
no,
No.
it didn't start in
But
Kemet, but I'm saying, but
but
what
is
I'm
that
saying,
the best place to go to get the records of these things?
okay, before I answer that, what I want to say is that the way we ask these questions, Kemet is a place. The people came with the knowledge from somewhere else and settled and created a
I
confederation
mean,
called
I
Kemet.
understand that it was a trading post, it was this and that. A lot of people came
No,
there to do commerce and different stuff.
no,
And
no,
when they
no, no,
came there,
no,
they
no, no.
brought certain things and left certain things, and they left out with certain things, right? Meaning
No,
that
no, 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 no.
it was
But
a
You're
breathing
getting
ground for all kind of knowledge,
you're
right?
getting you're getting way off topic. I mean,
Yeah, that's on top.
it's a simple issue of when you actually read the text, it doesn't say Israel. That's all he's talking about. That when you actually do the knowledge, you actually read the text, it's not going to be what everyone thinks it is. That's
Right.
all
Nah,
he's saying.
that's not the subject that we was dealing with, though.
That
No,
was
no,
the
no.
subject y'all were dealing with.
he was asking
We
about
started with that.
the
We was talking about
Merneptah,
the Israel Silla, right?
Yeah,
the
yeah, we started with
Merneptah.
that.
And
Yeah.
then,
So
as we was talking about that, he made a statement on another subject, and we was dealing with that. For us to Stella go, it's either right or it's not. It's either Israel or not.
He's
So,
saying it's not.
okay,
Y'all
that's what
back
I'm
go.
saying.
I'm not here to
That's where
debate
the
it.
conversation deviated. Once he said that, and Brother Wasar was trying to qualify that it's not true because he said it's true. But
Right.
when you actually do the work and do the demonstration, you will see that it's not what it is. That's when it went into something else.
No, it went into something else when he said everyone is trying to tap into
No,
Kemet because
That was
Kemet
way
is.
no,
before.
no. That was
That's when I
no,
made my statement.
no, no,
It's on
no.
record.
No, what you said prompted me to say that, and what you said was before Kemet, there were things going on before Kemet, and I
Right, but
and
I
that,
never spoke on the Stella. I spoke on the statement you made. And you
yeah,
said everyone wants to insert themselves into
Hold. This,
Kemet.
look,
And
this what we're gonna do.
let me just say
Hold on
this.
for a
So
minute. Hold on for a
I
minute,
only
yo.
asked the question,
This
did
what
it
we're gonna
start
do.
in
This what
Kemet
we're
or
gonna
did
do. Check this
Kemet
out.
get it from
Hold
elsewhere?
on. Hey, Israel doctrine. Being as though we will be doing the work on the brothers are going to do the work on the Israel Stella, we're going to show that, and we're going to stop calling it that because the shows ain't called that.
Well,
Ain't nobody named Israel.
me, you and Ishmael already dealt with that Stella.
Let me finish my point, brother. I don't know what you just said. I missed it because you cut my wisdom. The point I want to make is we don't want to change the tone of the whole show. I know that's all you really have to fight with is the one book and the one God. I get that, but we're talking about time periods that Israelites don't even exist. You know what I'm saying? Now their forefathers might have exist in the form of Asiatics, as attested by you can trace the names. You know what I'm saying? Shashu, Apuru. You know what I'm saying? But they would never consider themselves to be Israelites. And so you're not even. I'm saying your conversation right now is way off topic, dude. And you stirring. I feel you, but this ain't the blog talk.
Nah,
So if you
this
got
one
something to
way
show
off
us,
topic. I spoke on what the brother stated.
no,
So
no,
if
no,
he stated something off topic, then once again,
no,
don't
no, no,
point
no.
your finger at me, point it at him,
I'm
cause
not
he said.
pointing a finger at you. What I'm saying is,
So don't say
show
I'm
and
off
prove.
topic.
Listen,
That's a false
listen,
statement.
listen. Show and prove.
Show and prove what?
Whatever you saying out your mouth, and
I
you
asked the
say
question.
prove.
Do I have to show and prove a
Yeah.
question?
Yep.
So when I asked, did it start in Kemet or started elsewhere,
And
I
we
have to
told
show
you.
and prove?
No, we showed. We told you. We told you what it was.
Okay, you
What
showed
was
and
the
To answer
point
proved.
for
your
saying
question,
that?
all knowledge did not start in Kemet.
Okay, that's all I asked.
Reason for that question, though, right?
Don't beat around the bush, just insert.
What's
No,
the reason for the question?
all knowledge did not start in Kemet, and that's not what I was implying. I was just speaking on why the so-called Israel Stella is such a hot topic to begin with. Like, why is it relevant? I mean, the relevancy of that stella is because people are trying to identify Israel in it. Not because the stella existed. The stella was in the museum for a long time. Nobody's been talking about it except for the fact of trying to identify Israel in it. So
I
what
mean,
I'm
I
saying is
feel
that
you, brother. Me and Unc and Ishmael, we didn't have that issue. I'm not here to argue that. That's why I spoke on the statement you made and not the Stella, because I don't care about the Stella. I'm not going to lose my life or gain any more life by proving that Stella to be correct or incorrect. So
I tell you what, that 1200 BC thing, with mentioning a particular name, is not happening no more because a new sheriff is in town, and that's out of here. But all the other crap is out of here. You know what I'm
come on,
saying?
Bernie, fight. You ain't the
It's out
sheriff.
of here.
You
It's out
not
of
the
here.
sheriff.
It's out of here.
You
And the
deputy.
point I'm making is we're not giving black people specifically no more room to wiggle. Go home, understand your culture, because in your culture there's a lot of things there for us. We've tried everything to this point, brother.
What you
Everything
better realize
to
is
immerse ourselves into our culture, bro.
What
That's
you
what we
better
have not done.
realize is that you have people that read the hieroglyphs, right? So if it don't say Israel, you have to verify what it say. Meaning you have to go against the scholars and you have to go against those that has
No, we
stated that
don't.
it mean Israel.
No, we
Or
don't.
you have to prove what it is.
You know what
So
we
the
don't have
burden
to
of
do,
proof is more
Israel? You know
than
what we don't have to do, Israel? Be honest with you, we don't have to prove anything to them because it's not their culture. How
look,
dare you tell me what's in my culture? We don't have
no,
to
it ain't
prove
got
that to
nothing to
them.
do with
All we
culture.
have
It
to
has
do is to
something to
teach
do
our people.
it
That's all
has
we have
something
to
to
do.
do with
Who
something
are we
that's
proving?
written.
No, we don't. No, we don't. All we have
Okay.
to do is teach our culture,
Who
bro.
agree with you on that? To
I mean,
say something isn't this, you have to say that it's that.
no, we don't. All we have to do is to teach ourselves. We don't need outside
Brother,
confirmation
if
of
you come
anything.
here next week and talk about the Stella, and you said don't say Israel, you have to show what it say to prove that it's not Israel. Now, if you don't think
No,
the
I
burden of
no
proof
no
is
no.
on you,
I don't have to watch this. Me personally, I don't have to use the Stella to prove that there aren't any Israelites in 1200
now
BCE.
we're not
Because
talking
I know
about we're
there
not
isn't
talking
any
proving that Israelite.
archaeology.
We're
I know
we're
that.
talking
So
about
that ain't the
we're
proof.
talking about the part of the Stella that has the characteristics that says Israel or not. If it don't say
Not
Israel, that
there,
means it
son.
says something else. And for your scholars and those that read the hieroglyphs, whether if it's Sinjeti, whether it's Asar, or whether it's Jonathan, then they have to sit down and they have to write out what it says, and they have to tell the world that it's not Israel, it's this. So you can go
that's
on
been done.
wait on their back if you want to.
That's been done.
Exactly.
It,
Jonathan, I think, even has an article on that on his website. That's
yeah,
Okay.
address.
Jonathan addressed
Please
it.
send me that link, Jonathan. I would love to see it so I can have a little foreknowledge on the conversation. If you want to keep me in the dark to then, keep me in the dark.
Yeah. We're gonna keep you in the bizzabble, yo. Go
No,
read that. Read that for a week, yo.
it's been done.
It's all good.
Well, number
It's all,
one,
and plenty of people have done it.
number one, I can put. Listen, Oh, that's cool. I can put the picture up, or I can put the note up that showed that Ishmael said it was an owl. Do y'all still agree that that's an owl?
I mean, that's we don't even have the Stella up or anything like that. We could revisit it, but it's been done. Jonathan addressed it. There's another brother named Kwesi Ojirafo or Ojira who
Yes,
did
I
an
said we
article.
didn't have this conversation before. So I need to know if that's an owl or not because it was stated by a squad member that it was an owl. I mean, if you can't tell if it's an owl or another type of bird, then how you gonna read the Stella? So where are people at with the characters that's right there?
Well, like I said, we could bring that up.
Oh yeah, I mean, I love to listen to it even if I can't be a part of it.
No, what I'm saying is that we can address it another time. I don't think anybody's prepared to pull it up
Well,
unless
he
somebody.
said next week. He said next week, so that's what I'm saying. I would love to be a fly on the wall, if nothing else, because at the end of the day, I want to see people prove that it ain't that, and prove what it is if it's not that.
Yeah, that's yeah, as I'm saying, we could do that.
That's exactly
Just like the Aleister Crowley. Oh, my man, still up. It's past his bedtime.
Oh man, I know, yo. Got them shades on.
Dad, said if I put someone else's glasses,
Yeah, I mean the same thing like we did with the Stella that we just went through. I mean, I know you came in on the call. I don't know if you were watching it before, but we had
Yeah, I was watching some of it.
We had walked through the Stella, and it didn't say what the brother had read. I think it was Brother Cuckoo had read something, and it just doesn't say that. And for somebody to build their whole doctrine off of that, then we got to,
No, people build their doctrine off the Bible, not off the Stella. The Stella is just saying, okay, Israel existed when people saying they did not exist at that time.
No, I was talking about what we did earlier.
Let me just add something. Let me add something to the conversation.
Go ahead, bro.
I think I'm getting cut off. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Y'all there?
Yeah.
Oh, so basically, let's just look at another let's look at it in a different context. What's more properly called the Merenptah Stella, about 1200 BC estimate. Israel, the nation in the Bible, does not even appear to about 900 BC. So even whether it's whatever it says on the Stella, it does not match up to your biblical timeline. I don't understand why you try to use it as attestation because the kingdom of Israel is not alive at 1200 BC.
Listen though, what you're dealing with now when you say chronology and timeline, you have to show that the Egyptology timeline is correct based up off Manito and so on and so forth. We done talked timeline before too, so this is not a new conversation. So what you saying now is the biblical timeline and the Egyptian timeline is not adding up. What is the synchro? I can't get the term.
I know Yahweh got your tongue.
What is it that's synchronizing the two timelines or not synchronizing the two timelines? Because you're dealing with two different things here. And what is it? What is the biblical timeline based off of? And what is the Egyptian timeline based off of?
Let me help you out, brother.
Those things, if you're gonna talk about that, you just can't say.
Hold on for a minute. Come on, Mr. Johnson. Let me help you out for a minute. We base African chronology off of artifacts, bones.
We're not talking Africa. We're talking Egypt.
Come on, man. You cut my wisdom.
Wait. Did I ever say we're not talking Africa? We're talking Egypt. Egypt is in Africa.
Right. Come on, man.
Right, but then that's like saying
cut my wisdom. You can't cut my wisdom. Then we howling and screaming, dude. I'm gonna let you talk. I'm trying to show you that we base chronology off of Africa, African people, migrations back and forth into the Nile, grinding stones, domesticating of millet, wheat, sorghum. All these things can be dated and attested to, brother. This is easy work. Only people trying to have a biblical, a Quranic agenda will deny these things. But the real world that we live in, the scientific world we live in, all agree on dating. I mean, so this
False
is
statement.
not really hard, dude. Trust me
False
when I'm
statement.
telling you, this is not hard. This is easy work.
False statement.
It's not a false statement, dude. It's just listen. Watch this. Here
Number
was something
one,
for
you
you. Look,
just had a whole
hold
little.
on.
You
Listen,
just
no
had a
one did.
whole little
Here you go.
conversation.
Look, hold on.
Just had a whole little conversation about sunlight and this, that, and the other, and how
Nah.
you date stuff
Yo,
and
this is a
carbon dating and
distraction,
all
No,
that.
no,
yo.
he didn't.
Yo, this was a distraction. We was building real tough before you came in, Israel. Don't distract us. We was doing some real cool shit. Like you could kick back and listen. Don't upstage the conversation.
Yeah.
You've been talking since you got here.
Yep.
I mean, I came here to talk. What you want me to come here and just listen? I go back on YouTube and just listen.
Yeah, do that. Look, here you go. This is a good book for you, right? These are always good books. This is called Archaeology for Dummies. I suggest all Hebrew Israelites get the book. You know, I got the book Archaeology for Dummies and Linguistics for Dummies. Okay? Um, very, very important because it's for dummies. And we don't know a lot and we're trying to learn, but this is the basic work. So we won't be howling and screaming on what we can prove, what we can't do. This will show you that, damn, you know what? I was really a dummy when it came to archaeology. This is very, very important. Self-explanatory work, easy read, you know what I'm saying? And then you can move on to the more complicated subject matter. So without a shadow of a doubt, next week the class will be on Dominical Stella, properly named, right? And I'll definitely show the archaeology, okay, based on when certain people came into being. This is not hard, you know what I'm saying? This is really light work, man. We want to get past this, right? The reason for teaching this is to show people that your ancestors show you best how to build family strong and community. But if we don't show this, we'll keep being stuck in the Bible, which is not even a regular book for people to read. It's not even one of those books. We can't build community off of that. We can build community off of proper culture, science, math, you know what I'm saying,
The
agriculture.
liberal arts,
That's
right?
liberal arts, yo. We can actually build community off that. And that's real. You can't build no community off of Quran. You can't do it. This is proven. Matter of fact, not the Hebrews, not the Muslims, not the Christians. None of them built their communities off of that. They robbed and stole off of that. Now,
But
you know what I'm
then,
saying? Propagating. But they didn't build their community off of that.
So where we at?
I don't know where we at.
Well, can I address something that was said earlier? This is
Go ahead,
Shaz
brother.
Move.
Go ahead,
What's
brother.
happening,
stop
y'all?
mute and
Everybody.
stop muting me too.
I didn't mute you.
I'm talking to Shaz Move. He know what he doing.
Hey, this ain't your show. This ain't your show. But look, I did want to address something or talk about something that Carl Albert did speak on, and y'all were talking about the deities and I guess being examples, and the conscious community I think is on fire and is coming together in a special way. And Carl mentioned Hove or Jay Z and Jay Electronica. And I've been speaking out as far as you know, it's nice that they are trying to speak or perform and bring light to in some kind of way to the culture. But I'm kind of leery of that because of the work that they have done in the past. But then I hope their intent is positive. We don't know, and I say we have to watch our leaders and or not leaders, but our popular individuals, and just try the spirit by the spirit. But we can't just haphazardly just follow an individual because we don't know what the true intent of the agenda is. And I also wanted to agree with what several of y'all were talking about as far as the youth have, babies raising babies. We didn't have that, back in the past. Grandmothers were, Carl was right, grandmothers were in the home or grandfathers were in the home to help assist with raising the youth and being that example, while the parents may be either at work or doing whatever they were doing. But that culture has changed. But I was just going to say that we just need to stay strong, stay united, and no matter in what COINTELPRO or what avenue or direction a certain energy comes in to the community, we just have to recognize it and deal with it as it comes.
Yeah, that was a good bill right there because that one deal, when you deal with the fact that communities also had tight knit families. Most families was not spread out from state to state, but they was in the same little town or community. So therefore, you had family raising family. That's an aspect that people don't talk about. Even in the projects, it was three sisters. My mother and two of her sisters stayed in the same building, and it was older cousins, and all us was there to look after each other, raise each other, this and that.
Well, and this kind of goes into what I keep emphasizing is that once we put in the work and we stop with these shortcuts. And see, I understand people got to eat, and a lot of people maybe be sincere, but in their sincerity they got to eat, so they got to have an income, they got to make money. So we shortchange the wisdom that we can gain from our ancestors by stopping short and putting in shabby scholarship. But if we go put in the work, while we handle the emergency situations, I understand that. But if we put in the true scholarship and the true research, like for example, people talk about Ma'at. They want to live Ma'at. They say, all right, I live in Ma'at. My religion is Ma'at. But part of the concept or the idea or the philosophy of Ma'at deals with family, deals with what you were talking about, deals with the interrelationships of different things. So in Africa, these concepts were stacked on each other, almost like a pack of Kool-Aid, where it's concentrated. You just add water and you could make a whole gallon of Kool-Aid. They folded these concepts into deities or words, where that when you understood it and you talked about it, it was self-contained. So what I'm saying is that Abrahamic religions, they don't the systems of Abrahamic beliefs, they stop doing that. I'm gonna put it that way. They stop doing it because there's some things that derive from African traditions, but it's to a lesser degree. We got to get back and orientate ourselves back in Africa to develop these concepts and to do it like our ancestors did. So I'm just saying we need to keep pushing that, and that's what I'm saying. We need to adopt these methods in order to build communities. We got to lay that foundation.
I
Because if
agree
we
with that.
if we understand Ma'at completely as a concept, totality, then everything that you just spoke about, it would be inclusive. Family, it would be inclusive of trueness, law, interrelations with relationship with stuff. Even the idea of love is covered under the concept of Ma'at. So there's a whole bunch of other things. So we have to get back into how we processed information, how we lived, you know. So that's what I keep emphasizing. That's what we have to get. We have to lay the foundation for that before we start building true communities, you know.
True.
That's my point.
Yeah. And I also, this shows me again. I also want to say the reason why I said what I said as far as Jay Electronica and Jay Z. Um, like you said, everybody got to eat, or people want to eat. They want to survive. They want to they want to do the things that how they want to do it. There's an opportunity in the community of making money. We are beginning to support one another in our endeavors, whether it's blog talk or whether it's debates or concerts or just gatherings, whether it's market or like the vendoring or what have you. And there's money to be made because we are the biggest consumers, to me, I believe, in the world. I know we are in the United States. Um, and we have money to spend, and we tend to spend it not amongst ourselves, but we tend to spend it. But there's a market now within ourselves, and I don't want Jay Z or Hove or anybody else to get those dollars and circumvent, just like PE, Public Enemy, was doing Fight the Power, and then here comes NWA, to circumvent that movement. I don't want that them to come in because I don't give them a pass. Well, I don't know about Jay Electronica. People say he was positive, but then I look at the example of I don't knock who you marry, but I do have a problem with that. But just because you sing one, um, drop some science in a couple of records or one record, and then all of a sudden we go goo goo gaga over that. But you've been, pretty much rapping our children into the gutter for the last, several, 10, 20, 10, 15 years and I don't give you a pass, even though we all come to a light late, on our own mission, and we might, I know who supposedly started out as somewhat in the 5% movement, and maybe he's gotten enlightened, but I tend to, I'm not gonna just jump and say, yeah, oh, hoorah, yeah, he's back. I'm just gonna watch that, and I hope that, and I hope we use his power instead of him using our power, if that's what his intent is. We need to capture the power of these other powerful people and use them for the movement itself. And
Well, that was a historical moment, and they snatched a lot of publicity with that. The same as with Murder Mook and Loaded Let. They had the debate. He mentioned polite and stuff in that debate. Everybody said, "Wow," So conscious community or those that deal in that circle up there in New York, Red Pill, so on and so forth, and different individuals in there. He had a Moorish shirt with the 7 on it. So we all know that it's a move being made. It's a move being made by certain individuals and powers that be to take this thing in a certain way. So
hold on, let me share this screen real quick because we see the move and we can smell it a mile away, right? Here's the move. It's always a move away from Africa somehow. It's never a move for Africa. Let me see if y'all can see. Can y'all see my screen?
No.
Nah.
Hold on, let me go to the other. Let me switch and go to the Google.
Last time I looked on YouTube, it was still stuck on Israel Doctrine, but I guess we can't fix that, so they won't see your screen on YouTube.
Yeah, it's got to be stuck on me. I'm gonna start the show
now, yo.
You probably paused it, Jonathan, and then you had to press play and move your thing back over to live. And then you
Ankh is the moderator, so the people on YouTube only see what he does. If you go check it on YouTube, last time I checked, it was only showing you Israel Doctrine. But I tried to remedy it a few times, but forget it.
Thanks, Ankh.
I tell you, boy. Crazy.
See what happened when you think about me a certain way? I just get stuck in cyberspace like that.
Yeah. Did the screen come up yet?
Nah.
No, it's still. You're right. It's still.
I can see that you got you got a document up, but I'm not seeing it.
It's still on Israel. It's still on Israel Doctrine.
Oh hell!
It's still on call. Yeah, you don't have it on call for like.
That's
30
just an
minutes.
indicator, y'all. Don't be mad at the computer because they stuck me up there. That's just an indicator of things to come.
All right, we try again.
Meaning I'm gonna get some billboard time. You know what I'm saying?
Call you an old Baptist preacher, yo. Man, okay.
You just talked too much. You took over the show for a minute.
Nah, he done.
Look, I was talking about 3-4 hours before I came. Come on now.
I should have muted your screen instead of your mic.
Don't be hating.
I know, man. I'm gonna get this right. Hold on, man. I promise you, I'm gonna get this right. Hold on.
Just remember when you come back over to the huddle, the judgment you make is the same judgment.
It ain't gonna be nothing new. The way you be muting me, it only makes sense.
I promise you, yo, you can't say nothing about that, bro. The way you view people, yo, you can't. Your finger stuck on me. That's all you hear is mute.
Hey, Wuja or Jonathan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be a good breakdown, man. That Stella from that Aleister Crowley used for his Selena Society. Y'all broke that down and did that comparison. In its
Thank you.
entirety. That
I want to add, I did do a little bit of work on the term that they're talking about, but the focus of my document was on another term you find on the same exact line of that Mary Patah Stella, which was the word shalom. So Israel, if you want to look, and so I actually did not defer from the popular translation in doing my work because I was not scrutinizing that term. I was scrutinizing the term shalom. So next week, or whenever we go in on it, we should bring forth the work of, what's the brother name? Afurakanu or whatever.
Yeah, Kwesi, brother Kwesi, Girafo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should bring that forward as well as whatever other things we have.
Well, I'm gonna put up this.
Can y'all see that document yet?
Yeah, violence and climate.
Okay, now here's the point. Back to my point. And so while they trying to take us to the 5%ers and all that and big up, you know what I'm saying? They will never focus on the African-centered community because of things of this nature. Now this is basically talking about violence and climate change in prehistoric Egypt and Sudan. This is in Sudan, right? Now this talks about the gallery right here focused on the earliest prehistoric phase of the development from 8,600 BCE to 3,100 BCE Egypt. You know, the 3,100 is unification, right? Okay? Look how old this is. This is before pre-dynastic times, right? And what we're showing you is, we're showing you graves. Look at this. They date back to 8,600 BCE, right? And so our community is forced to show grave sites and everything, whereas though other people's community can show you nothing. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. This is the Stone Age. Look at this. This is talking about the actual grave sites. You can look at where they buried. Want to kind of show you how they buried. Look at how, can y'all see this, right? Y'all see this?
Yeah.
Y'all see that, right?
Right.
Now, guess what? They're buried, hold on, brother, they're buried with their heads orientated to the south. 13,000 years ago. And those who understand that these are burial practices that you later on find in dynastic Egypt, where your head face to the south.
I thought they was buried with their hands across their chest.
What?
No,
Look,
those
how
are
they
kings.
buried in a fetal position.
Those were
Has
kings.
meaning to it.
What you say, Asar?
I said those were kings, not necessarily the common folks.
Okay.
Right.
Thanks for that info.
I think what's important here is that we can actually show these things. Now here comes the numbers palette, right? I think Jonathan did some work on that, okay? But I think I just want to be able to show that if we can show grave sites at 8,000 BCE, you know what I'm saying? Why in the hell are we wasting our time with a whole lot of back and forth when we can't even get this? You know what I'm saying? That's my point.
What are they called? Or are you saying them Kemites or Egyptians there?
No. This is before Egypt, brother. This is 8,000. I'm going to tell you exactly what they say out there. They say these are the progenitors of black African people. And that says in an article. Y'all can get this article. This is very simple. Just copy it. Let me see. If I scroll down a little bit, it says, matter of fact, this was excavated here in 1965. So we just getting the results, right? As part of the UNESCO funding campaign. All right?
Is that the article that they tried to reword and try to say it was a racial war?
Yeah. But that's not in the Berlin Museum. They do that on another log. They try to act like, crazy.
That's
absolutely. Right. They do not say this on this article. Right. This is like the, you know what I'm saying? This is from the Berlin Museum. Right. They try to play the game. That's the whole point. They always try to play everything to try to throw themselves in there. Let me see.
You know, there's some, and this is going to be part of my work in dealing with the word Kemet itself. But
Okay.
there's other places in Africa, more specifically in Central South Africa, and like Zimbabwe and stuff, where their orientation is where ancient Kush was. Like when they do their burials and graves, they point back to that homeland, and it just goes to show you that this it's a part of a general culture in terms of you being buried in the direction of your homeland. And
That's
so,
what.
when we're talking about
That's
these
what.
Bantu migrations, this is one of those things. And so I'll be talking about that in that text. But it just go to show you, that like that head orientation culture moved along with the Bantu migrations down south. But now they're orienting themselves towards what we would say is Kush.
Yeah, this is one of the earliest cemeteries in the history of the world. You know what I'm saying? What did they find? Because you got more grade. But the fact that they're orientated and they organized, and it says this discovery was of great significance for two reasons. First, as designated graveyard, evidently used for over several generations. You know what I'm saying? It is one of the earliest formal cemeteries in the world. Okay, prior to this discovery, only isolated graves or clusters of up to 3 bodies had been known within the Nile Valley. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, try to find if you get the book Premortal Signs and Symbols, it also talks about grave sites being oriented. And I think he might have had a picture of this in his book, but that's funny. He had it before he even made it. Go ahead, brother.
Why did they put the bodies in there like that together?
Why did they put them in the grave? Well, I guess they buried together. I mean, that's how they buried them.
No,
And
I'm
I would
just
say
it's fighting over resources. What it all boils down to. I mean, so you might have been family members buried together.
that a cemetery like that would prove some type of social construct or even a culture as early as 8,000 or whatever thousand
Yeah.
BC that is.
Yeah, the fact that you got graves organized like that. That shows to culture right there. Doing things, but I'm saying, but it's the same thing you later on find in Egypt. That's the part that's important. And even when we talked about the origin of writing, when I read the information talking about the actual trading seals they found, they said on these trading seals that the trading seals talked about institutions at 3,500 BCE. They was talking about institutions, right? And so you gotta go before that. And then if you talk about the pyramid complex, right, it goes back to at least before. I say this all the time, before it turned to desert, right? So that means you got measurements before stuff turned to desert, right? The Sphinx Wardy Rosen line, you know what I mean? 7,000 BCE. We know when the desert switched, okay? And so this is what they're not telling you. Now you're finding graves of 8,000. They're not telling you, okay? We know they say the oldest temples they find in Jebel Tepe, you know what I'm saying? And I'll be able to show them type of things. Jebel Tepe is in Turkey. But on the walls, they got these large figures that are jet black with leopard skins on them, right? And people are following these large figures, jet black figures. And they found these jet black figures on the walls in homes, okay, at 10,500 BCE. This ain't no stage show. And I'm saying the tall figure has a leopard skin and peppercorn hair in Turkey. You
Because he's
feel
part of the craft. Yeah,
me?
Obekli Tepe.
But
Yeah.
I tell you what's interesting here. Before this point, right, they always thought that maybe people who were like farmers built temples because now you settle because you farm. What they found out is, and this is important, what they found out is that at Jebel Tepe, they weren't farmers. They were hunter-gatherers, and they had storage bins, right? And so once we really learn about farming, we realize that farming is a hard business to do. It is better off for you to be able to gather your food stores. Meaning, if you got enough plants and stuff growing naturally, you don't got to farm. And if you know how to store the stuff, you're good. So it's important to know this because now we can go back to Africa and we can re-examine things that's going on. Where they try to make it seem like, well, they didn't have no civilization because they didn't have farming. Well, wait a minute. The latest article on farming talks about sorghum being domesticated in Africa at around 8,500 BCE.
Yep.
Okay? So now, and then, we can extend that back to 100,000 where they found it in a cave, sorghum on grinding stones. And they said it might have been based off of people trying to bake bread. This is at 100,000 BCE. So now we're really tripping now, right?
Yep.
No, we're not. What I'm saying is when we had this crazy argument about the Bible and all that, it's a real distraction. Taking it back to our point, we talked about Jay Latronica and all that, they're not hooking back up with African culture. They will not go straight to the uncut version of it because it will inspire you, right, to develop another strong community. That's what the whole book about Chancellor William is about. Unbeknown to most people. It's really about remaking a culture after it has been destroyed, and it gives you the rules and regulations for rebuilding your civilization.
Right. And let me add to this, brother. You talked about those cultures, hunter gatherers. I believe, or from the research that I've been looking at, I think they were observatories. They were looking at the stars.
Brother, your mic too close to your mouth. The mic is too close to your mouth, good brother Simsu.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Better, much better.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
I'm saying like Obekli Tepe, like when the Olmecs went over to, even though that's a large distance of time. When they went over to Mexico, when you have the one in England, Stonehenge, I think that those are observatories, looking at the stars, because that's where you get your zodiac, your 12 pictures of the sky from around the world.
Well, let's go back to Napata Player.
Right.
That's the oldest such one, right?
Right.
Down in the
Ethiopia, Dogon. Yep.
Yeah, so there's no doubt, right? So the question is, how do we remake our communities? We cannot do it based off someone else's culture. I mean, that's why we fighting for this so hard. Because once you really start to understand what Africa really meant, right? You start to understand how Indo-European cultures, how the rest of the world actually base what they're doing off of the model. And so if you'll hear people routinely say, right, that wait a minute, Islam comes from Africa, okay. Judaism comes from Africa, okay. Christianity comes from Africa, okay. So if we're all agreeing that it comes from Africa, then why not go back to the thing you claim it comes from?
Bingo.
Why deal with the cut?
Bingo.
This is basic 101.
Bingo. That's kind of ties right into my point. And I say this publicly. I say, why deal with the middleman? Once we dig up and know that it comes from something, and we have that something as well, then we might as well deal with the something and not the middleman. Right. And it's going to eventually happen. It's slowly happening, and that's what's happening with the middleman people who follow the middleman doctrines and belief systems. They're slowly falling away, and you're hearing them cry out. And I think a lot of these debates are a result of that, because look at the topics, and that's why I asked the question I asked. I said, why is the Myrna Patah Stela a hot topic? And it's the very reason is because the middleman doctrines are slowly fading. Because it's like, why deal with the subject of Israel at all when we could deal with Myrna Patah, we could deal with the artifacts like you're showing right here on the screen. We have tangible artifacts. We have living African traditions that we can hook into, that tie back into the ancient traditions. We got Yoruba.
So
We don't need the Middle East. We don't need
I
Abrahamic.
got a question.
Hold
Yeah.
on.
Constantly looking for validation.
Well, this is what I would say in response to that. That even with that, we have to be careful, because that can't be our final rebuttal or answer to the context in which you were saying. And the reason why is because they could easily make the argument that, okay, yeah, it may have started in Africa, but we improved and or perfected it. That's what the Muslims argue when it comes to their text, that, especially when it comes to the Abrahamic tradition, that even though it is the Judaic tradition, it was perfected through Muhammad. And so when the Europeans, they'll acknowledge all people come from Africa, but the racist Europeans are going to make the argument that we are the upgrade model. They recognize their youngness. Like, you have a lot of African people talking about we old, but they could care less about your oldness. They're arguing about their newness, and so
Yeah,
they're
you
trying
old
to say,
school.
they're trying to say that they are the new upgrade model and you are the primitive. So we have to be sure when we're making these types of discussions that we are discussing the specifics of why, the African systems, are viable, and that you really can't improve upon the fundamentals which inspired all of these extra African traditions. And so,
But Jonathan, why
That
why why do we have to waste a lot of effort and time on someone else's belief system?
No,
well,
no.
the
What you
point
what you
is that
dealing with?
your people are still into those traditions. So if you are a representative of the African traditions, you're going to have these conversations with people who don't who are hesitant to lean in that direction. So you have to be able to communicate with people on all kinds of levels, but in the final analysis, you're going to have to explain why the African system is a better system than these other systems. Saying that the African systems are older is not a reason for somebody
Right,
to drop their way of life,
right.
saying for the African systems. We're going to have to
Show
do an
improvement.
inventory, saying of what this system is, why it's better than the other one, and not even necessarily that it's better. We don't even have to make that argument. That's the Abrahamic thing, that one culture is necessarily better. That's the idea that motivates and brings
Chosen.
traditions together. But we can say that something is more, like the debate that we're supposed to have. Like, I'm arguing that the African systems would guarantee us, liberty in terms of our liberation. It would guarantee our sovereignty, and then it would ensure good, harmonious human relationships with other peoples across the planet. I argue that the other traditions cannot guarantee those things, because the psychology and the framework for those traditions creates an environment where catastrophic social disharmonies are the end result of interacting with this particular mind frame.
I
And so
agree.
it's a different type of argument than, simply that black people are old and we the first people on the planet. That's
And
not an
then you have
argument.
to look. Then you have to look at what Unc say all the time about the Abrahamic traditions, right? He said the Bible is written; it can't be changed. So now, if you take that concept that he argues most of the time, right? If you just go back to the African system and it's not applicable for this time, or you can't shape it and mold it and bring it to modern day time, then as Asar said, you just saying we have an older system, but that older system has been beat out, stomped down by other systems. Do that mean the other system's better?
No,
no.
but that's
I'm
just
saying
the argument that we make as far as the African systems. The flexibility of the African systems makes it superior to the Abrahamic traditions, which are rigid and are the rules of the books themselves do not allow for them to adjust to the knowledge and consciousness and the value systems of the people of younger generations. That's not something that you can say with the African traditions. Like that's built into the systems itself.
But also the premise of your initial part of your statement saying that Unc said that the Bible can't be changed. It's been changed several times. And to
Well, you tell Unc that because he states that all the time.
come on now, he knows it's been rewritten. There's versions upon versions upon
That's a
versions.
statement that I believe he man enough to stand on.
The scriptures say
y'all taking out of context.
Yeah.
Because me and Assad discussed this, and he gave an excellent example, and I wish you would give that example, Assad. We wasn't talking about the mistranslations, and we're not talking. That's not the changes we're talking about. We're saying, fundamentally speaking, Jesus Christ walked on water and died for your sins. You can't change that. That's not a changeable item. That's what we're talking about.
The absolute.
You can't say that Abraham came from Africa. You can't say that. He came from the Ur Chaldees. You can't say he came from Sudan.
But even that's not even really important. What's important is this: for the most part, the general human population. I'm just giving this as an example. The general population of modern human beings have agreed and have had an international, interglobal conference saying that slavery is an inhumane practice and is something that we will not allow. Now, the Bible does not. The Bible allows for slavery, and allegedly, people are supposed to be put in slavery again when Christ comes to take over. And so, slavery is a just tradition in the text. So, the consciousness of the people now are arguing that slavery is not a viable solution to anything, but because you can't update the text, we can't go into the Bible and say, okay, we no longer, the Spirit has inspired us to say that, slavery is wrong.
But
and
Jonathan,
so somebody can come back and say, this is what they do with the Quran, because the Quran allows for slavery. So all of those Arabs in the Middle East who are going in and getting those the Sudani Africans for slaves, they're like, we're justified in our tradition. And so you can't change the Quran either. You can't update the Quran because for them, the Quran is the perfection of the older traditions. So if it's perfect, there's no need to update. And so this is the fundamental problem that we have with the tradition. And so that's what we're saying. The African traditions, like when you go into ancient Egypt, they're always improving upon the older traditions, and they brag that they have been improving on things in the actual literal ancient Egyptian text. That's something that you can't get in the Abrahamic text. And so that rigidness, that non-flexibility, them able to adapt, to the world to a future world, it cannot be a viable solution for us to build community, as part of the discussion was leading to earlier.
That would be a good argument. I hear y'all trying to make it, but that don't mean that that's a correct argument right now. That just means that's a good try making that argument or starting that argument.
Well,
okay.
We need
to. Can you find in the Bible where they allow for you to update or change the text? Not in terms of translation.
Number one, what you said earlier about
not one jot or one tittle shall be
today and stuff talking about that slavery is not good. We have voluntary slavery now, and we have prison systems where they do that. When you talking in the Bible, most of that what you calling slavery is servitude, and then you have jubilee where people can get out of that servitude. It allows for people to get away from up under the masters of this, that, and the other. Those that they're under, and that's what the system in America did not do. Even if they said they was going by a biblical system or a Christian system based up off the Bible, they kept you as slaves forever. Your children was birthed into slavery. That was not based up off a biblical system.
Now, just because the American whites have enhanced the slavery system does not mean that it was not built off of that particular tradition. We have in the Bible, for instance, when the Israelites came out of Egypt, according to the story, one of the first things that God commands them to do when they came across the land of Canaan and whatnot was to commit genocide against them, the Amorites, Jebusites, all of these different people. And not only that, in the course of this dialogue, they are given a rule that they can enslave anybody else. They can't enslave, others. So it's not an issue that they're trying to make servants out of them. They can make servants out of them, others, but they can't make servants, out of themselves. It's clearly an institute of slavery that they have here. Now, if we come to this modern day and say that slavery is wrong, we can't go into the biblical text and adjust and say, okay, this was something that happened back in the day, but this is something that we no longer adhere to. We can't go into the Bible and create a new Bible.
I understand that.
Information.
The Bible gives you the paradigm that Egypt enslaved the Israelites, right? So from a biblical standpoint, it's said that those that you are magnifying right now did the same thing.
Yeah, because I'm tired of that lie.
We have screen sharing here.
You call it a lie, whatever you want. I'm just saying, based up off the text. Seeing if we're talking about the text.
It's a doctrine. We're asking you to show us, not through your writing, okay? Because a nigga can make up anything through his writing, right? Show us that there were actual Hebrew slaves in Africa and Egypt. Do that.
Exactly.
Because you got to
listen. This is what y'all fail to realize. I said,
we tell what type of show.
Exactly.
Listen.
Listen,
Listen.
And also,
listen right quick.
The Bible is against Africa, and the Quran is against Africa.
Can y'all listen, or y'all just want to fight and keep saying stuff?
We don't want to listen. We want to see it.
Not for that garbage.
Yeah, we're not seeing your doctrine. It's a little different. We have the technology now where we don't have to listen to each other.
Look, we was doing
shut up, y'all.
We was doing short proof the other night, and I asked y'all to prove some things, and y'all got very anal. Now I wanna say something, and y'all still getting anal because y'all won't let me make a statement.
You're getting anal right now.
For the sake of his argument, I understand his point, because if you want to preference the statement by saying according to the text, just according to the text, we have to concede, because according to the text,
absolutely,
the Israelites were enslaved, so-called enslaved by the Egyptians. That's just for the sake of the point of the argument.
No. See, but since I'm a real black atheist, I ain't believing that shit. I want to
right. So now you don't believe that the Bible introduced slavery to people and stuff. So if you're gonna throw that text out, then you can't use that text and say that it is the primary source that you're gonna use to say the Abrahamic traditions in the Bible doing this.
Now I never.
You know what? I think they kind of got this beside the point. The point is the rigidness of the Abrahamic traditions, because in the Bible, in the book of Revelations, it literally tells you that if anybody tries to change anything, that their place will be the lake of fire or whatever.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, when I was talking, I made a statement. I said according to the text, as the brother clearly heard me. I don't know if the rest of y'all heard me, or y'all had some preconceived argument or thing you wanted to lay on the table because I stated that. All I'm saying is we're talking about that text now. That's if we was talking about Egypt, or we had George G.M. James or somebody else book out, and we was reading that text or that literature. Then based up on that text or that literature, this is what it said. So don't go stir crazy when I'm talking about text that you're talking about. Which is the Bible text, is what he was talking about.
We would critique that text, and we would find and show and prove to see whether or not that text was true. And also, hold on. Also, that statement about if anything has changed, I don't believe that's in the original text. I think that's in the King James version.
No, I'm pretty sure we can find it in the Hebrew, but I can't do it at this particular time. The issue is here, that when you made your statement, you were assuming that we will be qualifying and that the people will be judging based on the Hebrew text.
No, I was just having fun. Seeing
You
you was
know,
talking about
we
the text, I
understand,
said
and
you
in,
gonna
in
deal
your
with the
fun, you
text.
just have to throw things out there, you know, and then when we challenge what you say, then you be like, oh, we're just having a conversation. I don't know why
I
you're
mean,
trying to
for real,
challenge.
that we are we here having a conversation or not?
This is what you do. So
But because if you wanted to deal with that,
listen,
if you
listen.
wanted to deal with that, Uncle always talking about talking to the ancestors. If you're talking to the ancestors, you don't need to go to the text. Just get down and talk to the ancestors and ask them what to do today based up on that same knowledge.
That's a
Y'all always talk about the ancestors: David, Moses, Jesus, Solomon,
Who said
Joseph,
David? Who said
Adam,
David was
Abraham.
part of my
Y'all
lineage?
always calling on your ancestors.
Hold on,
Stop lying,
Jesus
Sesame.
was a living. If
That's
Jesus was a
true.
living person and he died, and we got to call on him after his death, you calling on an ancestor. See, with the
If
biblical
Jesus didn't
tradition,
have no children, how you gonna be my
listen,
ancestor?
listen. The reason why, because he doesn't have to be your direct bloodline to be considered an ancestor. You consider yourself an Israelite, right? You believe. Remember that in the story of Jesus, in one story they trace his lineage all the way back to Adam. So you know he's a part of the blood lineage, which is ironic if it's supposed to be a virgin birth, going back
Like
through the father's
everyone
line.
Israelite.
You know, he's supposed to be an Israelite, so he's an ancestor. He's a major ancestor of the Israelite community. So he doesn't have to be your personal bloodline to call on that ancestor. Martin
Right.
Luther
So
King Jr. is not my blood ancestor. But if I need to call on some inspiration for courage or whatnot in the midst of a gang of crackers, you know, he could be one of those resources that I call upon because he's a part of my greater lineage in terms of what is an African American.
So
You know,
with that philosophy,
Hold on for a minute. Can y'all see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, now he made a statement that it was a servant. This is the passage where Canaan is made a servant or a slave to Japhet and Shem. And here's the word for it. See, I love this. I love this apparatus. Strong concordance, right? The root word. Here you go. Look at it. Look at that. That's. Let me see if y'all can hear that. Let me see. Let me see if y'all can hear that. If it'll play. Won't play for you. Is invid, right? Or ibid, right? And it means slave, right?
Same
Or
thing in
servant,
Arabic. Same thing in
right?
Arabic.
Or slave, servant, manservant, subject, servant, worshipers. It ain't talking about worshiping right there. We ain't gonna make you worship. It ain't talking about that. A servant in a special sense, as a prophet. It ain't talking about that. A servant of Israel sure as hell wasn't talking about that. A servant as from address between equals. Wasn't talking about that. It was talking about the slave. So actually, right, if I wanted to play the card, right, then ham, which is really a gypsy word, cam, and ain't got nothing to do with color, got something to do with hot, right? Cam is made a slave to the Indo-Europeans and to the Semitic race. How convenient is that? Very funny. So there you have it. We're addressing the issue.
Canaan now?
Hold on. See, I'm not talking. I'm showing and proving.
But even with that, go back down again to go back down a little further. Don't go up, go down. Meaning you got to go up to go down. Yeah.
I'm
right.
going.
Below that. Right there
Go
where it
ahead.
says authorized version king. Yeah, go down there. It says servant, manservant, bondsman. What's all that?
We ain't gonna stay in the Bible all night now.
Yeah, we ain't gonna stay in the Bible all night.
Hey,
What are you talking about?
Unc is the one when and got this stuff. I didn't ask him to pull that up. So tell Unc, we're not gonna be in the Bible all night, man. Put that stuff up.
It's right here, bro.
Unc,
What are you saying?
Unc, put that stuff up. We're not gonna stay in the Bible. You heard Chesney.
Okay, all right.
Put it
Don't
up.
try to play it. Don't try to play it.
Yeah, I think we better put that stuff up.
Before you mess around and cut yourself messing with that sword.
Listen.
I wanna kind of go back to something that Imhotep said, is that we should never stand on the premise that African traditions are better simply because they're older, and nobody should argue from that standpoint. The argument should come from actually putting in the work and showing that the African traditions have a solution, have the most solutions to our issues today. So it's the most viable or the most efficient or most effective that we can use. And we can show that. We can make an argument for that as opposed to just because it's older that, you know, is something that we should do. We can't argue for age. We need to argue for effectiveness. And I believe that we can advance that argument. I don't think we have a problem with showing the world where the African systems, or not the world, but our community, the African systems are the best for us to do. I think we could do that.
Yeah.
That's a good point. We've been fighting from the wrong. We've been trying to, you know what I'm saying? We was older. We older. Yeah, we had monotheism. We've been fighting from them, from their side.
Yeah.
I say it all the time. We've given them the position of authority in a situation. We don't have, so arguing from being older doesn't necessarily make you better. And that's a great point right there. It just doesn't.
Especially if you are a person who's having discussions about evolution, you know, because evolution, this is something that people got to remember. Evolution doesn't mean that things improve.
That's right.
Only that things change, because you can degenerate forward. You know, you can go to barbarism. You know, the older you get, you know, and things of this nature. So it can never be from that standpoint. It has to be about the quality of the life. See, we have a saying where we're from that you can always tell the value of a thing by the kinds of relationships it creates, and that's how we judge things. You know,
the fruited bear.
I mean, the fruited bear, but more so the relationships it creates. And for when we're talking about human social systems, when this system interacts with another system, what kind of relationships are created between them? Is it a relationship of tension, or is it a relationship of harmony? And so when these indigenous systems come together, for the most part, they're harmonious. But everywhere the Abrahamic traditions have gone, it has been catastrophic. It has always been wars. It has always been, a feeling of inadequacy for being who you are. You know, so the biblical tradition cannot be itself without it trying to devalue other folks. And so that's the whole point of it. You can't be like the other nations. You can't do this. It's to the point in the Bible, they hate the Egyptians so much that they done made it a commandment not to eat figs, because the fig is sacred to the ancient Egyptian. You know,
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but notice this, as you just explained that so eloquently, right? At the end of the day, if you have a better system, right, you should never worry about the other system at all, because you're saying we're superior. And so to prove that you're superior, you should not even worry about it. You take the answer, you put the answer down, and you show superiority.
Only the Abrahamic traditions are worried about superiority. That's why you're having in this doctrine like y'all going the Israelites.
No, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to say you superior. Just do it.
Hold on. This is the reason why in the Abrahamic traditions, especially when we're talking about Christ, that the idea is that this 144,000 chosen men are going to rule over everybody on the earth. Everything is going to be under the paradigm.
Nah, because that's not even true what you're saying right there. That's why the point I'm trying to make to you, let's not use the word superiority, right? Let's say this. If you got the answer,
you wouldn't have to rule, for one thing. The whole concept of ruling over like this, like what is the logic? Hold on. What is the logic of one group of small people having to rule over all human beings, and every human being have to be under their one cultural paradigm? It's a feeling of superiority there. And so with the African systems, they recognize all humanity as one. We got this concept called simultaneous validity. And we, by the way that our cosmology goes, we understand all human groups as being simultaneously legitimate, valid, and important, and that no group has a hierarchy above the other. But that's not the case with the Abrahamic traditions.
I mean, that's good, but this is the point I was trying to make. If you didn't understand it,
hold on. First of all,
Point so
I've been
you
a
can
Hebrew
address.
Israelite. I don't know how long you've been a Hebrew Israelite, but I've been a Hebrew Israelite for a long time. I'm very well versed on the Bible and the scriptures and things of this nature. When it comes to the Bible itself, it is you have the concept of the chosen people by God. You know what I'm saying? To be the quote unquote example for everybody else in the world. And that in the end, these are from this pool of people are the people that are going to rule over everyone. And so again, and people reading Revelations, they thinking that they're going off to some heaven. It's not. It's a new earth, and Christ is coming back here to be the king, and then his administrators are going to be these elect men.
Right, but when you read the 144, if you read right down up under that verse, it said other people out of other tongues and other nations that they're going to receive the same thing as the 144 with no respect of person. So if that be the case, it's not just going to be Israel reigning over.
Hold on. Where is the verse where it says every head shall bow and every tongue shall confess that what?
That's Christ though. That's
but exactly. But if that is the case, again, it's about a superiority paradigm that everybody has to be.
That's what you want to argue. You trying to take the statement I made and you're trying to deal with the statement. That's why I said let me rephrase so you can comprehend and understand and get clarity on the statement.
Listen to me. All you did was prove my point that according to the biblical scriptures, listen to what I'm saying. According to the biblical scriptures, that everybody is supposed to be under the tutelage and the rulership of the paradigm which we call Judaism, Christianity, or whatnot, which we call the Abrahamic traditions. That's what we're saying. And so what the Africans are saying is, by what logic do we have to confess anything about your ancestor, you know, being the one in the roadmap to God, or any of this other kind of stuff? This is why the biblical is always
that's a straw man argument. You going somewhere that we not even at. Yes. Because the point is this. This is the first point I made. Listen, this is the first point I made. If you saying you had an answer, if I say I need $100, right? Whoever got $100 in their pocket should pull it out if they're gonna give it to me, and I got it. Anybody that ain't got $100 have to say, well, look, I got 50, and the other person have to come in. So if Africa is the answer, then you should never talk about anything else but push the answer. Go and give the answer if you have it. Don't worry about anything else.
Hold on. Let me answer this. The problem is, if we lived in a world where everybody's traditions and stuff were respected, and there was not this great and aggressive proselytizing, we could do what you said. The problem is that the people in the Abrahamic faith are with this aggressive proselytizing agenda. So everywhere across the world, we have to worry about the Abrahamic tradition practitioners coming in and invading, trying to convince us that their way of life we should abandon our historical way of living and adopt their paradigm. That's the problem. If y'all would have just stayed in Israel, in the Middle East, and just lived your lives in peace, this wouldn't be an issue. But the fact that the Israelites want to spread and make everybody Israelites and bow down to the Israelite paradigm, that's the problem. So with that issue, we can't just simply talk about, you know, and just be Africans, because we got to, everywhere we go across the globe, we got to worry about this, people trying to impose their paradigm amongst, you know, saying all people and trying to convert. The proselytization is the problem here. And so if your tradition was it, you would just be it over there where you are. But this tradition has spread everywhere by way of sword and other kinds of things.
Right, but who took that? Who did that? The end results of what you're dealing with now, you're dealing with white supremacy, and they took what it is they took from Africa and every other system co-opted, and they're using it against us. Every system.
That's a non-consequence. That's like non-sequential in the whole final analysis. This is where I'm going back to the scriptures. When they came out of Israel, instead of God giving them their own land that was free of people that they can build from scratch, God commands them to commit genocide and to rob and pillage and not to leave anyone alive. Matter of fact, it was so deep that God commanded if they even leave a cow alive in this city, that he would kill them.
Kill everything that pisses off.
This has nothing to do with white supremacy if you are arguing from the standpoint that the Israelites were black. And so this is some black folks
Fables.
Going around
Right,
killing.
but hold up. In the basis of what you arguing now, he promised them the land before anybody was even over there dealing with it.
Nah, that's
All
the.
right, hold on.
I just want to
You gonna deal if
before I get too carried away, I just want to make this point right here. Jonathan, where it said,
Hey, yo,
if you
yo,
change,
Mike,
okay,
hold
okay,
Yeah.
if you change anything in the book, that was written in Revelation, and it is believed that the New Testament was written in Greek, so it would not be in Hebrew.
it was written in the Old Testament too. Don't add or take away from that.
Yeah, it's in Deuteronomy. It's in
Hold on for a minute. Can y'all see that screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, now look. This is how we're going to do this. I've been wanting to do this for a long goddamn time. Watch this. Y'all see that word right there, right?
Man, y'all stay out of the Bible. Didn't
Nah,
you
drag this in it. Drag this in it. Y'all see that, right?
Elohim.
See it.
Elohim, right? Y'all
Yeah.
can see it clearly, correct?
African King.
All right, now Strong's number what? 4. I think it's 410, right?
No, it's H433.
That's right. No, that ain't. That's the root. Can y'all hear that?
Well, go up so we can see it. That means you got to pull it down. There you go, H430.
Number 430.
You're talking, so you got to let him talk. Go ahead.
All right, now watch this. Now, this is in Genesis, okay? Genesis 1:1. So we know Genesis 1:1 starts off with a plural. So the monotheism shit is out the door at this point, right? And depending on who's translating, and we know using the King James Version, that King James boys translated, right? So they got rulers, judges, divine ones, angels, gods, plural. Come down here, plural intensive, singular meaning God or goddess. They don't say the goddess because they could have if they wanted to. God like one, works of special possession of God, the true God. Okay, God. Now watch this. Now, this is the etymology because we started off talking about words. The whole session was based off of words. Okay, now, the plural of, watch this. This is root etymology. Let's see. Let's go back. We're tracing it back in time. Watch this. Computer moving a little slow, but watch how this work out for you.
Now, who
We'll
said
find
it was
out where this word comes from. Come on now. Look, the word is Elo. Now, Strong's number H433. Now you went from a plural to a dual meaning, right? Then right here, this says God or false God. Okay, interesting. Is it God or false God? Of course, y'all gonna choose God. Watch this. Now we going back now. Let's go back to the root. Now we're gonna go back from Elo, right, to Strong's number 410. Watch this. We know where L comes from. That's a chief Canaanite deity. All right? So from the start, right, this is not even a Hebrew deity from the start. It starts off with El, Elohim. Now watch this. I'm going to click that. Strong's number 410. Watch this. Let's see what we come up with. Because it starts to get very, very interesting. All right?
You doing Dr. Mayat thing now? This is what she did in the debate, right?
Not doing Dr. Mayat thing. Come on, man. Be quiet, man.
You're going to end up with no wealthy people at the end.
Yeah, let's see what it end up being. Let's see.
Dr. Mayat work.
A W.
Now, that's the singular form, L. If they was talking about monotheism, right, then that should have been translated in Genesis 1:1. But it wasn't, was it?
Oh, there go mighty man. Man of rank. Man of honor.
God like one, mighty one. Okay, look. Mighty men. Men of rank. Mighty heroes. So who heroes do they got us praying to? Angels? Gods? False gods? Demons? Imaginations? Seems to be that the way to me. God? It's a one true God, Jehovah? Mighty things in nature? This would be an African translation right there. If we could do the translation and change the thing, we would say mighty things in nature. Okay? Strength, power. All right? Watch this. It ain't over with yet. It gets worse. Now, what's the root of that? The root goes back to number 8352.
You remember that,
Remember what?
Dr. Mayat said that was white men's, rich white men's.
We're going to find out. Ain't over with.
Is that the debate that Israel Doctrine Carl Albert lost?
I'm saying this right here.
That's her work.
Don't cut his wisdom.
This is Dr. Mayat work. He need to give her credit. Go ahead.
First of all, it was my work, right? And this is what I gave her. So I don't have to give her credit for something that I gave.
Don't let him bait you like that. Don't let him bait you like that.
He ain't baiting me.
Says
Now
move.
watch this.
Help out
That
of this.
goes
This
back
grown
to
man business.
Hala. Look, hold on. Yo, you killing my wisdom. Now we're back to Strong's number 353. Alil, right? Now, what does that mean? It's a ram. So, oh my goodness. So they take us back to a ram, right? A ram food. Could have been full offering. A ram as sacrifice. A ram skin, dried red, right? From the tabernacle, pillars, doorposts, jams. Wow. Strong man, right? Leader, chief, right? Mighty tree. Wow. The Hebrews are some very, very interesting guys. Let's go back again. We're still traveling back, right? We want to get to the origin of their word Elohim that they use in Genesis 1:1. Watch this. Very interesting here. God is praying to the ram, huh? Right, let's see. Modern technology ain't no joke. That's why all this stuff is going to be out of here. I'm telling you. It's not hard. Computer moving real slow. It's okay. Watch this one. This is the bell ringer right here. Put y'all straight in checkmate. Come on now. Get on back there. Here you go. All right. Now we made it to the end of our journey. Strong's number H193. Ilu or Uwu. Now watch this. Now, from an uncensored root meaning. Now watch this. Prominence. So they're really talking about prominence, right? Body, belly, contemptuous, nobles, and wealthy men. So now we understand that at the end of the day, they really got us talking to and praying to wealthy men and nobles. So we know who the translators were in the King James Bible, and we know how they got wealthy, because when they translated the 1611 version, how did the book get popular and how did it travel? It traveled with the merchants who were shipping goods and products. What was the goods and products they were shipping?
Slavery.
They were shipping African slaves or African kidnapped victims, right? You got these companies, okay? These companies that was actually transporting products and goods, right? And with them, what did they take with them? They took Bibles with them. And we know how they got wealthy. So at the end of the day, they got black people in North America in Genesis 1:1 really playing the wealthy men. Now that's crazy, dude. It's
slave ship Jesus.
Now, hold on.
So you saying that concept is the same thing as a pharaoh being a god in Egypt, right?
No, I said none of that. I don't know what you're talking about.
I said that.
God in Egypt, and was he not one of the most wealthiest in Egypt at the time? Him and those priests and stuff. You don't know what you're talking about,
Brother.
I said
that. This is 1:1 right now, in the root of that madness. That's
who's the wealthy man down in Egypt.
Now, Brother Unc. Now, if you have Aluja, Volume 1, you know that my argument against Dr. Muhammad, is on that same point. And just to show that we ain't making this stuff up, what I argued in terms of the origin of the word Allah, and Allah is the same, it's the Arabic cognate to Egyptian El, to Arabic, to Hebrew El, or Canaanite really, El, which is just a so-called Semitic deity. That fundamentally, how I traced it, it goes back to a word that means up, or to go up, to raise up, or also head. And so head is what they use for prominence. So like when you say like an Orisha or a Rastafari, it's a word for head. It's the top. And so the derived meaning is the top. So like when you say the heads of state, you're talking about the leaders or whatnot. And so that word is cognate. It has a cognate in the Egyptian as the word were, as great one, great man, God, chief, elder, were, master, were, great one, were it, great one, title of Osiris, were it, great one of Uraeus, of goddess, and were it with the two R's, it's a word for crown. So in the Yoruba language we say Olu, Olua, Elu, El, God. Olu, great, Lord. Ola, elevated status, fame, honorable estate. In the Chiluba Bantu language, we have it with a prefix. So that's when you say Kulu or Mukulu. We're talking about the old, ancient, elder, primary, principal, supreme, elder, God, older, grandfather, chief, director, president. Chikulukulu, ancient practice, old custom. Bukulukulu, conservatism, archaeology. So you see that root, embedded. So we have ways, and so this goes to our earlier argument that was offline when we're talking about how can we verify the meaning of these words in these scripts, because you can go into these African languages and find these cognates with the same exact meaning. And so by the same token, all of these have a singular and a plural and a dual. And so when you read in Genesis 1:1 that al-hayam, hayam is the plural suffix, that it's speaking of plurality. And so what it appears like in the ancient Hebrew tradition is that many of these stories and titles are then mystified to make it seem like it's God's angels or whatnot when they were talking about experiences with men, and especially like Yahweh and stuff to this nature. Now that's an African thing too, because when you hear about Eshu and Ogun having all of these experiences, most of the time that has nothing to do with the quote unquote spirit of Ogun and Eshu and things of this nature. There were people who had theonyms. There's a concept called a theonym, and that is when a person has a name of a deity or God itself. And so what happens is over time, people forget the name of the real person, but they only remember the name of the deity. And so, matter of fact,
or the qualities.
This author here, she speaks about that as far as Ogun is concerned. It's a book called Ogun, Old World and New, the second expanded edition, and gives you some Yoruba examples of that in history. And we can find that all throughout the text. So you see that word does not only just mean God in the heavens in general, it's just a prominent man, a person of status. But go ahead. I just want to get some backup for that. Go ahead.
That's perfect. Yeah, that's called the official checkmate. Now I don't really have anything else
what's that called is at the end of the day when you're making your ancestors deities or gods, that you are doing what you are claiming others are doing, but you saying is wrong. That's called
no, we don't say it's wrong. Y'all say it's wrong.
Y'all say it's wrong. We don't.
And they do the same thing.
Exactly. So it's like it's one of those do as I say, not as I do.
You say y'all, meaning you include me in the group, and you never heard me say that. So that's a false statement.
You adhere to the biblical text. You adhere to the biblical text.
How you figure that? You have to prove that I have made that argument at some point in time to say I have did that.
When I'm saying y'all, I'm talking about the biblical writers. Right. And so this is the concept from the biblical writers that we having an issue with. So there's nothing, you can't go into any Israelite camp where they talking about honoring your ancestors and putting up shrines and stuff. These are all the things that the Bible has argued that you can't do, that you can't be like the other nations, because that's what the other nations
remembrance of me.
Yeah.
But now all I'm saying now is y'all making an argument that they're doing what y'all doing and you saying is wrong.
David used to pour out water to the fallen soldiers.
Nobody sat here and said that what Africans do, which is what the Bible is actually doing, they just don't know it, is wrong.
Right. Listen.
They say it's wrong. We're saying that they do what Africans do and it's not wrong. They say don't do what Africans do because what they do is wrong, but yet in reality they doing what Africans do.
Because the Bible hates Africa.
You know what the problem is? Here's the problem. Because really when we're talking about the Bibles and Qurans, Old and New Testaments, we're really talking about politics, right? Right? And that's what we're really talking about here. We're talking about the politics of a culture. We're talking about the encapsulation and deifying of one's ancestor and one's culture and one's ways. And so what we're saying is we don't deify your culture. Right? We're saying is your ancestors aren't divine to us. And I know me personally, I'm saying that I'm atheist. I'm
But that best right
anti-deifying
there on
the.
your stool
Come on,
is
cut my wisdom. You
deifying.
cut my wisdom. You cut my wisdom. I'm saying that I'm atheist, real black atheist, because I'm anti the fact that you would even try to push the fact that your ancestors are divine to me. I'm
Go
not
ahead,
buying
man.
that, right? So I'm anti the divinities. I'm anti the fact that your ancestors are
Get him.
divine based off of the
But you
fact
pro
that they
that.
have enslaved and murdered African people. I
Get
cannot
him.
consider a culture like that divine. And only a tomfoolery type of person,
Get
What
a
him.
do you what
PTSS, post-traumatic
listen,
slave syndrome person, would ever worship and deify ancestors of
hold
those
up.
who have
Mm.
Uh,
enslaved, murdered, and then raped African
Fire.
people. And with that, y'all,
listen.
I would like to say Black African Power. You know what
Hey,
I'm saying?
good
Next
night.
week
No,
on the Tuesday
that's
bill, we're
called
going to deal with the
schizophrenic.
Minipatar
Because
Stele.
listen, number one, you saying the book is lying and nothing in it is true. So if you saying the Israelites came out and did those things,
He
then
didn't
you have
say
to say
that.
it's true.
He
Never
didn't
said
say that.
that.
You do. If you saying
He didn't
Israelites
say
Brother
killed
that.
Boy Wax.
Egyptians and Canaanites and stuff, you would have
Brother
to say that
Wardrobe.
the story
He's
is
not
true.
deifying your ancestors.
Brother
No.
No,
Wardrobe,
no. See, now y'all running.
can you
Y'all running.
Israel
Stop running.
doctrine.
No.
Be a
You
man and
lying.
take it like a man.
Israel
If you
doctrine.
gonna
Like a
say
man.
that Israelites killed Canaanites, right, as the
Like you
story
said,
say,
No.
you
I'm
have
not gonna
to
deify your
admit
ancestors.
that the story is true.
I'm not deifying your ancestors no more.
That's a checkmate there. Now that's what you call checkmate. Kick the pieces over, lay your king down, and shut up.
I'm not deifying your ancestors no more.
What the hell is Asar doing? Asar, you moving? What are you doing, Asar? You ready to write something on the board?
He trying to get
I'm moving.
trying to get off the screen. Cause
You
y'all
ready?
over here
Look,
trying
all
to
over
say
the
that the
board.
biblical
Look,
story.
I'm multitasking. I got to set
look.
up my other computer workstation over here while y'all get it in on the Bible.
Look.
I
Laundry.
come in and
He's
chime
trying to
every
do
now
that
and then.
research. He's trying to find
Now
something.
That's what it was
so
like. He
please
folded
answer me,
clothes.
where did you get the
You gonna read that
information that
folding
the
clothes?
Israelite killed y'all ancestors? Where did you get that
The
information?
Bible
I
hates
never
Africa.
said that. I said the Bible, man. The
You
Bible,
just
man.
got through saying that the Israelites killed Africans, Egyptians, and
The
this, that,
Bible
and
says
the other.
that.
Hey,
Assad
bro.
just got through
No.
saying that the Israelite killed the Canaanites in the literature of the
Yep,
text.
the Bible
But if
says
it's
that.
a fictional story, it's not true. So
Well,
why
let's
y'all
leave it
mad
alone
that
then.
some fictional characters killed some other fictional people?
You believe it, don't you? It's the absolute word of God, and you believe it.
See,
Let's deal with the Bible.
When
What
we
Bershango? Ishaka Musa Bershango said, let's deal with the Bible.
Look, I wouldn't say none
I
of
just
y'all people
conjured
did
my ancestors.
because I
hold
believe
on,
them to be fictional. You see
hold
what
on,
I'm saying? I
hold
wouldn't
on,
say Osiris did.
hold on. Let me say this. I'm gonna read something real quick.
Right.
This is from one of the books I mentioned earlier, African Voices, an introduction to the languages and linguistics of Africa. Now, what I'm gonna say is not gonna seem like it's related, but it is. Um, we're talking about an author here, Mazruri, who argues that culture performs 7 functions. So he's given 7 functions for culture. He says culture provides people with lenses of perception and cognition, motives for behavior, criteria for evaluation, a basis of identity, a mode of communication, a basis for stratification, and a system of production and consumption. This is what a culture is. Now, part of this function, as mentioned earlier, is motives for behavior and lenses for perception. The lenses for perception in the Hebrew culture is that what we are now today calling African culture is something that is of no value, that their lives are of no value, that the Canaanites' lives are of no value, that anybody else's life is of no value and not of any worth, anything to this nature. Motives for behavior. You mentioned earlier that God, quote unquote, promised them that land, before they got on it, allegedly. And so, because in their mind, they believe that God promised them that land, you know, they cooked up some crazy story that God gave them permission to go and commit genocide to get the land. And so these are the motives for behavior. This is why we are analyzing and scrutinizing the text the way we are, because this is what we're evaluating when we're talking about the worth and validity of a culture. So we're looking at what are your motivations for your behavior. What are the lenses of perception that you have about us? And so why should we adopt a system that is fundamentally anti-us, anti my ancestors, anti my parents? And so to the point that they will even kill others who don't believe in what they believe. And
you're
so
not
that's
dealing
the
with
issue.
the text, though. What you're dealing with now is what people say and do. You're dealing with individuals.
That is their life.
Everything written in the Bible now just made up. He's just it's not there no more. So Christ ain't coming back with a sword and killing folks who don't call upon him. That's not going to happen. They just make that people just making that up in Revelations. That doesn't exist.
What Israel doctrine is that passive aggressive thing. I don't think he's doing it intentional, but what he's doing, he's forcing us to really dig into this Bible to show him where he's wrong.
Yeah, because he don't believe in himself.
Look, he's smiling right now because I'm saying because we gonna have to. I mean, because in order to show you, because like you're like Asari Motep just read something out of a different book, but it applies to the topic. But your response to that is that, okay, you're talking about what people do, you're not talking about the text. So you're kind of bottlenecking us into really digging into this Bible, which
no. He knows how to skate around the issue because we're talking about the text. I wasn't talking about anything extra outside of the Bible. I'm talking about all the behavior that is going on and approved and justified in the text, which motivates modern people's behavior because it is in there. And just like the text in Deuteronomy says that you cannot add nor take away from this text. And it goes back to my primary point. That's the reason why we cannot use the Bible as a framework to build our communities in the future, because that was justified in the text. That if you own some land that you think God promised you, we could just go over there and take it. So now when George W. Bush, hold on, when George W. Bush, who is a Christian, orders his troops to go over there and take over the Iraqi land, you know, these are part of his motivations. And
okay,
so
can you hear me?
We're dealing with nothing but scripture.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
No. Hey, we about to end this show. You will not get the last word, Israel Doctrine. No, you won't.
Last word?
No, you do not get the last word on the African Center show, bro.
Last word?
When you're ready to come home, you can get the last word,
last word?
Mute his mic.
Nah, he done. I learned how to work that thing now. I got him now, boy. Uh-oh. Woo, wait. Got him now, son. Talking to himself. Black African Power, man. This the second in our series of, you know, the Tuesday build with the Amaral Squad, man. I appreciate you coming on, brother. Wujau, did I'm saying that name right?
It's Wujau.
Wujau.
Like Wu-Tang, and then Ja, and then U.
Wujau.
Right.
You want to say it right. Wujau.
Right.
Hey, brother, I appreciate that presentation, man. The ancestors are strong amongst us. I mean, man, that was serious, brother. You know, that you would just pop up like out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? And we built that build. I appreciate you, brother Casual. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you, brother Saw. You know what I'm saying? And all the brothers is on the line. You know, I appreciate y'all. It was an excellent build. We're gonna do this again next Tuesday. And y'all already know what next Tuesday is going to be about. We're going to deal with the Minipatar Stela, you know what I'm saying, and some archaeology. Okay, so that's what it is. Anybody want to say something to close this out?
I'm looking at the man talking, his mic is muted.
Done. You're done, son. You're done. African technology, you're done.
Because it was a black man that created the computer.
Black man.
Nah, hey, he can ask Yahweh to unmute him.
Yeah. Ask Yahweh to come unmute that. Show us the power of your God.
That's that whole thing. No, I mean, I just want to say I came on actually to listen. I had no idea what the topic was or anything, so it just came together. I know I didn't know the topic was about mental nature, but that kind of shows that if we all do the work, then what comes out in the wash is going to be some nice, clean information for everybody to digest, and to me, I think that's a powerful thing, and I'm glad to be a part of that. So, and I think we should just keep it going and vet all of these different claims because nobody else is going to do it. And another thing I want to say is that people who do it, you're not going to be liked because like I run into people. And when you kind of bust up a person's belief system, if it's not on a solid foundation, they get real defensive. And we may start off as not liking, they might not like you, but the work still has to be done. So gotta have some tough skin to do this kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
I mean, so that's what
Oh yeah, man. That's you gotta have that tough skin. And if you don't got that tough skin, man, it's over with, man. You start to feel a little lonely. But we all here, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's just a very important build, and it's important that we stay on top of things and use the damn technology. You know what I'm saying? Brother Batar, appreciate you sliding through, man.
Indeed. Everybody just, let's stay positive, keep our heads up, keep grinding, and keep giving this information out and talking about the issues of the community and trying to help raise our mindsets, our youth, our young adults, and those elders that are willing to learn a little something. And let's just keep doing what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say something. As far as Facebook goes, I may not be friends with some of y'all, so if you can post your Facebook name in the Amara Squad group or something, so that we can all befriend each other and kind of keep up with the discussions, even in between the between these build sessions.
Okay.
Indeed.
Where you at, Kufu? Kufu.
He probably sleeping.
Nessie.
Oh,
Where you at, brother?
I was returning a text message. Somebody had texted me. I'm sorry, I was looking down.
All right, man. You want to say something? Close out, bro.
No, I just appreciate being with brothers with like minds, man. I'm learning so much, man. Like you said, it's time for me to take that walk, get my feet wet.
Yeah, get your feet wet, brother. Right, we right here for you, yo. It's all good. I got you, Israel Doctrine. Now, as it was in the beginning, them Israelites straggled out of nowhere from the Mojave Desert. What is it you want to say, Israel Doctrine?
You gotta talk with the mic muted.
Go ahead, man. I learned how to work the mute button now, boy. You can't come back from this African mute. What you want to say to the people, brother? Go ahead.
He's speechless.
He lip syncing.
I want a fair fight. 4-1, not fair.
Go ahead.
You came in this last day.
Go ahead, yo. Go ahead, Doctor. You might go mute me, or somebody else mute him out. That's you, Patal.
No, I didn't do it.
Yeah, yo, I ain't do it. Go ahead, Israel Doctor. Line open.
At the end of the day, Shaz Movie, he's undercover Christian, man. Y'all need to watch him. He be on my show talking Bible all day. And then he come over here with y'all and he talk Egyptology, man. He's a chameleon.
He's a snitch. You just broke the code. You gotta get your wrist slit, your throat cut.
Let him talk about
Your tongue need to be cut out. Your tongue need to be cut out.
You mute me over here and stuff, man. I thought we was brothers, man.
The way you be turning up.
I thought I had a real believer running with me.
Oh man. Hey, Asal Tep.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, take us home, brother. Give us something. Show us a couple of your books you wrote, man. Pick them up, grab them books you wrote. Let's see what you wrote, brother. Put them on the screen for people.
Hey, and I'm checking out your bookshelves behind you, man. I'm gonna have to come pay you a visit, man.
Boy, you know my bad. Boy, you know what it is right here, boy. You know what it is. We booked up on the squad. We all booked up. It's a must.
Them ain't number binds, ain't no pages in them.
Heavyweights. Heavyweights.
Coming. I can grab it. I can grab it and grab it. Look, what? I can grab it. I can grab it.
Flip through it. Let's see. You probably
Yeah.
be trying to be like Khalil Muhammad, got the inside cut out.
Got no inside cut out, man. You talking about? Y'all can see that?
Yeah.
He must ain't seen the videos with them all over the floor.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Now I got cracking, yo. I'm gonna start building with you.
Hey,
yo.
Nassar.
Yeah.
Add me on Facebook, man. Stop being funny.
Man, this, you know, I gotta put you to some tests first. I just don't add anybody.
Back up through that initiation.
You know.
I'm already initiated into a mystery system. Israel's.
Well, what them books at,
This is one book, The Bacall of North America, The Living Sons of Vitality.
Hey, you need to donate some of that to my foundation.
Come on,
I'll do that when you if you transfer some funds into the bank account, then I'll give you the book.
Yes,
I'm trying to help young black minds learn about Egypt.
Well, this isn't about Egypt. Well, it has some stuff about Egypt in it, but this is more so a name for African Americans that I suggest, and it's basically my thesis, you know what I'm saying, for that. This book is about Egypt, Aluja, rescue, reinterpretation, and the restoration of ancient Egyptian theme. And then, you know, this one more applicable to the latter part of this discussion, and that is the Passion of the Christ or Passion of Osiris. Hold on. I said the Passion of the Christ or Passion of Osiris. The Congo origin.
Hold on.
You can't hear. I said the Passion of the Christ or Passion of Osiris. The Congo origins of the Jesus myth. And so this was in preparation for a debate I was having in San Antonio, Texas, on the origins of Jesus. And so these were basically my notes. It ended up being a book, you know, saying for that debate. And so I argue linguistically that Jesus is Osiris, you know, with Sird and Yeshua. And so I'll actually be expanding on this book probably sometime next year. But and so those are the three main works.
Question, brother. You
go
being
ahead.
a former Hebrew Israelite, why you put a white Jesus up there? You know that ain't the origin. You need to go to ISUPK and get a black Jesus.
Now people wouldn't have recognized that Jesus. I wanted to put Jesus though. It didn't matter what skin color he was. It's still Osiris. You know, Osiris was green and black. And so you know,
You
it
gotta
wouldn't
be
matter.
historical accurate
If
with
if you want to see Jesus' name written in the hieroglyphs, here you go. Hold on one sec. So you know, you understand this. You know how serious this is.
But you a scholar, brother. You supposed to be historical and biblical active.
I mean, there's nothing. I mean, we don't know if Jesus even existed, so his color really doesn't all that matter. You know,
You believe he was black once upon a time because you was a black Hebrew Israelite. Come on now.
I mean, I believed a whole bunch of stuff until I actually started studying for myself, and the Hebrew Israelite doctrine started falling apart every single time some evidence countered whatever it said. And so, as an intelligent man, I could no longer hold on to that paradigm and simultaneously continue to say that I was an intelligent man.
I hear what you're saying, but understand that Hebrew Israelite black power. Keep the black power alive, brother. Put your fists up, everybody. Black power.
I got the real black power right here in Osiris.
And Jesus came up out of Egypt. He went down there and hid amongst them when they was trying to kill him. So once again, by the text that he black. Let's be.
He about to open up a can of worms because that don't even make sense. How is God going to run and hide and watch you?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's just like the earlier commentary. So God promised them the land. Some people got on it. So God feels some kind of way. he couldn't just create them. Remember, this is the same God that said, "Let there be light." Created the animals with his voice, went into a rib and pulled together a woman, but he couldn't find them some plush land with nobody on it for them to live. He had to command them to kill off everybody, so they could, get some land. And so we see the limitation that this was not no God. These were people who were ruling them, the elders or whatnot. They was commanded by a general, a king, or something like that. That has been mythologized into a person. But that's a different discussion. I know we got to go, but
hey, but you know what though? That's interesting because it's very convenient that the God he couldn't, drought fell on the land. God could have just planted some cherries and some apples. No, go to Egypt. It's kind of funny, boy. That's a limited God there.
God that was dropping manna from heaven, just out of nowhere. But couldn't solve these little simple problems. It's these inconsistencies that as an intelligent man, I could no longer adhere to the Hebrew Israelite doctrine. And now if the Hebrews would have been arguing that this is just myth, that these are various different myths, I'll probably think about it differently. But they was arguing that this is the truth, that this happened. So as a result of trying to argue that this happens, now we're in the realm of, okay, well, why doesn't these things happen anymore? And why couldn't God just do this instead of going through all this trouble, this way to make this, this and this happen? In other words, the God of the Bible is one who is inefficient. And so that's not my perception of the divine as, someone who is inefficient at what he does. And so, we had the conversation the last time about one of his inefficiencies, and that is, when all of humanity sinned, against him, his solution was to kill off everybody save 8 as a result of cleansing the earth of the sin, but for some reason couldn't get rid of sin, and so the earth is back sinning, which means he's inefficient at what he does. He doesn't think these things through.
Incompetent.
Yeah, he's incompetent, inefficient at his work. It's just I don't even know how to he throws temper tantrums like a child. Man. Take his ball back, if you don't, do it the way he does. It's all these little things. It's just like, in a we can't take these stories seriously.
No.
And so that's just,
not to mention,
I'm at right now.
Not to mention Noah. Noah seen the whole world destroyed, right? The first thing he do is go pick some grapes and drink some damn Thunderbird and get pissy drunk.
Thunderbird.
Yeah, because he took all his clothes off. Thunderbird make you take all your clothes off. You know what I'm saying? So he pissy drunk, right? Then God don't know that Ham didn't do nothing, and down Ham the genitor like it becomes to be just just craziness at the end.
Like why he asking Satan questions like,
was mad because
where are you coming from?
Right,
where are you been? To and fro.
Because Cain went up in
it.
Wife.
Like,
where's the wife?
You were naked. Like you didn't know all this was going down. You watching him from the heavens. Why you just scolding him from the beginning? And so, if matter of fact, this is what I mean by ineffective and inefficient. So you get mad at Satan, who is the cause and bringer of sin, but you want to kill off humanity, but don't kill off Satan, the one who's causing all the problems in the first bit.
But not only not kill him, but he chills with him. He actually hangs out and make bets with Satan. Satan and the other angels go up there to God and chill out and talk and bet on Job, on another person's life, and say, look, God, if you take away stuff from Job, then I bet you he'll curse your name. And God's like, oh, that's a bet. And put 5 on that.
Like, come on, son. You can't convince no grown people, about these things. So we go on and on all night, Wait a minute, let me get this straight.
Read Romans
chapter 8. Hold on, let me get this straight. The sons of God, right, was hanging with Satan. So like my mother used to say, birds of a feather flock together. You know what I'm saying? And look, and you're right, that was the perfect time to get Satan, because the sons of God came with Satan, right? And they presented themselves to the Lord. This is the Lord of the bounding universe, right? His sons is hanging out with Satan, right? And he got a perfect chance for all of them to jump on Satan. You're right, bro. They start betting and gambling on Job. Hey, I bet you if you did, boy,
Yeah,
that's a
so like,
crazy
what about
story.
all those innocent lives? See, this is one thing we don't think about in the story. For instance, you know, God basically says that you can do anything to Job except touch your hair on him. So what about all the other lives that were lost in the process? Like their lives weren't of value, his children's lives weren't of value, his wives' lives weren't of value, that they were just dispendable, so to have a damn pissing contest with Satan. This is what I'm talking about. It's when you really think about this stuff, like when we talk about Lot offering up his virgin daughters to be raped by a gang of gay dudes outside because they want to rape the angels. Like, what human being offers their daughters to have sex, you know what I'm saying, with a gang of hungry rapists, you know, to save some angels who should be able to defend themselves? This is why we cannot use this book to create a framework to build our communities in the future. All of these, we can go for days. That's a whole week. We have to sit here for hours, for weeks, you know, having this conversation in terms of the text itself. So, you know, I'm not gonna push it anymore. But
I'm not gonna push no more. Hey, Israel Doctrine, blame Satan, muted your mic out, man. I can't even hear you. The cat got your tongue. Hey, but look, we had a nice time, man. I appreciate all y'all coming in, man. You know, we're gonna be back on that same time, 8:30 next week, man. We're gonna go ahead and translate. Well, I ain't gonna translate. No, I'm gonna sit back and enjoy the class. But we're gonna translate the Menopatal Stella, and we're gonna find out if that word Israel is really in that thing, yo. I appreciate y'all, yo. Black African power, y'all.
Oh, we have to sit here for hours, for weeks, you know, having this conversation. In terms of the text.